What a great start to the year it's been. Yet to lose, 3 wins, and in a great spot to go again this weekend.
Yeah, he's been one of the standout players this year, and he was superb yesterday. I caught some of the highlights last night on my way home, and when Hasib Hamid is in form, the world is a better place. But that table shows you how competitive it's been, and even Worcestershire, who currently bring up the rear with no wins in their first 5, they're going well against Essex, who are here next week, of course, in South London for the Red Bull Festival next week. And they've gone well, 354 against Essex on day 1. And so there are no easy games in the top div at the moment, and everyone is competitive, as we see. Yorkshire will have to dig so deep today, I feel, and cliche alert, this first session is so critical when they don't have much to play with. If they manage to get north of 300, then you can afford to lose an hour or 2, but they can't. They have to play relentless cricket. The thing is, we've seen this story before here. Surrey are impenetrable here at the Kia Oval, and unless Yorkshire get stuck in early with what remains a new ball, only 13 overs in, it could be a long and tough day for them.
Yeah, we've seen teams come to the Oval and have a good half an hour or a good hour, but it's about threading it together, and that's the test for Yorkshire today. Can they win 3 or even 4 hours? Can they give themselves a chance of knocking over Surrey inside a couple of sessions? A lot of that responsibility will be on the shoulders of their attack leader, Ben Code, who'll start the day from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. Dom Sibley taking guard. Didn't get a lot of strike last night for his 10. Did nothing wrong either. Day 2 begins here at the Kia Oval. And what a start from Sibley. Beautifully timed down the ground. Just checked that drive. Nearly ran into the stumps. He did that a couple of times when they had Somerset for company here a fortnight ago. He hit the stumps out of the ground, straight back at the bowler, but managed to miss by about, well, no more than a few inches there. 48 for none.
Immediate evidence of how he's evolved his technique in the last couple of years since returning here, having of course begun his career here at Surrey, moved up to Warwickshire, and he's a much more expansive player now.
So the point of difference with Code compared to the Surrey seamers yesterday, down in the low 70s, but that doesn't reflect the type of bowler that he's been. In totality, picked up 56 wickets in Division 2 last year, leading the country, and was their standard bearer in getting promoted up to the top flight again after a couple of years in Division 2.
Yeah, you're right what you say. He's been their spearhead for a number of years. Area's Code is a familiar refrain up in Yorkshire, and he is relentlessly accurate on his day. He'd have been a bit disappointed with how he went last night, I feel, with the new ball. He didn't quite get his lines right against Rory Burns in particular. Strayed onto the pads. They all have to be on it here, and eyes will be on Jordan Buckingham as well, who you fancy may take the other end here at the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, they've got lots of options to work through, so they jettisoned both spinners, if you weren't following yesterday's coverage. Dan Moriarty and Dom Bess both played last week at Chelmsford, 2 finger spinners, both left out here at the Kia Oval. So they've got frontline seamers in Code, Jordan Buckingham, Jack White, in Jordan Thompson, Matt Reeves, the all-rounders, and George Hill as well, who was the star of the show for Yorkshire last week. So 6 to go through, 4 of which bowled last night.
I mean, it will all come out in the wash, Adam, but I was surprised not to see Dom Bess in particular in the lineup, and especially with a slightly raw batting lineup as well, with a couple of players searching for form, and obviously some titans unavailable for England reasons. And I thought that Bess, who's gone okay this year and has moved up and down the order with the bat, with his experience, I thought he may have found his way into that 11.
Oh, leaves it alone. Doesn't go the way of Code. Long pause before the head was shaken. Just on height, I fancy. 48 for none, 2 runs from the over, ever so close to an early breakthrough. We'll see it again here. Needed to do a lot.
Seemed like it may have caught the bottom of the bat. It didn't seem like it was on an off-stump line, even if it had flicked the pad first up. I don't think there was too much going for that, but a good sign of aggression. Ben Code ticking somewhat. Much better first over than we'd seen last night. It's in fact going to be Jack White rather than Jordan Buckingham, so they're going to hold back their Aussie quick for later in the session.
I've got a bit of a theory about those. I reckon before DRS, they got given an awful lot more. The shouldering arms, almost like a moral failing. If you've let the ball go and it hits you somewhere on the pad. I can hear Ian Chappell saying it right now, that those should be given out. But these days, now that we have a better understanding of how, I guess, ball tracking as it is with DRS works, it's a lot harder to get the finger up for those. Jack White, as you say, from our Vauxhall end. Bowled with shape last night.
Good carry again, and we've seen this throughout this game. It's the quickest of the 3 pitches that have been prepared for these red ball games this summer. Real pace and carry, and a couple really leapt yesterday. If you weren't with us yesterday and you can catch it on the highlights, check out Nathan Smith bowling round the wicket for his maiden wicket for Surrey, having made the move from Worcestershire. And it climbed on Adam Lyth, and it was a real snorter right past the throat.
So well steered by Burns. He knows that part of the ground so well, behind point. Once it cleared the field, it was 4 all the way. And Surrey passed 50 in the process.
Yeah, so as ever, it's risk and reward. And there's nothing wrong with that delivery, but it's a short boundary down to deep third, and that is Rory Burns' favourite area. I wonder if perhaps you take cover out at this point with 3 slips, move him into gully.
I've got to say, I've watched a lot of cricket here at the Oval. Can't remember too many times when plays began at the start of a day and not seeing a gully.
Yeah.
It's a regular mode of dismissal here, for whatever reason. And Burns being so strong behind point, it's as though they're inviting him to play that shot, but without the requisite catcher that you'd just expect to see there.
Yeah, but we didn't see it yesterday either.
Yeah.
Adam Lyth scythed a couple through that region, as did Johnny Bairstow, but Surrey weren't too fussed about the gully either. Feel with a bit of pace and bounce, get one in.
That's the shape that White's after. The zip as well. Good lead from Burns on length. Clearing the off stump.
Just going back to the composition of both teams, Dan Lawrence is Surrey's only recognised spinner, and he's, with respect, a batter who bowls, although he's doing a very good job for Surrey and was excellent yesterday after tea. But no Dom Bess on a pitch that is dry and only going to get more dry, baking under the summer sun. You do wonder, really.
Well, they've gone in with 2, we'll make that 3 all-rounders, but I'm perhaps counting more Hill as a frontline bowler as well. But Reeves and Thompson, who are both there to do both disciplines, bowling seam up. Where Bess has done a variety of jobs for Yorkshire this year with the bat as well. He opened a couple of weeks ago.
Indeed,
in the game where Root and Brook played, and of course made 100 batting at 3 a couple of weeks before that.
Still, we shall see. It gives them at least the option to keep things fresh with that battery of quicks.
That's a good one to finish. Just the boundary from the over, 52 for none. They've reached 50 stands so regularly, this pair, over the last few years. Andrew Sampson's with us as well. He can tell us all about the Burns-Sibley union.
Yeah, they complement each other so well. Sibley's been a rock, been immovable all summer. Only 2 Two players have batted across more time across this summer and faced more deliveries in Marcus Harris and Hasib Hamid. He's looked completely at ease in himself, able to trust his technique.
So one from Code that shapes back the other way. Samo, good morning to you. Let's make sure you got your mic on. We'll try one more time. Well, we'll just do that after the next ball, perhaps. I promise I'll bring you in.
And
oh, here we go.
Here we are.
You have time on your side.
We'll do well. Let's do it after this ball. A bit of Sibley and Burns stats. They are batting together for the 73rd time, opening their batting for Surrey. In this innings, they've got to 19 times now, 700s, 1150s, just short of 3,000 runs together, with an average of about 45. I've just been looking literally at the leading opening pairs for Surrey in the history of the County Championship. They would be the 14th pair to get to 3,000, which might not sound that impressive. But the guys back in the day played a lot more. So their top two are the standout ones.
I'd be interested in the percentage of times reaching, so about a quarter of the times batting together, a bit over that, Dev.
And if you look at Sandham and Hobbs, who are the top number of runs together in 351 partnerships, added 18,345 runs at 53 with 5700s, 71 50s. And then we get to second place.
These two have got a way to go then.
They've got a way to go, and it won't happen. In second place is Hobbs again, with his other great opening partner, Tom Hayward. They had an aggregate of 14,147 in opening partnerships for Surrey at 42 with 3,200s and 56 50s. So Burns and Sibley are slightly behind those guys even on percentages of 50s.
Wild numbers. Straight again. Doesn't quite beat me on a good piece of fielding. Jordan Buckingham, we'll see him bowling soon enough. It feels like any statistical category that involves Jack Hobbs requires taking a much wider lens. It doesn't seem to compute that someone can make 199 first-class hundreds and all the other achievements in his long and storied career.
Yep. Different world then.
Yeah. Inside edge. Maiden complete. Good over from Code. 52 for none.
You say different world, Samo. The photographs in the pavilion, the Mickey Stewart members pavilion here, taken at the beginning of each season, and Hobbs is there, invariably with a cigarette just out the side of the mouth.
Yes, that too. Different in many ways.
Yeah. Just this morning, Sibley's bat looks broad, doesn't it?
I think the point you made before about the way he's expanded his horizons in the last couple of seasons since returning home to London. He developed a reputation in his mid-20s as being a functional player. Wasn't without success in doing that, but felt limited. But different now. So it's proved in season 2025.
Felt limited in the mind, Adam. And he acknowledges this himself. And it required a shift in attitude, and he propelled himself through early season nets out there on the outfield before a ball had been bowled 2 years ago, and he just said to himself, and he spoke to Alex Stewart here and Gareth Batty, and he said, I want to become a broader, more expansive player. I want to get into that white ball side. And it required a conscious shift in attitude, and to return to a kind of more innocent time, really. A time when he played more instinctively, and he spoke about wanting to get back to how he felt when he was a teenager. Before, if you like, the grind of county cricket got to you, and you become perhaps slightly pigeonholed in the mind, and you convince yourself that you're only one thing, where a player's allowed to get better, a player's allowed to evolve. He's 29 and a half, playing batting as well as I've ever seen him, and it transmits itself. There's a calmness to him at the crease. You don't need to dwell too much on it, but he had his moments as an England opener. He made a couple of very good hundreds. He made runs in South Africa. He looked like he had a game to deal with extreme pace, but his technique had become so complex that it fell into being convoluted.
It was kind of its time, and by that I mean there was a window around, let's call it the 2 years after the pandemic, or through those pandemic seasons, 2020 and 2021, where there was a lot of emphasis on, philosophically, batting next to the ball, sort of Ted Dexter-esque, or batting behind the ball, going across the fourth stump and mitigating movement on endlessly spicy tracks. And the extent to which COVID played a role in having these pristine wickets that hadn't had heavy traffic on them must have contributed, but it all came to a head at Edgbaston when England were defeated by New Zealand. You and I were doing that test on radio, Phil, and I remember Nasser on Sky just laid it bare and called it as he saw it. And Sibley was clearly part of that, firmly part of that conversation. The batting behind the ball and trying to shovel in the direction of the leg side and limiting what was possible on the other side of the ground.
Yeah, his triggers of going back and across onto off stump were not necessarily too unconventional, and you see that even now, but the backlift had become so exaggerated out towards backward point, gully, and that the bat wasn't coming down on a straight enough plane, and so he was eliminating certain areas. He was unable to access down the ground, he was unable to access mid-off, and he became a batter that bowlers could bowl to and contain. Different player now.
So Jack White, who had something going on with his hand there between balls, has been sorted out. Some running repairs.
Still looking at it. It's okay.
There mustn't have been any blood near the ball, otherwise that would have prompted a stoppage. Shout across his stumps, Burns, but doing too much on the angle. Couple of maidens back-to-back for Yorkshire. Surrey, 52 for none. So it did, on the face of it, look like Burns had gone a long way across. But that exaggerated movement from wide of the crease, Phil.
Yeah, I've seen a few of these in this game, and none have been given. So one against Adam Lyth that was very, very close in the...
So a close shout for leg before to complete White's over. So on that angle that we're referring to, the decision's gone the way of Surrey. So 2 leg before shouts in the first 15 minutes of play.
I think one had more going for it than the other. It was close-ish. Seen a few of these, none of which have been given yet. Adam Lyth possibly got away with one in the first innings from Nathan Smith, again on that angle, right arm round, and there was another one last night against Rory Burns. It was close.
Going back off the seam, asking good questions this morning, nibbling away. Yeah, it's one of those, that leg before, where all 3 variables, ball tracking would have been quite interesting, because it's one of those where it may have been impact just outside the line of the off stump and still just missing leg. Such was the movement, and height as well. So 3 where you can see it, if we had the technology, being all umpires call or thereabouts.
Yeah, I think that's fair. David Mills, the umpire as well.
Yep. Vastly experienced. Runs for the edge. Had there been a fourth slip there, it would have been interesting, but not to be. Sibley's first boundary of day 2.
Crumbs of comfort though. Movement. Previous 2 deliveries, one coming back. Bit of a break back off cutter that resulted in Besso having to take it down the leg side, and the other one then taking the outside edge, and so it's 4 in the book, but Ben Code can feel reasonably optimistic that he's at least getting this ball to talk, because it's been silent up until now really. But this is what we saw yesterday. We saw the first hour was relatively stress-free for Yorkshire's openers, and then the ball started doing stuff in the second hour.
Past the edge, he's moved it both ways in this over. This feels like such an important passage of play for Yorkshire before Burns and Sibley are properly set again. Can they get themselves into day 2, the visitors? And your point about the ball yesterday, that was absolutely true of day 1, where hour 2 was where Clark had it hooping around for the entirety of the second hour. Long spell from the pavilion end.
He was magnificent yesterday, Jordan Clark.
A release delivery, but doesn't make the most of it. Well stopped at point. Young James Wharton in there. Again up, but that was going over the top. Mark Newell, the man in charge at the pavilion end.
Good over this though. Dom Sibley's going to have to just get through it. This is good by Code. He's been much more on it today than he was last night. This is what Yorkshire need. They need to play desperate cricket. Deficit already under 200.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. 56 for none. So that terrific crowd yesterday. We ended up with 6,151 in here at the Kia Oval on a Friday, which tends to be the day when most people are coming through, but let that not dissuade you. Saturday here in the sun. Over towards our left, the SSE Energy Solutions stand. It's an absolute sun trap through the afternoon. So get along, enjoy some Division 1 cricket here in South London.
Yep, and it's free after tea as well, of course. So if you fancy wandering in, and for a good hour and, well, 2.5 hours really, post tea, you'll get all for free.
So it was the highest crowd for an individual day here at the Kia Oval for County Championship cricket this century.
Yep.
So 6,151, a new record. And I think we've nearly touched that record 2 or 3 times this season already.
So the aggregate figure is 13,100 and something.
Yep.
Which was achieved last year against Essex, and that target is squarely in the sights of this club here. So a good turnout over the next 2 days after this.
And that greater engagement with the 4-day game, and what we're doing here, streaming, is part of that. That you can see these cricketers. They're more than just box scores in the newspaper the next morning, or scorecards on Cricinfo. There's a more tangible link to the championship, especially through April and May, where there's 8 consecutive weekends of it. It finds its place quite neatly this time of year.
It does.
Very little international cricket due to the IPL window.
Yeah, it's natural to get greedy as well, and to wish that Yorkshire's two greats could have also been taking their place in this middle order, and we understand why. But with an occasion such as this, and the two most successful teams in the country going at one another. 55 championships shared between them, 33 for Yorkshire, 22 plus a shared one for Surrey. The clubs of English cricket, and you just wish that they could have got their best teams out. Still, there's some pretty decent cricketers on show, and Surrey's lineup today has a really lovely kind of light and shade feel to it. They have Curtis Patterson in as the Aussie overseas in first drop. Dan Lawrence, who's been in good form this year, as a dasher at 4. Ben Folkes, who was immovable last week for 100 and plenty at Edgbaston. And then Jason Roy, folks. Jason Roy at number 6. Returns to the red ball. And what a joy he promises if he can get going this afternoon.
Yeah, proper enigma stuff, isn't it? Been away for 5 years from red ball cricket. Edged and pounced at first slip. How they needed that. A really strong first half an hour for Yorkshire. Couple of leg before shouts. White finds the edge. Burns falls for 31. 56 for 1.
My, did they need that. And Jack White deserves it. Both White and Code have been bang on it this morning. They've not given anything really for Surrey to feast upon. Rory Burns has been becalmed. He was very fluent last night, but shotless this morning, and an easy catch to second slip.
So Surrey lose their first wicket. It's 56 for 1. There's George Hill in there at first slip as well. He bats, he bowls, he catches at first. He's a very fine all-round package, and well done, Jack White, who probed away at Burns, bringing it back towards him and then set one up to just gently drift away, and that was sufficient to find the outside part of the bat.
Definitely been more movement in the last 2 or 3 overs. Definitely. The lacquer comes off the cricket ball, and the pitch starts to help with that pace and bounce. Seamers are always interested. Yorkshire needed that. And Curtis Patterson, big moment. You'd have seen him a number of times. Test player a couple of times for Australia.
Down the steps of the Bedser stand for the first time for Surrey, Curtis Patterson in at number 3. Yes, New South Wales former captain, 32 years of age, couple of test matches, an unbeaten century the last time that he played for Australia. He's found himself in the wilderness at times in Australian cricket, dropped from the state team a couple of times, dropped as captain as well, but had an outstanding season, 24-25, averaging in the 60s, and a shrewd signing for Surrey on debut here. A job to do at 56 for 1. It completes the over as well. Successful for Yorkshire, it needed to be, as you say, Phil Walker. Had they reached half an hour or 45 minutes or indeed an hour together, Burns and Sibley, it completely shapes the day. But instead, Yorkshire have themselves into the scrap.
Yeah, tidy catch by George Hill. I was watching Yorkshire warm up this morning, going through the fielding drills, and he caught everything at second slip. He's a very fine cricketer. He looked a bit out of nick with the bat yesterday, but still in at 6, shows how much faith they have in him. But as a bowler in particular, he's making quite a name for himself. He took 9 for last week against Essex. Couldn't quite get it done for Yorkshire. If they had done, they'd have been right up alongside Surrey in this league. It just shows how tight it is.
Inside part of the bat.
Won't mind that. Sorry, Adam. Won't mind that though, to get Patterson bang on strike immediately. And they will be all over him here. As you say, in Surrey colours for the first time. I caught some highlights of a brilliant knock he played against England Lions for the A side. And as you say, came back from nowhere really. He'd had such a fallow 2 or 3 years and the wrong side of 30 in Australian cricket. You tend to just drift away. Yeah, you're done, you're finished. And yet he's come back. And I caught some highlights of that in that very good game against the England Lions, and he was sensational. I imagine that might have convinced the powers that be here that he was worth a punt.
Oh, across the stumps.
Oh.
Turned down. You could see leg stump when contact was made.
First delivery from the previous over, he got right across again. This is the way he's going to play. I thought this was close on first look.
I mean, impact would have been fine. Its height's the question,
It's
I think.
height, yeah. But very, very close. Eventually, one of Newell or Milnes is going to give one of these. Right arm round to the lefty.
Ever so close to the woodwork. Ballooning off a glove and a thigh pad and who knows what else.
Code's
Good
on
stuff,
it.
this.
Code is on it today, Adam. Needed to be, and he is. You can see he's focused as well. He's ticking a little bit. He's had 2 or 3 decisions gone against him this morning, but that's a good sign. And the ball is starting to talk.
Hasn't played a lot of cricket against the Duke's ball, Curtis Patterson. It's worth noting as well. Skews away for runs. Across the square. They had a couple. He's off the mark for Surrey. He played a season of club cricket here back in 2016 for Banbury when he was already established as a state cricketer. A couple of games for Australia A when he toured here in 2019, but he hasn't played county cricket over here and isn't one of those Aussies that played year after year as a club cricketer in his teens and 20s. Had a different kind of journey. Don't expect it'll be long before we see George Hill. With the ball now talking at both ends. Hill's the one. Swings it both ways.
Yesterday, yesterday Surrey deployed a leg gully and a man in at Boot Hill on this angle, right arm round to the left-handers. Live dominated the first 2 or 3 hours of the day. So the single into the offside.
Yeah, and that'll complete the over. So 60 for 1, Surrey. Sibley 17, Patterson 3. Phil Walker, it'll stay with you, and Ian Ward will take over from me.
Yeah, just continuing on that point about the angle of the right arm round seamer into the left-hander, and Surrey were very interested in stationing the catches around the corner, leg gully and short leg. Actually picked up Jordan Thompson towards the back end of the day on the hook to a leg side field, and I just wonder, as Patterson gets into his work and he's moving appreciably across his stumps, outside off stump, lining up against that angle, I wonder if they might fancy one around the corner. It's unconventional, but there is logic to it on this angle. Ian Ward joins us. He knows a thing or two about lining them up. There's a left-hander out there.
I was hopeless at lining them up from around the wicket. Glenn McGrath had me on toast doing exactly this.
You're not alone there.
It's a very basic plan and I like it. It's what I should have done back in the day. You just need to know. I mean, you think of the battles that Stuart Broad had with David Warner a bit further back, Flintoff round the wicket to Gilchrist. It's that not knowing of where the off stump is. So all I should have done was taken my guard from middle to off,
right,
and then just left it, really. And you've got to be a little bit careful if they fire one in at your pads, but you shouldn't miss them if they're coming in at your pads, really. I take your point about a leg slip might be worth a little go. But equally, just keep banging away at that length and challenge Curtis Patterson to remember where that off pole is. If you can just get it to straighten, that's the danger ball, particularly off the seam. I think if it starts to swing, you've got more clues. You can see it sometimes out the wrist, sometimes out the seam, sometimes the shiny side. But if it seems, you've got no clue.
Yeah.
And that's where you end up just sort of fencing at it. And if you do play a defensive shot, don't follow it with your hands. That was one thing Duncan Fletcher was big on back in the day. Trez used to do it brilliantly. So he's working that to leg from on or around, maybe outside off stump. And do you know what? That's fine, because you shouldn't miss that as a left-hander on your pads. Just don't let your head fall over too far. But Trez was brilliant at just playing the line, holding his hands, not curtain railing it, as you would say. And occasionally, do you remember, he'd play those defensive shots up the sort of middle splice of the bat, and he'd run it down to third man for runs. He had off the face, had amazing ability to score off good length balls on or around off stump. He was a blooming good player, wasn't he? Let's be honest. So that's where it becomes easier. If you're standing on off stump, anything outside the line of your left eye, forget it. You come to me.
No gully to Patterson, as was the case to Burns, as was the case to Live yesterday, as was the case to Bairstow as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, fielding positions tend to go in and out the game, don't they? You think silly point for right-handers to an off-spinner. You know, why? Where's that gone and why? There'll be a reason. I don't understand gully here at the Oval, particularly on this pitch. It's got a good covering of grass. It is carrying through. The odd one's staying a little down, maybe off some dents. Good run. But gully here at the Oval was always a very, very in-the-game catching position. They've been good, Yorkshire, though, haven't they?
They have, and they needed to be. They'd have turned up this morning trying to forget about yesterday. But it was a chastening day for them, really. And they needed to play hard, gnarly cricket this morning, and the two seamers who were innocuous last night had to really step up, and they both have done. The question is what follows as well. They've all got to be on it because they don't have much to play with here.
I don't know, do you think they were guilty of searching for wickets last night? You'd get bowled out for something that probably, well, 255, you'd hope for a bit more, 61 for 1.
I think I've seen this story so many times, Wardy, over the last few years. Here in particular, it's a fascinating cricket pitch that Lee Fortis prepares here. It's unlike any other pitch in the country in county cricket. And you often see opening bats look relatively serene for the first 15 overs. And the ball doesn't do too much. The lacquer stays on it. The pitch stays relatively true. And then something tends to just shift after an hour or so. And we've seen it this morning. Last night it was ramrod straight, barrel gun straight, and they looked a bit down as well and a bit weary, down on their luck. Today they've been good, and they need to continue it.
Well, two things can happen there. The lacquer you mentioned, and also the heavy roller wears off.
Yes.
And it is, I would say, an average. It's about right to say an hour of cricket. And the heavy rollers, deadening of the surface, compaction of the surface, just wears off a bit.
Yeah,
that's why you roll pitches.
It certainly looked harder to bat after lunch yesterday than it did in the first hour and a half.
Well, he's employing the same tactic as Curtis Patterson in terms of just where he's lining up, getting his head on or just about outside off stump. Making code come to him, basically, into his sort of leg side, into the onion, as they used to say when Darren Bicknell used to bat here years ago.
He could play. Yeah, they brought deep third up now to backward point, which is a good move for me.
Absolutely. I'd still have him at gully, though.
Yep.
He's only faced 15 balls. If you can build up some dots, then the little tempter and a flash. It can be a deepish gully, but it's an area that has brought wickets for years here.
Here's a question for you, Samo. What number is Curtis Patterson in the Surrey alumnus, or alumni even?
Cap number.
What number is he?
That's what I mean about him just making code come to him. It's only a single. Leave, thank you. Cap number.
Do we know?
Nope, I've got no idea.
Care to summon a guess?
Nope.
Do you know what number you were?
Nope.
Let the maestro do his work.
Well, I reckon he'll be number 942. That's all first-class games I've got for Surrey. There's some 1 or 2 games in the early days where there's Surrey 11s and disputes about that, but he'll be 942 or roughly close enough.
That surprised me. I thought there'd be more.
So did I.
What are we up to now with test caps then?
It's just over 700, isn't it? Did they get to 700?
Yeah. Oh, they have. Yeah, they've got
700.
They've got 700. Yeah.
Yeah, so just over 700. IJ Ward is number 778 for Surrey, first-class cricket.
778. Okay. 62 for 1. Yeah, I thought there would be more.
Jacob Bethel.
Bethel was the last one.
718th. He can play.
Yeah, they got an interesting decision to make at some point, England, with Bethel and what they're going to do. Ollie Pope obviously not playing in this game, getting ready for that Zimbabwe test match, the 4-day test that starts on the 22nd, Trent Bridge. Crawley needs a few. He looked blimmin' good though, didn't he, Bethel, when he made his test debut. It wasn't just the runs he scored, it was the manner in which he scored them. Very calm, looked very much to the manner born. Sort of reminded me a bit of Rue, actually. He just seems to have something about him in terms of what's between his ears. White again. See, that's patience there. Come on then, Patterson. Well, I'm just going to bowl there. And you could see he was thinking of flaying his hands through that ball, and that's where with Mark Rampekas, you say calling all pockets on the offside, because you can skim it to extra cover, and you can skim it to backward point or gully, but there isn't one. So if you're going to hold that line, the catcher you can take is perhaps from straight mid-wicket. If you want the protection down there at third man to the short boundary, fine. But leaving that gap leg side, see if he wants to go even further across to the offside and turn it. That's too straight, that's what he wants. But if you've got, so he's gone to the left of mid on there, if you take out straight mid-wicket, he might want to go even squarer, and that means he's coming completely across the line of the ball. So I think Bairstow could just fiddle around with that field out there. Pope's record here in first-class cricket is ridiculous, isn't it?
It is.
Samo, what's his first-class batting average at the Oval? Ollie.
He had a rough game here a couple of weeks ago, which took it down to something slightly less gargantuan.
Fine player.
Yep. Do you think then, Wardy, that Bethel would have been in that squad?
Ooh, he'd been in the squad. Not sure if he made the final 11 or, well, probably would have been in my final 11, but don't ask me who would have left out, because I'm leaving that one outside off stump.
Fair enough.
From a guard of off stump, I'm leaving that. Another stunning day. Had a great crowd yesterday. I'm sure that will build throughout the day. There are. Andrew, you got the answer?
Yeah, his average has dropped down to a mere 74.6 from earlier peaks of over 100. And famously, at the end of the 2021 season, he had an average at the Oval of 99.94.
No, really?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Useful. Steady stuff from Surrey so far with Yorkshire's disciplined attack. Good leave. Ends the 23rd. No, 1 to go in the 23rd. And Surrey are trailing by 193. So the dots are building here. Jack White has held that line outside off stump. The pitch is just sort of every 20 minutes you look up and it's just getting a little more brown. See the cameras there on umpire Mills. That's the analysis, the eye-hawk cameras, which the England selectors keep a close eye on. Steady block ends the 23rd, 62 for 1. Slow going for Surrey this morning. They've lost the 1 wicket, that of their captain Rory Burns, to a very good delivery and a decent catch at first slip. Sibley is still there unbeaten on 17, and Curtis Patterson, the overseas, is 5 not out. Code continues. Catchers alongside me. Good morning.
Morning, Woody. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it's been decent, hasn't it? A lovely day yesterday. Huge crowd in. Kind of felt like Yorkshire had to get up to 300 or just find a way to get up to 300 to make a decent fist of this, but wasn't to be. A solid end of the day performance from Surrey's opening pair.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling as an opening batsman when you have to face a few towards stumps and you make it through. Just gives the dressing room a bit of a lift. Mark Butcher always used to see it as a bit of a throwdown if you had to bat towards the end of the day, because normally the field would be quite aggressive, so there were plenty of gaps. So if he could get off to a flyer, that means the next morning he'd come back 40 odd not out. If he got out, best drinking trousers on, and off he went.
Well, that's the Butch way of looking at it.
He's not here to defend himself, so I'll leave it there. But that's pretty much what would happen. Sharp. Just a little greedy from Code as he tried to home in on Dom Sibley's pads. He's looked in control of his game today, Sibley, very much in the first ball, which was a nice punch down the ground, and he went for 2, made a wonderful noise off the bat. Colo and Phil Walker were talking about just the technical adjustments that Sibley has made. He's gone back to, quite simply, a bit more orthodox. That was always his bread and butter, even when he was extremely open. Bowl into his pads, thanks very much. It was the lack of ability to access the offside that was holding him back a bit. He's rectified that. Nice line.
Interesting, Curtis Patterson, because he didn't play last week in the first game available.
Didn't get that. There must be a reason, but I didn't get it. I didn't hear a reason. Why did you?
No, not particularly. He was in for Camsteele now. Available for the next 2 matches.
And with the Home Office rules now, you get these overseas, say the Australians, you need to make the most of it because they're only here for 30 days or something like that. So
yeah.
It was an odd one why they went with him. This is a change of balance of the side. The spinner comes out with this pitch being quite green. But yeah, you bring your overseas player in and then don't pick him. Played Jason Roy instead. Nice to see Jason back in whites, but loses a little bit of accuracy and patience there. I'd like to have seen an out frontline spinner play. 66 for 1. Lawrence did excellent yesterday, but just as a captain I'd want that option of being able to go to a frontline spinner. But Surrey don't see it that way, and that's fine because their record at home over the last few seasons has been phenomenal.
Yeah, I can see on this pitch why you'd have Lawrence as your frontline spinner, especially. I think Yorkshire have perhaps missed a trick by playing the 6 seamers they've played. It's not just the leaving both Bess and Moriarty out, but the attack just feels a bit samey to me. Some more angles, some more paces.
You could level that at Surrey actually a bit yesterday. Their right arm seamers. Now that's the fielder I'd move to the offside. See if Curtis Patterson wants to go a little bit squarer. Might be Surrey's next. Butch and I were talking about this yesterday. Might be Surrey's next transfer market target, a frontline spinner, because if they're going to go away from home and get thrown the M1 at them, go up the M1 and then play on the M1, they might need a wrist spinner or some sort of frontline spinner. Lovely. That is picture perfect as a left-hander.
Curtis Patterson. Played those tests for Australia in 2019. Century against Sri Lanka in the same match that Travis Head made his maiden test century. On the fringes of Australia for a little while. Missed out on the 2019 Ashes. Then I think he was struggling to get in the Shield side a couple of years ago. Had a brilliant season this season.
Yeah, had a brilliant season in the Sheffield Shield with against a Kookaburra ball that, so I'm told, was doing a little bit more than perhaps has historically been the case. They understand they've changed something to it, whether it's something to do with the lacquer or the seam is a little bit more prominent, but seems to be moving around a little bit more than perhaps it has done in previous years. But he's knocking on the door. How old is he now? He's 32. So for an international cricketer, time, the sand is coming through the glass a little bit for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at his period of low scores after having played those test matches in 2019. He had a fairly decent season in 1920, but then the following 4 seasons, 2021 to 23, 24, in total over 26 matches, he only averaged 24.69, 1,091 runs. Before last season coming back, as Katja was saying, 880 at 62.
He also scored a century against the Lions this winter, if I remember correctly. Yeah, just on the Kookaburra ball point coming off the back of that Lions tour, I remember reading an interview with Sam Cook where he made that point about the Kookaburra ball, that he thought it was moving a bit more than previously when he's bowled with it in Australia. Played a fair amount in Australia.
Yeah, I read similar comments and I was thinking, that's good for him then, because England were going pace, 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 and perhaps because that change of ball, you don't know what Australia will use in however many months' time, but if it's the same ball, then he certainly will have his name in and around that squad. Might be a bit of a ruse. They'll change it. Solid from Sibley. 25 gone, 71 for 1. It's one thing. I was hearing some stats yesterday about Surrey's performance against the Kookaburra ball, and they're not winning many with the Kookaburra ball rounds, but as soon as they get the Duke's ball in their hand, they're absolutely dominating. So again, that perhaps goes back to maybe a spinner at some point.
I think you'd be hard pressed that even a single spinner, no matter the calibre, would have any difference on that Warwickshire pitch last week.
I saw a bit of it, not much of it. Yes, it seemed rolled, whatever the term is. Well, they're still coming in. Sun is shining. Code again. As you say, it's a lovely story with Curtis Patterson, from the highs of a test match century for Australia in his second test, wasn't he? He made his debut in Brisbane, his second test. And then having a fallow few years and then coming back. You could say the same perhaps with Sibley, who was in the test side, then out, and has changed his technique and come back stronger. And then Hasib Hamid this year. Gracious me.
Well, the Patterson one kind of feels like a case of what if almost, because he was in and around the squad, and then the 2019 Ashes, you had the 3 coming back in from their suspensions that really limited options for people coming in. And then I think he picked up an injury that Sheffield Shield season. And hasn't managed to get back in since.
I remember watching Haas on that India tour where he broke his hand. He was playing really well. And he'd broken his hand, but Mark Ramprakash took him out to the nets. We're in Mohali, I think. And he went out into the nets to see if he could hold the bat. Turned out he could very well, and they'd raked these pitches out the back for it to spin. And Ramps and whoever else it was, I can't remember, were chucking into the footholes these off spinners. And I watched him for about 20 minutes. Bear in mind he was batting with a broken hand, and he didn't miss the middle of the bat once. His footwork was as precise as I've seen against spin. I mean, I know it's practice. I thought, blimey, this kid could be anything really. Sort of got a bit found out with low hands against the seamers, but from what I've seen of late, he's sorted that out. And his ability to play spin, I just thought, his ability to pick length was just incredible.
That real kind of natural ability.
Yeah, it was fluid. Everything, nothing was stuck. It was just, he picked length so quickly, whether it forward, back, never got caught in between that no man's land. And it was quite an eye-opening thing. Quite an eye-opening thing to see. And I went to Ramps after. I said, geez, that footwork's pretty good. And he just raised his eyebrows and said, yeah, damn right. And of course, the move away from lengths has benefited. Apparently his captaincy up there, the players seem to love how he goes about it, quite calm. So good on him. 71 for one maiden. Talking about Nottinghamshire, leading Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship. Yorkshire in second. Sussex throw a blanket over really the next lot. Defending champion Surrey, 74 points, same as Sussex. And a bit of a struggle again down at the bottom for Worcestershire, and I'm not sure many people would have thought that Somerset would be down there at 9th, but that's where they find themselves at the minute. Surrey have had those 4 draws you mentioned on some pretty turgid pitches.
It always feels slightly like Nottingham flew under the radar a bit at the start of the season. I don't think many people picked them to be title contenders right from the get-go.
So Jordan Buckingham comes into the attack from the Vauxhall end. 3 slips, no gully. And that's lovely from Sibley. Exceptionally strong off his pads, has been for many a year, but his balance today at the crease has looked spot on.
Strong off his pads again, Sibley.
I think if you said to Dom Sibley, where would you like it? Oh, about there, please. Bit of a loosener from Jordan Buckingham.
Just not quite getting his line yet. Buckingham made his debut for Yorkshire last week. A couple of wickets. Another one who had an impressive Sheffield Shield season. South Australia winning the Shield.
Great scenes, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've got some good seamers at South Australia as well. Nathan McAndrew and Brendan Doggett.
Spent a lot of time in Perth, so I used to live there on and off for a while, so I used to see a little bit of West Australia, who dominated for a long period of time. Very interesting being in and around the club scene in Perth, and it's the same throughout Australia really, with the grade system and the amount of time these guys have to prepare for not only club games but then and therefore Shield games. Very unlike what county cricketers face, and we've discussed this over many years, how much cricket is being played, but they've got a lovely setup in terms of bringing players through into grade cricket, which is very strong, certainly was. I'm less familiar with it now. And then into those Sheffield Shield games, and then quite often in club cricket you'd get the Sheffield Shield boys and indeed the international boys playing for your club. I mean, I opened the bat with Adam Gilchrist at Perth.
Wow.
Damien Martin playing for South Perth, in club cricket, on good pitches over 2 Saturdays.
The vibe I've always got from the Australia system is it's so much more geared up to producing professionals and producing players.
Yeah, they've got a nice setup, that I think they've got the right amount of side for the population, and just certainly the way it used to be, the way they bring players through. That's been squeezed a bit, I guess, like the Big Bash, much like the 100, but from club cricket into first class cricket back in the day. It was, you used to face Joe Angel and Brendan Julian turning out from Midland Guildford, or Tom Moody as well, Midland and Guildford. They had a heck of a side. Stewie was playing as well, so that's a club side. Jutt started the day with that exact same shot. First ball of the day went for 2, that an emphatic 4. Sibley looks in good order. 79 for 1.
Yeah, it doesn't quite feel like Yorkshire bowlers have worked out where to trouble Dom Sibley, giving him a lot of balls that he'd like to see. It's a glorious shot though.
Open the batting with Adam Gilchrist in a 50 over domestic game at a place called Gosnells.
Whereabouts is that?
Inland, Perth, hot.
Yeah.
No Fremantle doctor. Fast pitch. A guy called Duncan Spencer was playing. Very fast bowler. I was out in the penultimate over for 90 something. Gilly was 258 not out. I just kept going 1 and he kept going woo. There was a deli just down the corner and it was like being panel beated by the 6s he was hitting over deep square leg. The owner came out to think what on earth was going on.
Surely that deli owner would be used to that.
I'm not sure how many times Adam played there, but on that day it woke him up. So George Hill is a very talented young cricketer. I'm very interested to see how he goes here with the ball. Jutt on top of the bounce, not much width, but he created enough. Point is in place now, but he's kept that beautifully on the floor.
It's banged into the pitch. Bowled really well yesterday evening, I thought, George Hill. Yeah.
Might be worth just trying over the wicket some of these right arm seamers to Curtis Patterson. Even if it's just for a couple of deliveries, he's got to change his guard. At the moment he's on about off stump. Let's see what he does if they go over the wicket. Will it be middle leg, middle, and then go back round the wicket and just try and move him around the crease a little bit. It seems like he's lining it up nicely there. He's waiting to accept that shot through backward point, but he seems to be lining up nicely outside off stump. And if they drift in, he's quite happy just to dink it into the leg side. Yeah, and having nothing to do with that. So if you come over the wicket now as a left-hander, you've got to change your guard, you've got to change your whole setup, you've got to open up a little bit. Do that for a couple of deliveries, then go back round. Warner used to always talk about it as a spinner, just moving the batsman around the crease. Change the angle. Go round the wicket to a lefty, then come back over. So he's constantly adjusting his stance, his guard. Just get them thinking, don't let them settle.
Feels like slipping into what I think too many sides come here and do, letting Surrey's batters slip into their rhythm and not challenging them enough, not going through all of the plans and settling and almost waiting for them to make a mistake rather than forcing them into that. It's so hard to take 20 wickets here. You've got to really force those opportunities.
Well, their disciplines have been pretty good in terms of their lines and lengths. Bit of a change there. It was a bit of a cutter. So I'm not saying you've got to try and find magic deliveries, but I'm just saying slight little adjustments with that discipline in line and length. Over, round, change the field. That shot from Curtis Patterson has Bairstow's gone defensive, so backward point is now on the boundary. 83 for 1.
So partnership swelled to 27. Sibley still there. Burns, the man to fall this morning, caught in the cordon for 31 from the bowling of White. Buckingham away from us to continue. So can Yorkshire win the second hour? I'm not saying they won the first necessarily, but they kept things tight. Didn't give away too many boundaries and got the important man, the captain Burns. What constitutes a win for Yorkshire in this session? How many wickets would you say, Katja?
Not sure it's just how many wickets, I think it's who the wickets are. I think Sibley needs to be out for this to constitute a win for Yorkshire. We saw earlier in the season just how many runs Dom Sibley is capable of scoring on this pitch.
Yeah.
Those 200s he scored. Was it against Somerset when Somerset came?
Twin Tons was Hampshire.
Hampshire, that was it.
Carried the bat in the first innings in tough sporting conditions and then was able to bat in a higher tempo in the second innings to complete the job.
You can always, I always feel like you can tell with Dom Sibley when you can see that kind of steel when he's in the mood to stick around for a very, very long time. But they'll want Sibley.
No ball signalled. And the wild card here is Patterson, having not played in this competition before, but in rude form in the Australian summer.
Yeah, that felt like a really good signing coming into cover for Smith and Pope out on England duty.
Yeah, the ability for Surrey to replace test batters with test batters as their imports, as they've been able to do on the other side of the ledger with Kemo Roach over the last 5 seasons.
But also getting a left-hander in as well.
Left-hander, that's right, yeah. It was a weird way that all played out. So we got the century at Canberra, unbeaten, having got 70 odd on debut the previous week. So an average, it's 144 or something absurd. Yeah, Andrew Sampson confirms that to my right. They played no cricket between then, the January, and the first Ashes test of 2019, which from memory started at the very beginning of August, because remember the 50 over World Cup came first that summer. So a long gap. And in that gap, there was the return of Warner, Smith and Bancroft.
Yep.
And there was a lot of change to the way the Australian team looked. Joe Burns made 100 in that test match as well, a big 100. He didn't even make the Ashes squad. And nor did Patterson. They both missed out on the 15.
There was an A series before the Ashes series over here, wasn't
right,
there? And
yeah.
Patterson didn't completely set the world alight in
Oh,
that
no,
series.
no. Quite right. He averaged 30 odd in that. He needed to make runs for Australia A. And it was... And then there was the famous bat-off down at Hampshire, where there was about 10 of them vying for, let's call it 8 spots in the squad.
Yeah.
And it was on a very sporting surface right across the square there at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
And the last man standing was Cameron Bancroft, who made an unbeaten 50 odd.
Yeah.
And that was enough to get him into the first test team, not just the squad, but the 11 as well. So it was a very odd time in Australian cricket.
It was a mad summer as well from Oz and England perspective, but I said it earlier, it does kind of feel a bit of a what if for the Curtis Patterson career.
Totally. But time on his side, age 32.
Also unlucky with COVID as well, right? Because I think he made a decent score for Australia A just before COVID hit, and then all cricket kind of shut down, and then struggled a bit with injuries, I think.
Probing over that from Buckingham. 86 for 1. Yeah, for different cricketers, COVID obviously meant different things. A number of whom I've interviewed said that kind of came at a good time, selfishly. I mean, I'm not careful how you phrase, not suggesting that they interpreted COVID as a good thing in totality, but being able to get off the treadmill for 6 months and sit at home and not think about the game quite so much, recharge the batteries, and others that came at a dreadful time when they were on the upward slope, like Patterson.
But if you also look at purely from an age bracket perspective, if you're one of those players who was in their late 20s at the point that COVID hit and you're meant to be in the prime years of your career, that's a pretty difficult point to have an interruption.
Big spell this for George Hill. Can he get it right? Can he threaten both edges? Sibley's bats looked broad so far this morning.
Yeah, interested to see how George Hill goes. He's been Yorkshire's best bowler, you'd have to say, by a bit of a mile so far this season. 22 wickets at 15s coming into this game. I think Yorkshire have struggled taking 20 wickets so far this season, but Hill has been exceptional.
Oh, again up, and this time it goes the way of Yorkshire. A number of times they've been up and about this morning, and it's taken George Hill bringing one back off the seam to deny Sibley, hitting him bang in front, gone for 29, 86 for 2.
Yeah, that's exceptional from George Hill, just drawing him forward. Was the pick of the bowlers last night, and he started off really well this morning as well. That's a big, big breakthrough for Yorkshire. Just saying they wanted Sibley out before the lunch interval.
So a partnership of 30 comes to an end with Sibley leg before for 29, Surrey 86 for 2. So Dom Sibley got the start, 4 boundaries in his innings. Didn't look best pleased with the decision watching it back on replay. He was across to the offside, so impact perhaps, but it did come back a decent way off the seam.
That looked pretty adjacent.
So it might be one of those where there has been a certain degree of momentum developed with lots of shouts this morning. Dan Lawrence now in at 4. George Hill in the book. Dan Lawrence averaging 45 this season. Got a quick century down at Hove. Been in pretty good nick. 55 not out here against Somerset. 45 last week at Warwickshire. He's typically been batting down at 6, but still plenty of work to do for Surrey to really get into this second day. 169 behind, 2 wickets inside the first 70 minutes for Yorkshire. And an opportunity now for the visitors.
Yeah, this is huge. Lawrence feels like a huge player to come in here. Yorkshire are really pulling back some kind of momentum, but with only 255 on the board, they've got to keep going. They've got to get through these 2 as well.
So let's see the wicket again. Slowed down there. Look, he did get a decent stride in, if you're looking at it from Sibley's perspective. So the ball had a decent way to go before it had to reach the stumps.
Yeah, survived a couple of LBW shots this morning, hasn't he, Sibley? Really gets that front foot out.
And that's what he's endeavouring to do, right? With that back and across, he's trying to get outside the line ideally. He thought he got outside the line. Off the mark with a neat tuck for a couple.
Yeah, seen a fair few runs scored through the leg side today.
Successful over for Yorkshire, 88 for 2.
Felt like at points that Yorkshire were just feeding Sibley into that area, but Hill did very well to draw him forward and out of his crease. Run rates can climb quite quickly here at the Oval if you're not careful.
They've done well to keep it under 3, Yorkshire. They were ticking over at about 4 and over until just before stumps last night, Surrey. So that's part of the story this morning. They're bowled tidily. A lot of seamers to rotate through. Won't need to bowl long spells necessarily. Buckingham here with 3 slips. These two would have played a fair bit of first-class cricket against each other. Andrew Sampson might be able to check that for us. Buckingham successful with South Australia in the Sheffield Shield a couple of months ago. It's wonderful scenes in Adelaide. I think that's the beauty of having a final.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't have that convention here in the UK, but having a final for a competition like that does lend itself to pretty special scenes. Oh, nearly chopped on. Bat away from the body.
It looked like it just slightly cramped him for room. Slightly didn't bounce as high as he was expecting. Yeah, his eyes lit up there, but it wasn't quite the length there to flay through the offside. Just on your point about the final, I completely agree. I think where possible, every tournament competition should have a final. That'd be a change I'd make in English cricket when I come to power.
I love it. More power to you, I say. Good leave on length there. Decent pace too. Hits the gloves hard. 83 mile an hour. Yeah, look, I know it's not the convention in England to do things quite that way, but yeah, a set-piece final to end the season could be... And we have had versions of that. The Bob Willis Trophy was resolved that way in 2020. The final at Lords between Somerset and Essex, which Essex won. And there was a Bob Willis Trophy played for in 2021 as well, but it wasn't to decide who'd won the county championship. It was the week after, which felt it didn't quite get it right. Jam down there as well. Good contest this between the Australians. The other game that I think they should bring back, it only got played once in 1991. The Sheffield Shield winner against the county championship winner. Victoria came out to play Essex at Chelmsford in 1991 in a really weird game of cricket.
Yeah.
Now, give me some of that.
Yeah, that would be a lot. You don't essentially have, if you have, let's say, Surrey in the final, you'd have England versus Australia pretty much.
We can get this over the line, I reckon, you and me. So how would it work? So no ball here. We've got 2 extra balls in the over to consider this. So it would have to be just before the championship season, wouldn't it? You could you do it at the other end? Could you do it at the end of the... Yeah, you could do it both ways.
Yeah.
Let's live a little.
September?
Let's do it twice a year. So at start of October, before the Australian season started, the winner of the championship plays over there against last year's Shield winner, and you do the reverse at the end of the Shield season here, maybe in the first week of April.
Yeah, well, you've got to make it fair.
Yeah, I'm into this.
Have
extra bounce again from Buckingham. He's a threat here, hitting the stickers on the bat.
You have the Shield winner coming over here in April with a Duke's ball under grey skies.
Yeah.
And then championship winner going over to Australia in October in 35-degree heat or whatever.
Well, it wouldn't quite be that. It'd be juicy. Yes, you're right. It'd be sporting conditions in both times of the year. We can make this work. I know the calendars are already congested, and I know that fixtures are folding on top of each other, but let's think big here. Let's build momentum. Flying through point to finish. Short boundary. Just got on top of the bounce there, Patterson. From his 50th ball, he reaches 19. It's 94 for 2.
That's a very aesthetically pleasing shot from Patterson. Fast hands. Very well timed. Straight through the offside. You could tell from the noise that came off the bat. Just pinged, echoing around the ground and over the boundary.
What I could also tell, as soon as I mentioned that 1991 game, Andrew Sampson started twitching. He started kind of shaking in his seat.
Exciting, wasn't it? back in the day. Anyway, well, two things actually. Firstly, just quickly, Buckingham and Patterson have only actually faced each other once before in a first-class game.
Oh, right.
Mildly interesting numbers. Patterson scored 19 runs of Buckingham with no 4s and 2 6s. But yeah, a couple of years ago, it was the first time ever. I think it was the season straight after COVID, 2021, when a Sheffield Shield match and a county championship matches were played on the same day. Because obviously the seasons really, very rarely overlap. But I think the Sheffield Shield was pushed back into April. The final was played, I think, April, maybe the 5th or 6th or something. And the county championship had started already. First time it had ever happened. I think it happened again the following season as well.
It did, yeah. It happened twice, didn't it? I remember at the time I
was very excited.
You were a bit beside yourself with glee.
Yeah, you could say that, yeah. I mean, what more could one want in life?
Trying to think who would have been playing in that 91 game.
I can tell you a few names.
Can you?
It was Simon O'Donnell's team.
Yeah.
Merv Hughes came over here to play in it. He made 60, I reckon, Merv Hughes.
Brilliant.
Damien Fleming was playing. Darren Berry was playing. Got a feeling James Sutherland was playing. He went on to become the long-term chief executive of Cricket Australia. Graham Gooch was playing. Derek Pringle was playing. It's a proper game of cricket.
There's got to be some highlights of that out there.
Don't believe there is. I think this is one of those games that was, well, if only live streaming existed in 1991, Coach.
Yeah. I would sit and watch that whole match live now.
Yeah, South Australia versus Surrey. It could have been the season opener here. Again, good from Hill. He's been able to shape it away from Lawrence earlier in the over. And just as it was with Sibley in his successful set that came before, there's one that hits the seam and goes the other way. This is why he's been a handful this season, Hill. Samo?
343 for 9 declared, Essex made, batting first. Derek Pringle top scoring with 68.
Love it.
50s for John Stevenson and Nick Knight. Victoria sharing the wickets among them. Merv Hughes 1 for 85, Damien Fleming 2 for 88, Simon O'Donnell 1 for 47, Tony Doddermaid 2 for 54, Paul Jackson I think.
Paul Jackson,
Paul
that's
Jackson was
it.
a spinner, 2 for 50. And then it went a bit pear-shaped for Victoria after that. 168 all out, mainly thanks to, as you said, Merv Hughes, not out 60. And then 56 for 8 in the second innings, match drawn.
Nasty. Good again to finish from Hill. Maiden for him. Ended the over 94 for 2. As we say goodbye to Katya. Catch you later in the day. And Yas Rana will jump in and see us through to the lunch interval here at the Kia Oval. Just round this off, Samo, before we come back on telly.
Spinners, Childs and such taking most of the wickets.
Thank you. I feel satisfied now. Got what I needed. So changing commentary. Joining me, I've got Yas Rana. As we see the Australians back at it again. Buckingham to Patterson. This is a good contest. This is proper.
First sign of a ball just keeping a little bit low on Patterson. But yes, a really good battle between the two Aussie overseas players. Buckingham's probably got the most carry of any of the seamers on show so far today. That shot that Patterson played through the offside a couple of overs ago was quite something.
Had to reach a long way to get to the pitch of it, but when he did, boy. The lesser spotted short ball. Didn't quite get it on target though. So Patterson signed for 3 games. Wasn't selected last week. That he was left out of the starting 11 up at Edgbaston, but is available both this week and next for Surrey. Next week Surrey have got Essex at home here in the last game of the stretch. Down leg. And there's that June-July window where they've had, I think, one more round this year. So there's 4 games in 4 weeks. Worcester away, Durham at home, Yorkshire away, so the corresponding fixture here, then Durham away. So 3 out of 4 for Surrey on the road, and 2 of them, 3 of them up north. So that'll be a busy stretch, a busy month for the 3-time defending champs. As for Yorkshire, they've got Notts at home next week. Notts, in all probability, will still be top of the pops at the end of this round after a great day yesterday. Difficult for them to lose from there as Patterson sneaks this through the onside. Didn't have a lot of room to work with. Moves into the 20s.
Yeah, I'm not sure that went entirely where Patterson intended it to go, but another 2 to the Australian. Moves on to 21. It's a really big opportunity for Patterson on just a personal level. This is a short stint, but look at another Australian of a similar age, Marcus Harris at Lancs. You can show that you're someone who should be one of the first choice overseas signings, and someone like Harris has made it work for a number of years now.
It's a great point. He does well here, and when you get to the Australian summer and they're thinking about what does 2026 look like, you can be towards the front of that queue. That'll run away, gets it fine. Helped on its way for a second boundary for Patterson in the last couple of overs. Brings up the Surrey 100 as well for the loss of 2 wickets. So both openers gone, but Patterson building into his work.
Good little passage of play here for Surrey since the dismissal of Sibley. Patterson hitting his stride. Good start to the morning from the Yorkshire seamers. Hill's bowled a really good spell. Conceded just 9 runs from his 6 overs so far. Buckingham, he's looked threatening, but he's also been quite expensive as well. 31 runs from his 6.5 overs.
So 4 balls down the leg side on that over, one of which got whipped away. The others ended up in the keeper's gloves. 100 for 2.
Even here at Surrey have signed Sai Sudarshan, the Indian youngster, in 2 consecutive campaigns. Not around in this part of the season because he's obviously busy in the IPL, doing brilliantly in the IPL this year, up there with the leading run scorers in the competition.
IPL returns, of course, today on Sky Sports Cricket. We will go from here to there. It's 10 to 3, I believe it is, yes. RCB up against KKR. Of course, you'll be able to follow all the action from the Keir Oval in various other places, YouTube primarily. Oh, leaves it. Not much interest from the bowler. But, again, it's that point of difference for Hill. It's not just bowling outswing, he's bowling quite lively wobble seam stuff as well.
Yeah, bowling from the pavilion end, Hill's performing a very similar role to that of Jordan Clark yesterday morning from the same end, giving very little away. Yeah, economy rate below 1.5 runs per over. Able to apply pressure, slow down the scoring rate. It's a similar session to what we saw yesterday. Surrey took 2 wickets in the morning, but managed to keep a lid on the Yorkshire scoring at the same time.
Yeah, just get the feeling getting a third or indeed a fourth so important for Yorkshire. Can't let these 2 get set because Lawrence scores so quickly. Patterson accomplished. They can be together for an hour, hour and a half. That number in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, 154, that'll be reduced to not many at all. So this becomes such a vital half an hour or so.
Yeah, and worth pointing out as well, Surrey bat extraordinarily deep.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark in at 8, Tom Laws at 9, Nathan Smith at 10, and Matt Fisher at number 11. Fisher last week obviously put on that record stand for the 10th wicket with Ben Foakes. Fisher is someone who I think you'd often wouldn't be surprised to see him as high as 8. Clark at 8 has batted in the top 7, top 6 for Surrey several times over the years. So real depth to the Surrey batting order this week.
Just to round out that point about Australians playing in the championship before we move off it, Labuschagne, a brief stay at Glamorgan yesterday, 7-ball duck against Northants. Athletic from both bowler and batter. Hill in the follow through, Patterson diving back.
You can see in the urgency at which Patterson turns back and dives into his ground that Hill would have been totally within his rights to have a shy at the stumps.
Had he had a ping, it would have been interesting. I mean, it would have required everything to have synced up, but yeah, nicely played. Didn't need to overhit it. Won't quite go all the way with Code in pursuit. Adding 3 more and building in confidence, Curtis Patterson.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot. Punches it hard through extra cover. No real follow through or extension of the arms. Great timing. Doesn't quite reach the boundary, but it's a really big hit towards the gas holder side of the ground.
Ends the over as well, 104 for 2. Yes, so that's 7-ball duck for Marnus Labuschagne. I don't for a moment think it'll change plans for the World Test Championship final in a couple of weeks from now, but still, he's here to get into groove for that, not to get himself into even more trouble as far as his statistical form is concerned. That final beginning on the 11th of June at Lords against South Africa, who've named their squad. Now, this is an interesting storyline playing out, isn't it? They've named a squad for the World Test Championship final with 8 IPL players in it, on the basis that Cricket South Africa would bring them back on the 25th of May to prepare for that final. And news overnight that the NOCs, which are the certificates that permit you to play domestic cricket, are now going to be extended to the end of the IPL on the insistence of that competition. So you see a change in bowling from our Vauxhall end, Jordan Thompson getting his first crack of the innings. But yeah, it does mean, theoretically at least, there could be players from the South African Test team who are playing in the IPL as soon as, I think it's 5 or 6 days before the World Test Championship final begins, which is absolutely not the ideal prep if you're a Proteas fan, and they were hoping to have their players back maybe 10 days before that. As Andrew Sampson, our resident South African, nods his head.
Well, I'm also concerned about the 4-day warm-up against Zimbabwe in Arundel.
Yes.
Because I was looking forward to spending a few days in Arundel. It's from the 3rd to the 6th of June. I don't know what's going to happen with that game.
I hope it still happens.
Yeah, exactly.
They're yes, it's unusual to have a warm-up game in that setup, but why not? But yeah, the implications of the IPL being pushed back a week or so being felt in various ways.
I suppose, though, that it only really affects players who play for a team that gets to the final of the IPL. So in theory, there are 8 players, but in reality,
I think there's 5 of them still in with the chance of the knockout. So I think 3 of them should be back by 27th, 28th of May, or whatever it is anyway. I think is it the 27th is the last round of the IPL? I think it's something like that. So.
What did you make of it, Yas, from a journalistic perspective? I'm sure you were following the story, that the very idea that CSA had said one thing one day and had prevailed to pressure the next.
I thought the public comms was interesting in that we were being given official lines that seemed to change on a daily basis. That was strange, but I don't think it's the absolute worst thing in the world. I think in reality it probably just means 1 or 2 players arriving a few days later than they'd initially intended. I know the headline of 8 players arriving late sounds scary, but in reality that is not going to happen.
I suppose it's a very, very reasonable point. Probably mean more your take on the politics at play there. That's got pace and shape, albeit after it passed the stumps and Patterson's shouldered arms.
I think there is an acknowledgement in India that the situation is different given that the tournament is finishing later than it was supposed to. We've seen that the ECB have been very comfortable in allowing England players picked up in the IPL, picked up in the auction, to miss Test cricket. Jacob Bethel, at the moment, he's out in India playing for RCB, doing well for RCB.
Left alone again, Thompson's first over a maiden. Surrey 104 for 2.
Surrey are 104 for 2, trailing by 151. They began the day trailing by 209. 2 wickets that have fallen. Both openers have gone. Sibley, the captain, first. Excuse me, Burns, the captain, first. Caught it first slip. And then Dominic Sibley, who looked solid, looked very much in control of his technique and his mind, was adjudged LBW. So the 2 openers have gone. Lawrence has faced just 13 balls for 3. And Curtis Patterson has been facing a diet of bowling from around the wicket and has lined it up pretty well. But Yorkshire's discipline has been good. Pitch has flattened out a bit, I think. That's a nice punch from Dan Lawrence. He'll pick up at least a couple. In fact, it will just be 2.
A really good spell from George Hill, owing a little bit full on this occasion. Lawrence picks up 2. And yeah, Yorkshire have been able to restrict the flow of runs this morning. Steady progress from Surrey, but they've only added, what's that, 60 runs so far today.
High, so the pitch is flattening out. Every now and again it's just a little bit of seam movement, perhaps not as much swing. We saw some swing from the Surrey bowlers yesterday, the different styles of bowling, but this is just nipped a little bit back and bounced at Lawrence. You start to think, where's my spinner? Of course, what Bairstow. I've been very interested to watch how Johnny Bairstow's captained, and he's been quite passive, I'd say. It's not a criticism, he's just played the percentages. He's kept 3 slips in. I'd like to see a gully more. And I think he could perhaps ask his bowlers to go over the wicket a bit more to Curtis Patterson, but he's just played the patient game, and he'll be saying, all right, 106 for 2, but you know they're trailing by just under 150. Stick a couple on, then you got Jason Roy coming in, who's only had 1 innings in the last however many years. Lawrence is on to that, but not out of the middle of the bat. Biggest boundary, so they'll be able to come back for the second on the arm.
I suppose it's not hugely different to what Surrey did yesterday morning. They only took 2 wickets in the first session, but managed to keep Yorkshire relatively quiet, so even though they weren't creating too many wicket-taking moments, they weren't letting the game run away from them.
$108 for 2.
But the danger for Yorkshire is that Surrey bats so deep. Matt Fisher carded to come in at number 11. That lead at the moment, under 150 for Yorkshire, that could drop very quickly, especially with these 2 at the crease. Jason Roy to come, Shaw short on red ball. Match practice, but in his day, I think people sort of forget this because of how much white ball he played for England. He had an excellent first-class record for Surrey. For a long time, averaged around about 40 in the Championship.
He's the type of player that could play the Bairstow innings. He always put Bairstow and Roy together in white ball cricket, but Bairstow was excellent yesterday. I thought it was a really nice tempoed innings, an upbeat tempo, very upbeat tempo, but put the pressure on the Surrey bowlers. When it was doing a bit, it was certainly swinging. Some classic Bairstow shots, classic Bairstow mindset really since the McCullum-Stokes era in Test match cricket. And Jason is probably the similar style player to put a bit of oomph into the innings. Bit of oomph behind that from Curtis Patterson. That's another excellent extra cover drive. He's reeled off a few of those.
Yeah, it took a while to get into his innings, but in the last 15 or so minutes, excuse me, Patterson really hit his stride. A couple of delightful drives through the offside. Moves on to 32. I had a question for you, Wardy. So,
gracious.
Yorkshire played 2 spinners last week, not playing a frontline spinner this week. And you could understand why, if they are looking at what the home side Surrey do in home conditions. Surrey generally field 4 or 5 seamers as well as the off spin of Dan Lawrence. But from the conditions that you've seen, do you see any reason why Yorkshire would not field a frontline spinner? I mean, today we've already seen Yorkshire use 4 of their seamers, but Reeves is an option as well, so plenty of seam bowling options.
Yeah, he's not lacking in options in terms of seamers, but they're quite similar. I would want a spinner in my side, because you've got to pick you pick a side, you pick an 11 for a 4-day game, not just what's happening on day 1 or the morning of day 1. Now, when we turned up yesterday, there was a full, well, still is, but a complete covering of green live grass, and you thought, right, well, it's going to carry. That's the reason that they've left the grass on the pitch. It's probably going to seam, which it did a bit, and it certainly swung. That's fine, that's day 1. Right, we're only still in the morning session of day 2. Where's the spinner? You can see how the colour changes. So you can get duped into, it's like some of the pitches you see in New Zealand for Test match. You think, my goodness, this game's going to last 5 minutes, but it doesn't. Shut. Again, very nicely controlled from Lawrence. It's a wonderful head position. Code will give up the chase. And Lawrence is into double figures.
Yeah, arguably shot the day from Dan Lawrence. We were talking just a few minutes ago about how quickly the feel of the game could change with these 2 at the crease. Both free scorers, and that lead now under 140. And I think also as an opposition, I think you can almost get duped into how Surrey view Dan Lawrence. I think previously when Lawrence was at Essex,
and again, not quite as straight because it was pushed further into his pads, but nice timing and beautiful placement. Back-to-back boundaries for Dan Lawrence. So that ends the 37th. 121 for 2.
Yeah, 13 runs from that over. Lawrence so good off his legs, whipping that through mid-wicket, moves across his stumps. And yeah, Lawrence previously, before joining Surrey, was effectively used as a part-time bowler at Essex. Simon Harmer's the main man. You're not going to take the ball off him on too many occasions when you want off-spin. But at Surrey, Lawrence's off-spin has been used more and more. For this round of fixtures, only Jordan Clark had bowled more overs than him this season. We saw him perform a really tidy job yesterday. Came on just before tea, got the big wicket of Johnny Bairstow.
Well, it's a diet of seam that continues for Yorkshire under Bairstow. Matthew Reeves from the pavilion end. I think that the point is, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that this pitch is going to break up and spin square. But as we saw from Lawrence yesterday, that change of pace, it's just changing the pace of the game as much as anything, changing what the batsman is used to. And I know Bairstow's got more options in terms of seamers, but some of the Surrey seamers yesterday seemed a bit tired. They played a lot of first-class cricket in a relatively short period of time. So not only did Lawrence provide wickets, which in many ways was a bonus, particularly that one of Bairstow, but he provided respite and just a change of pace for the fielding side and for the batting side. I don't think you should ever be in a position to go, that's what they're doing, therefore we'll do it. Well, Australian players, you would feel, are used to the short pitch ball. No great pace on that from Revis, and that was pretty comfortably dismissed through straight mid-wicket.
Just not quite short enough to really trouble Patterson, who looked like he had all the time in the world to position that straight off mid-wicket towards the short side of the ground. Be interesting to see a breakdown of run scoring this session through the overs, because it felt like Yorkshire were really disciplined early on. But just in the last 20 or so minutes, the runs have flown quite quickly. And also picking someone like Dom Bess as well. He's literally opened the batting for Yorkshire this season. He's very capable with the bat as well.
Oh, that's another lovely shot, this time through the offside. So Curtis Patterson is just starting to look exceptionally comfortable and fluent over the last 20 or so minutes. Bairstow will be slightly concerned. Revis has not settled straight away. I mean, that's the obvious one for me, Dom Bess, as you say. I mean, he scored 100, didn't he, the other week? Opened the batting the other week as well, didn't he? So you're not weakening the batting if that's a concern of yours. Do you need that diet of right arm seam? No, I don't think you do.
I think also looking at the makeup of that Surrey top 7 as well, 3 left-handers in there, so having the option of someone who turns the ball away from them is definitely useful.
The thing is, as I say, with these pitches, you're not necessarily going to say it's going to spin square, but you can slide the ball on. You can challenge the shin of the batsman. And Patterson's just trying, I think, here, well, A, to rub his knee, because that's pinned him. It's horrible when that happens. But he's just starting to really try, I think, to put the Yorkshire bowlers under pressure, particularly Matthew Revis, who's just started. Played in a second team game here years ago. My opening partner, Gregor Kennis, had a very unfortunate injury. Went to turn the ball away to the leg side, hit his pad, moved the pad out of the line of the ball, and the ball hit him straight on the kneecap. Ouch.
Just 10 runs, just 16 runs in the first 10 overs of the day, 69 in pretty much 15 since then.
Yeah, it's getting flat. And the runs are flowing, particularly off the bat of Curtis Patterson. Runs away quickly across the square here at the Keir Oval, which runs from one side of the ground to the other. So Surrey are moving through the gears. 134 for 2. Curtis Patterson is 44 unbeaten, Dan Lawrence 15, and Surrey now trail by 121. A lengthy conversation between the bowler, Jordan Thompson, and mid-off and mid-up. Right, what we're going to do here? Well, not much really, it's pretty standard fare. Just a couple of slips. 3 on the offside. mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, third man, and still round the wicket.
134 runs to Surrey's name at the moment, but 26 of those have come in the last 2 overs. The excellent work of Hill and White and Coe this morning. It's almost been undone in the last 10 or so minutes. That pressure's disappeared somewhat. This partnership already worth 48.
Who would you say their quickest bowler is, Yorkshire?
I think it's probably Buckingham.
So an option would be a bit of short stuff.
Definitely.
Two overs, right, let's have a go and just mix it up, and then you can go back to your line and length. But this is just a diet of right arm seamers, and to Patterson it's round the wicket. Just change something for a couple of overs.
Yeah, I think that's the thing at the moment. Surrey aren't being asked new questions. I understand it if you're able to control the scoring rate, if you're applying a lot of pressure, you can potentially induce a mistake just by keeping it tight for a bit, but they haven't been able to do that in the last few overs. It takes a while to rebuild that pressure, so it's definitely worth trying something else at the moment.
A slight change of pace for you later on, weather permitting, here on Sky Sports Cricket, because IPL restarts today with RCB hosting KKR. It is weather permitting. They've had quite a bit of rain over the last couple of days. All the work to try and get IPL restarted again could be thwarted by the elements, but if it's not, it'll be coming up around 3 o'clock. And Johnny Bairstow could be on his way to join Mumbai. He was sort of in IPL mode yesterday, wasn't he? Belligerent innings, wonderful innings to watch.
Yorkshire obviously on the back foot at the moment, but without that Bairstow innings, it could really be quite ugly on day one for the visiting team.
Absolutely. Classic Bairstow, wasn't it? In every way, just the mindset, the shots that he played. Real surprise when he flipped that one out into the deep off Lawrence to be dismissed. Lovely. It's got to be 4 of those he's played today, and Curtis Patterson is now going through the gears.
Yeah, another wonderful shot through the offside from Patterson. I've been struck by just how hard he hits the ball without much of a flourish or extension of the hands. It's another one that hasn't just reached the boundary rope, it's raced towards the fence. He's on to 48. Sorry, 138 for 2.
Great place to bat though, isn't it, the oval, particularly when you hit the ball square of the wicket, and now with the square going all the way across, it rattles along. It was always a quick scoring ground, but the nets used to be down this end, as we were talking about yesterday, so you had a slight bit of respite as a bowler because it slowed up a little bit more as it got off the square, which was still big, but now it just runs straight the way across. 6,000 or so in yesterday. We might get close today, unless there's a load of Palace fans in the area might be tuning in for the FA Cup final. Sort of your team, isn't it? Another lumpy on drive from Lawrence. He's played 3 of those now. Not timed well enough to get to the boundary, but a very smart looking on drive. You're a gunner, really, though, aren't you?
No, I'm an Arsenal fan.
So where's the Palace? You can't support 2 sides. Come on, sure.
To be very clear, I am only an Arsenal fan, but I have a soft spot for Palace.
So what's the Palace thing?
A lot of my close mates are Palace fans, and there's one in particular who I know this is the biggest day of his life, I reckon.
There was quite a few Palace fans kicking around Waterloo Station, actually, when I arrived a little earlier today. There's a couple walking towards the ground, and maybe a bit of cricket, and get themselves to the final. Bairstow has posted A defensive fielder out there in the leg side.
Yeah, it's not quite happened for Rivas so far. 16 runs from his first 8 deliveries. And unfortunately for Yorkshire, they don't really have the runs to really be able to endure mini passages of play like this.
Yeah, you've got to be ruthless sometimes as a captain and just say, you know, listen, Matthew, it's not working. Only 2 overs. Take a breath. Maybe have a go from the other end. Fairness to him, he's bowling against 2 players who are, well, pretty well set, particularly Patterson. And also with a ball that's coming up to 40 overs old. And that's when these Dukes tend to go softer. Just sounds different on the bat. Problems. It was all going so well. Back. Bit of bowling yesterday. How many overs did he bowl yesterday? Andrew, have you got that to hand? He did that running or playing the shot. I thought that was Ollie Pope coming down the stairs for a moment. Send for the chiropractor. He looks in discomfort, doesn't he?
Yeah, and as you say, it wasn't immediately obvious what prompted the injury, which is rarely a good sign.
Well, there's going to be a delay here while Dan Lawrence receives a bit of fluid and some treatment. Just having a look at some of the other scores. So Worcestershire in their first innings were 358 all out. Essex in reply are 55 for 3. That's New Road, Worcester. No, just give me that one. Sorry, Warwickshire. I was going to talk about 99 for 5. Hampshire in their first innings were 300 all out. So perhaps the pitch is doing a bit more at Edgbaston than it was last week. Somerset 338 all out. Sussex in their first innings are 62 for 2. And Durham have made a good start, chasing down Nottinghamshire's 407. A fantastic double 100 from Hasib Hamid, unbeaten on 206. Durham are doing well, 99 without loss.
And on that game at Durham, very excitingly, young James Minto, just 17 years old, 61 not out. Surrey fans would have seen him last season playing for Durham here, age of 16. He bowled genuinely sharp, hitting 85 mph from the speed guns, hit Rory Burns on the helmet in his first spell here at the Oval. And we had Scott Borthwick on commentary during that game, and Borthwick told us, watch out for his batting as well. We're like, really? And here he is opening the batting. Ben McKinney's had a brilliant start to the season, not involved this week. I think he's had his own. Actually, no, he's batting 3.
He's at 3, yeah.
Minto's gone up top and made the most of his first opportunity opening in first class cricket.
So 12 overs Lawrence bowled yesterday, but he did bowl 38 last week.
Okay, well, thank you, Samo. I found some Palace fans. Maybe they just don't have a ticket. Maybe they prefer the cricket, but they're supporting Palace from afar.
I reckon you're able to squeeze in morning session here, get on the tube and get to Wembley easily early enough for
my tube knowledge is fairly limited going that way. I can get from the Shires of Surrey up here, but is that a simple journey up to Wembley?
Northern line up to London Bridge, and then Jubilee all the way.
Got confused on the Northern line today. It stopped at Kennington, and I thought, well, that's not quite where I want to go. I need to be going one stop further. Lawrence is in trouble again. Reeves has banged that one in, and in the process of playing that pull shot, it's like a spasm has struck him again. Now, these don't tend to just disappear very quickly.
I wonder, with just 3 minutes to go to the lunch break, likely 1 over after this ball, 1.2 overs remaining. If Lawrence will just try and get through to the interval, clearly in some bother at the moment.
Yeah, well, the advantage he has is that interval, and he's got the lunch break to perhaps get in an ice bath or whatever they do to try and alleviate these things, anti-inflammatories. Yeah, it happened mid-session, and you wouldn't want him to retire now with folks coming in for 1 over or something. I think Patterson's got to realise the situation here and perhaps just farm the strike.
No field change for Yorkshire though.
No, you've got to be careful also with the running between the wickets. You've got to be mindful of what your batting partner's going through, whether that be injury or just how quickly they can run between the wickets. 143 for 2.
A more general point around the fields that we're seeing, that since the Surrey scoring rate hit another level, we've just seen more protection on the boundary, which means that actually the Surrey batters now have far more opportunities to just rotate the strike.
Well, I think this is where Bairstow's got to play the situation with Lawrence. See him in discomfort playing that short ball. So maybe for 6 balls up to the break, and that's probably what we're going to get up to the lunch break. Maybe a little bit of short stuff. Get someone under the helmet. If he tries to ride it, he might just punch it up in the air. If he's going to take it on, he's going to be in discomfort. So he's got a short mid-wicket in place. Fine leg, and a man going back sort of on the hook, so maybe this is a change of length. The offside point region is open to a square third man. What's the length going to be? Does he need that at mid-wicket, or could he go under the helmet? Anyway, what length? Full. And more pain for Lawrence.
Definite change in the field for this over. 2 men out on the leg side boundary, but it is interesting seeing that man in at a catching mid-wicket. Buckingham no more than 12 or so yards away from Lawrence. What do you think the game plan is there with the catching mid-wicket?
Don't know. I just think he's going to fall over one and just clip it in the mid-wicket, but why would you not have done that before? I was anticipating the length to be a bit shorter with that field.
George Hill running up from first slip to deliver a message to Thompson before this delivery.
Well, he's not happy, Dan Lawrence, that's for sure. Wincing after every delivery. He's got 3 balls to get through before he can make his way up the stairs into the newly excellently renovated dressing rooms, I'm told. Not been up there for 20 years, but they've got all the gear up there medically, so hopefully for Surrey's sake and Dan's sake, they can put him back together. But 3 to survive. Got to be a short ball in here somewhere, isn't there? Oh, he's a long way across, but no.
Crucially for Dan Lawrence, he's off strike.
Yeah. See Curtis Patterson taking his guard there, and he's right on off stump, which is what he's been doing all day with the bowlers around the wicket. A day for some sunscreen. Well, Lawrence didn't appreciate that, but Patterson is through to a very well-made 50. He apologises to Dan Lawrence for making him take that run, but he wanted that little personal milestone. He's played beautifully to get there.
Yeah, not selected last week, Curtis Patterson, the Aussie overseas. 50 on debut for Surrey, continuing his excellent recent form, one of the stars of the Australian home summer. Domestically, 880 runs at 63. He's looked really, really good here today. Some glorious shots through the offside.
Well, that's what I was expecting a bit more of. In the end, Lawrence plays that well. I'm not going to say comfortably, he did technically, but not physically. And he's made it through to the break, so now the physio needs to get to work to try and alleviate that back spasm or whatever it is. So he goes to the lunch break 19 unbeaten from 29. Curtis Patterson has gone through to an excellent 50. With all day to bat, Surrey trail by 110, then 145 for 2.
Good session for the host. Yorkshire started it, bowling with real discipline, but the session got away from Yorkshire a little bit towards the end. Patterson and Lawrence really finding their stride. And in the end, Surrey had 99 runs to their total on the morning session on day 2. And given that Yorkshire first innings total was only 255, and we know that generally days 2 and 3 are the best time to bat here at the Kier Oval, Surrey in a really, really good position 4 sessions into this contest.
Yeah, the 2 wickets to fall were the 2 openers. First to go, captain Rory Burns, who was nicely taken by Hill at first off the bowling of Jack White. He made 31. And Sibley, who had looked really good actually, looked very composed, a couple of lovely drives. He was adjudged LBW to the bowling of George Hill for 29, but Patterson is there on 50, and Dan Lawrence is his partner unbeaten as well.
Code, White and Hill all very disciplined first up for Yorkshire this morning, but the other Yorkshire teams haven't quite been able to back up their excellent early work, and Yorkshire coming into this game with 6 right-arm seamers, possibly lacking a bit of variety here on the second morning.
Well, they'll have to have a little bit of a rethink now as the lunch break is taken and some spectators come onto the field. Sorry, starting the day 209 runs behind. They were 46 without loss. At lunch on day 2, they're 145 for 2. So the crowd will enjoy a bit of wandering around this historic ground and the sunshine. Hopefully you'll enjoy what we've got next. We'll have a look back at how Surrey won their 3rd consecutive county championship last year.
And if you get off to a good start and can nullify that new ball, which they do on numerous occasions, it makes it so much easier for the glamour boys in the middle order to then do what they can do.
Good luck, Ollie. Good luck, Ollie.
I mean, it's a really good engine room, isn't it?
If you look at the batting group, you've got 6-7 guys who have played Test cricket.
We're adaptable because of the skill sets that we have, whether it's a Pope or a Smith, Lawrence, whoever it may be. They can up the tempo, they can sit in. And when you've got players like that, it makes it a lot easier.
Well, I think Smithy as a whole, obviously you can see what he's been doing on the international stage now, but him making that number 4 spot his own, which is a really important position, especially if you lose a couple early in county championship cricket. I think his 100 in the first innings against Essex was vital, and his partnership with Sabah against Warwickshire, where they put on over 100, 7 down, and it really just changed the momentum of the game, and we won 2 sessions early.
Smithy played some unbelievable innings. He's an amazing player.
It's been a nice 24 hours.
Dan's been great. He's obviously a fantastic bloke, and the way he's come in and he just adds so much to the dressing room as a character, as a player. You can tick off anything you want, really. Both knocks he played against Worcester at home and away were nothing short of ridiculous, and were huge for our season in winning both of those games.
Ryan Patel, he played 2 of the most important innings of the season to get us into positions to win the game.
Me, on a personal note, getting those 200s, especially not being in the side at the start of the year, I think I've almost changed my mindset and just trying to enjoy my cricket and try and do well when I get on the park and actually not put too much pressure on myself. And fortunate enough, a couple of hundreds, couple of 50s during the season. And I think the Essex one really changed things, and just coming back in and getting 100 to put us in a good position against Essex just really sort of let the season sort of loose a little bit, and I just felt at ease.
Massive member of the changing room, and everyone likes seeing proper nice people do well. And
Go on 100.
Fun last session for me to bat with the boys and obviously put the boys in a good position, leading by 360.
Travelling in on the train with him all the time and spending winters together and seeing all the work that he's put in, to see that come out in a knock. A bit like proud dad at different times. You know, the first 3 shots of like George's innings that day when he got 100. It was almost like, from seeing at the other end, I was trying to keep him from getting too far ahead of himself, just because I knew that he was, like, how he moved, how the ball hit the middle of his bat.
I think he cut his 3rd one away, and I was just like, he's on it.
The sort of the bat speed that went through, I think, one of his first boundaries through cover point in his first sort of 3 balls, I was just like, wow, like, he's here to go. So it was just like basically trying to keep him focused, and it was, well, that's a hell of a knock, wasn't it?
Hey, Joe, well done, mate.
You're going to need a squad. I think we had more players playing in our championship side than perhaps any other, and that's because of our England call-ups, franchise cricket, white ball call-ups, etc. And therefore we know it's a squad that wins it, not an 11.
Incredibly proud of how I started the season, because I've put so much work into my bowling in particular.
Well, that's it. That finishes it.
Well, pleased for him after the first game. After the second one, he was strutting around like he got 700 Test wickets. But it is nice to see. I mean, being a leggy batting at 8 in English county cricket is a tough gig.
Get that blend of experience, those who are sort of in the middle part of their career, who want to do a lot for Surrey and try and get into the England setup, and those who are here who've got the potential to play for England, but first of all, you've got to break in and dominate the Surrey 11. Very proud of the 24 season, even more so probably than the 23 and the 22 season and the 18 season, because to win it 3 and 3, one takes a lot of hard work, a lot of preparation, but also the fact that it hadn't been done since 1968, I think I'm right in saying.
What stands out for me collectively is how tight the group is, and how, I mean, obviously how well we get on with each other, but the way people pick each other up in certain moments, pat each other on the back when things go well.
Our dressing room is one of the best I've been around, both as a player and then obviously in this role since. And again, that's credit to the individuals. Yeah, I'll keep going back to the captain and the coach, but it's the others as well. I've always said if I can choose one trophy to win, I want to win them all. But if you only choose one, I'll always choose the county championship.
I don't think anyone has quite appreciated just yet that we've won three in a row. I think you obviously have the mad celebrations when you do win, and a lot of it's relief, a lot of it's excitement, and all those emotions blurred into one. But I don't think any of us will truly appreciate how special it is.
Probably the lifting of the trophy being the coldest trophy lift I think that's probably ever existed in county cricket, and the fact that no one got back into their whites and it was everyone in their coats and caps and just hoodies up. I think that was probably, yeah, my first and last memory of the season.
Could members and spectators who are on the outfield please start making your way back to your seats before the start of the second session. Thank you. between umpires David Mills and Mark Newell. Johnny Bairstow heading at Yorkshire.
Umpires and players make their way back onto the outfield in the sunshine here in South London and the Kia Oval. We're into now the afternoon session of day 2 of this county championship fixture between Surrey, the defending champions, and Yorkshire. This is where the match is as we stand. Surrey in a good position. The only slight concern for them at the minute is that Dan Lawrence had some back issues just prior to the lunch break. But he's unbeaten on 19. Patterson, the overseas Australian left-hander, is 50 not out and going nicely. Surrey trail by 110. At the start of the day they were trailing by 209. The 2 wickets to have fallen today have been both openers, the captain Rory Burns and his opening partner Dom Sibley. Dan Lawrence is fit to resume his innings. I imagine he would have had some extensive treatment and probably something to eat during that lunch break. So he's unbeaten on 19. Patterson 50, 2 wickets to go. Burns first, good low catch from Hill at first slip, and then Hill the bowler who won that LBW appeal against Dominic Sibley, who at most parts of his innings looked in pretty good control of his mind and his body and his technique, but he was dismissed by that LBW decision for 29. Burns for 31. Surrey trail by 110. Minimum remaining overs today 68. An important start to this session for Yorkshire and their bowlers. Buckingham kicks it off against Patterson, who effectively and efficiently tucks that into the leg side to get off strike. All eyes on Lawrence a little bit to see how he's moving, and all eyes Phil Walker to see what tactics and plans Johnny Bairstow and Yorkshire can come up with.
Well, indeed, they're already going to post 2 men out on the leg side boundary, which suggests that Buckingham is going to try and extract as much pace from the middle of the pitch as he possibly can, and I think to test Dan Lawrence's mobility. The pain was clearly quite evident before lunch.
No ball. You can see Lawrence hanging back there as well, perhaps with that fielder you're mentioning in mind. I thought that's what they might have done. There's only one bumper in that final over before lunch when Lawrence was on strike. I thought that would have been a tactic just to try and unsettle him.
Yeah, they tried it the very ball after he'd received some treatment, and you saw him almost bent double after the shot and shooting to the side, where it looks like he may have strained something. 3 men out, in fact.
Yeah. Double bluff so far.
They have to try something though, don't they?
Well, exactly. Bairstow's been, he's played the percentages really. He's kept a couple of catches in place and a ring field and the occasional fielder on the boundary. But I think it's time to just try and make something happen.
Yeah, it felt ominous. That last half an hour up to lunch, I thought they stuck at it pretty well for most of the session, but Curtis Patterson, unflustered authority really for his unbeaten 51, took the game away from them.
Well, it was an uncomfortable shot on both levels, both in terms of the position he got into and what that's done to his back. Probably the back is the reason he got into an uncomfortable position to play it, but he's obviously been checked over by the medical team. I'm certain there's some sort of Brufen tablet or something he's swallowed, but
it's not kicked in yet.
No. Sometimes you're better off just saying, right, do you know what, this, I need a bit more treatment, and sorry Ben folks, you've got to come in. Meanwhile, Curtis Patterson has looked serene really, but I'm liking this. At least they started with something slightly different, and that is basically Buckingham is over the wicket, not round. Exclusively a diet of around the wicket, and he lined it up very well.
Bowled with a bit of pace, early 80s, extra bit of vim and vigour as well, recognising the countryman at the other end. There's a private game being played out here.
He looks very well organised as a batsman. left-hander, I know it didn't go for any runs, and the bowler did the fielding, but the head position and the straight bat, simple. You're hitting the ball back through mid-on as a lefty to a right arm over. The technique's in order.
Very uncomplicated style, which is in vogue with the latest fads in batting. There's been a kind of like a revival of orthodoxy, really, it seems.
Thank heavens for that.
Indeed.
149 for 2. Surrey bat deep. Ben Folkes, who's been in terrific touch with the bat and the gloves yesterday. That catch down the leg side was some of Folkes' best stuff. He's brilliant up to the stumps, but his athleticism behind it is fantastic as well, and that was in evidence yesterday. Then Jason Roy, who made his return to red ball cricket last game. That was the catch from Folkes. Look at the ground
he's wild.
made there. I mean, I know it looped a little bit, but gracious me, the footwork, the power as well. Keepers in their backsides and their legs are so strong because of the squats. It just means they can launch themselves. That was a terrific catch. Best I've seen, I think. Folkes, James Foster be up there as well. Sarah Taylor in the women's game. I think Folkes just about takes it because of his glove work to the spinners when we've seen him in the subcontinent. But he's in good form with the bat. Then I mentioned Jason Roy, Ryan Patel, Jordan Clark, Laws, Nathan Smith and Matt Fisher, who did a great job in the last game against Warwickshire.
Man in short on the onside for the punched drive. Again, perhaps trying to play on the sense that Lawrence's movements are slightly restricted. He's going to try and bowl stump to stump here is Jack White.
What they don't want is one to just pop up to short leg, because I think if you're struggling to move your feet, that's possibly where you might fall over, and it might just pop straight up in the air. And they are going to go straight, as you say. The Q end. 150 comes up for Surrey, 150 for 2 after 42 overs and 2 balls. They trail by 105.
6 right arm seamers.
Same unit.
Does feel like that.
Well, the point of difference to Surrey yesterday, because they were a similar situation, right arm seamers, was Lawrence, wasn't it?
Yeah. And we were on together at that point and wondered if what Rory Burns was thinking, you know, to open up with the off-break bowler, but he actually brought about a sense of calm, really, and played on Johnny Bairstow's ego a little and won that mini battle, and then picked up a good caught and bowled as well, but he didn't go for many, 2 and a bit and over, and it put the strangle on while also being incisive. He's really developing as an off-break option in this side.
Well, the other thing it did yesterday, as you say, it gave Surrey a bit of control. He also took wickets, notably that of Bairstow, who looked in fine touch. But I hear you guys, and you cover county cricket extensively, far more than I do, talk a lot about sides' awareness of the over rate and the penalties that can be given if they're behind. How much of that is made into the decision-making process of captains? And perhaps Burns yesterday, actually, we need to get through a few here. Nice. Very efficient he's been today with his movement and his stroke making. It probably won't go to the boundary. Lawrence, even with that dodgy back, is happy to come back for the 3rd.
Albeit gingerly,
yeah.
He's not moving comfortably. Couldn't be more impressed with Curtis Patterson. Strolled out down those steps for the first time in Surrey colours. Middled his first ball straight to extra cover. Picked off a couple of singles to get himself going, and since then he's been technically watertight completely at ease. No histrionics. Very few play and misses.
.153 for 2. Talk about those over rates. Is that something that's in the forefront of all the captains' minds around the circuit?
I think it's a factor, for sure. 98 overs in a day make for very long days as well, and as you say, there are penalties for failing to complete your overs. I think yesterday Surrey actually got through their overs pretty well. They bowled 29 in the first session, and so they were able to call upon Lawrence for that, if you like, 15 or so overs up until the new ball yesterday evening, and it made sense tactically.
Runs down towards third man. Should be 2 of them if Lawrence can get back for 2, which he does comfortably in the end.
It's been his shot today. The punch, the back foot punch, or not even necessarily back foot, just waiting for it, not over-committing, punching it crisply through extra cover and then just behind square. It's a good technique because there's nothing flashy about it. He plays it under his eyes. Doesn't go looking for it, doesn't need to. Impressive, this.
And they'll very happily tuck it into the leg side when they bowl a little straight. I call it almost an efficient technique, and that sounds like I'm underplaying it. I don't mean that at all. I mean that as a compliment. It just looks like, okay, back, forward, into the ball, clip off the leg. You mentioned no histrionics. It's no real flamboyance, and again, that's not a criticism in the slightest. It's a compliment. It just looks like he's in control of what he's trying to do. So still those 3 men out on the leg side. And there is the short stuff, which Lawrence is happy to just step inside.
Very little pre-delivery movement as well. Just keeps himself light on his feet, does Patterson, but there's no discernible back and across or nothing especially funky. Stands there, picks his bat up, keeps his head still and plays through the line. Maybe that's how you should do it.
Oh, has it ever been thus?
And yet,
till people come up with weird and wonderful new ideas of how to reinvent the wheel. Goes for the Yorker, which he gets underneath the bat of Lawrence, who clips it away leg side, but he's overstepped again, so that's his second no ball in this spell.
Watching the amount of county cricket that I do, there's been a definite shift in the prevailing sense of what's going to get the job done in terms of technique, and there's definitely been a move back to fewer movements, fewer body parts flying all over the place as bowlers prepare. Definitely, while some players have notable pre-trigger movements, Lawrence does, for example, there are fewer players than used to, and I think there has been a reversion to the more, if you like, in inverted commas, old world orthodoxies, and it's turning out that that's actually a pretty useful way to go after all.
Begs the question as to why on earth players ever went away from what has worked for a century and a half.
I think certain batters confronted with the Duke's ball in England on result pitches were trying to find ways around that problem. And compounding it rather than solving it.
I remember speaking to John Crawley years ago when he'd made the move down. Yeah, well, quite. One of the most talented players of his generation, with a brilliant player of spin, very strong off his pads, just a damn good player. And he went down to Hampshire, and the Rose Bowl, as it was then, had just started, and the pitch, let's be honest, was shocking because it hadn't settled quickly. And Creepy said to me he changed his technique. Lawrence gets out the way of that and then rather uses his bat as a walking stick. He's in pain, 160 for 2. And he was saying to me, and Reminded me what NASA was talking a lot when Ollie Pope was batting at times in Test matches, why he's so far across, and that's because in county cricket, as you say, the ball's nipping around. And exactly what John Crawley was doing in those pitches at the Rose Bowl. The ball, he felt he had to, like, his first line of defence was not his bat, but his thigh pad.
Yeah.
So he made a decision to try and get a bit further across to off stump, and then subconsciously it went almost too far. And he struggled to get, when he went on to pitches that didn't go up and down and sideways, when he went away from the Rose Bowl, he struggled to get back into that normal technique and find his rhythm. Pitches of golf is another one. Pitches is such an integral part of what makes a cricket match and a cricketer. So I understand that. I understand players were trying to counteract the Duke's ball and the pitches, but still, technique's a technique, and it's sound basics will serve you well.
I think there's an element, smallish, but there nonetheless, of the Steve Smith phenomenon. If you talk to Ben Folkes, he's quite open about that. He watched him in the flesh as an England reserve on one Ashes tour, and saw a genius of hand-eye coordination at work.
Absolutely.
And thought, okay, that makes sense. But of course, you need to be Steve Smith to pull it off time after time. Plus, of course, on Australian pitches, truer, a little bit less lateral movement, although it's not quite the case these days, but certainly historically, of course. And
well, it makes sense to Steve Smith, because as you say, there's only one Steve Smith, and don't forget, you could watch him in a Test match in one session, and the next session he's triggering completely differently. A phenomenal natural talent. And he's always fiddling. He's in his bedroom at 9 till 3 o'clock in the morning fiddling. He's one of the great tinkerers anyway. That's in his character. So it probably suits his character. Whereas others, probably more orthodox in character, probably need to be more orthodox in their game.
Yeah.
Those early days of the Rose Bowl, though, it was not much fun. I remember playing down there, and Shane Watson was bowling for Hampshire. Watto could bowl quick before he got a bit big and his back started to get sore. And he bowled a fullish ball to me, which I looked to punch through extra cover, and he hit me in front of my face on the front glove. Again, an efficient little clip from Patterson into the leg side will definitely bring him 2. Probably that's all it will be. And I punched it through extra cover for a couple, came back. He then bounced me the next ball. I ducked it and was bowled. And I remember Sean Udall coming up to me as I was trudging off, apologising the state of the pitch. It's a fruity old encounter. Now, of course, they're belters down there. They can be, certainly for one-day cricket.
One hell of a story, Curtis Patterson, really. 32 years old now, played 2 Test matches, made an unbeaten 100 in one of them, didn't play again. Welcome to Australian cricket. But he endured 3 or 4 horror years in Shield cricket in Australia, and averaged, just looking it up here, 21, 28, 29 across 3 years from 2020 to 2023. Normally in Australia you're done for.
He's a long way across, but surely going down on the angle. 45 done, 162 for 2. Good story up at Durham.
Is he still going?
Yes, he is. 67, I think. Just to have a look at this on the angle. Well, close to leg stump, but I can see why umpire David Mills has turned that down. So 162 for 2. Surrey trail by 93. You got the Durham card up there.
We do, but it's rather anticlimactic news.
No.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Oh, ow. He's taken his jumper off. He's like a giraffe having a drink running up there. Dan Lawrence, he's not happy. Come on, bring us the bad news.
Well, James Minto, who is 17 years and 111, 172. Yeah, 117 days old. Made 67 opening the batting today, and if he had managed to get past that, up to 100, he would have become the youngest in championship history. As it is, he perished after lunch.
Too high, I think. Who was the youngest?
The well-known Godfrey Bryan.
There you go.
And the second youngest?
The second youngest is Deepak Patel. You remember him? New
Yeah.
Zealander.
Well, Dan Lawrence did it young
and
as
Dan
well.
Lawrence is the third youngest.
Right.
He was the third. Okay, I thought he might have been the second. I was here for that. He made 163, 161. Yeah, he's 17 and a bit as a wiry little kid. Batting 3 against the Surrey side containing Sangakkara and Patterson, and he's strummed 161.
Imagine he did score 160 odd if he was facing Sangakkara and Kevin Patterson.
That is what it sounded like, admittedly. Yeah, so James Minto, who is a very exciting young cricketer, we saw him here play, I think it might have been his debut for Durham, and he was 16 and a bit at the time, and he was a quick left armer. Not much of him, 5'8", maybe 5'9", but he inconvenienced Rory Burns, clanged him on the grill at one point, and looked like a good likely lad that they'd found. Turns out he's a batter who bowls.
Flipped away, leg side and down. Well, Yorkshire need to take their chances. That could have been, well, should have been the opportunity to have just, well, got rid of Patterson and got them back on track. I'm not saying it was an easy chance because it went quickly, but gracious me, what an opportunity for the breakthrough.
James Wharton down there, that's a killer. Got to take everything here, defending 255 up against it. Best team in the land. You have to take that. Saw it all the way, it's a good seeing ground. Didn't have to move too much.
First time Curtis Patterson has looked a little flappy at the crease.
Godfrey Bryan. I like to look up these guys, you know, what happened to him. He made a century at the age of 17. He played first-class cricket from 1920 to 1935, mostly for Kent, but also for the Army. Had a fairly decent first-class record. Turns out he went on to get a CBE for military services in Malaya. He was an Army man. So that's why he didn't play as much cricket as he might have liked to.
Yeah, more important things to do by the sounds of it than play cricket. Look at that drop from Wharton. How costly could that be as Patterson unleashes another drive that is flashed across this big square for 4. Oh dear, 169 for 2.
Jordan Buckingham, welcome to county cricket. Trying his heart out here. Finally, as Ian Ward says, inconveniences his countryman for the first time. Looks a bit flappy. Offers up the chance. Grasped. 2 balls later, cream through the covers, and it runs across those practice pitches for 4.
You say it's a good seeing ground. It might be now. It wasn't back in the day when some genius decided to put red seats in.
Really?
Now, given that we had a very good crowd yesterday of 6,000 for a county championship game, we've got a very good crowd today, but as you can see, there are a lot of seats available, and if they're red and they're square of the wicket and you're at point, it ain't much fun.
I've never heard that. That's a classic.
They were over there primarily, if memory serves me correct, in front of the old pub, the gas holders side. But I do remember being at backward point to Chris Lewis, and Robin Smith got a little bit of width from a delivery from Louis, and I didn't see it. I heard it go past my ear, but I didn't see it. Yeah, that side of the ground had red seats. What genius came up with that idea, but that's what happened. First time I've been here since the gas holders are being redeveloped.
Yeah, I read an article that Chris Tremlett's involved in doing a bit of estate agency work.
He is.
might be renovated into some flash flats.
He was at my golf club a couple of years ago, and I hadn't seen Trem in ages.
You can't miss him now.
Well, I walked out onto the terrace, a very nice place to have your breakfast or a cup of coffee, and I thought, who on earth is that? And it was Trem. Well, he was big when he played cricket, my goodness me. You ever heard that story when he first met Warney?
No.
Warney turns up at Hampshire, goes in the dressing room, and yeah, great, Shane Warnstrom, this is amazing. Trem sat there in the corner. Warney goes over to introduce himself. Trem stands up, they shake hands, and then Trem takes a discman out of his mouth. That was how he greeted Shane Warne. He had a whole Sony discman in his mouth, and that was how he first met Shane Warne. Warney didn't know what to say.
Do we know if this was his general way of introducing himself?
No, the conversation sort of ended there, as I was just in fits of laughter. But yeah, some party piece, party trick.
And it is. He was key man, wasn't he, in that famous Ashes tour, 2010-11. Came in second half of that series, did the business at Melbourne. It's an all-time great day, that. All out for 90 odd and 150 for naught at the end of it on Boxing Day. We have to cling to these moments.
We do. Finney was dropped, wasn't he, after taking a load of wickets? Nicely tucked away and placed. This will pick up a couple.
In a funny kind of way for Dan Lawrence, and I don't want to kiss of death him here, but being mindful of being inconvenienced by this injury, this back injury or side injury, it might just keep him in his bubble a little bit, keep him so he doesn't get too expansive. And sometimes with Lawrence, because he has all the shots and a few more on top of it, he can get a bit carried away. So might not be too bad a thing. Just play within himself a touch here. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, that hurt.
The mind is willing, the body is unable. It's a good point you make, though. It's funny thinking back to the last time I saw Dan bat, which was here against Sri Lanka, 173 for 2. He was expansive, shall we say, in a very different role, but he was expansive. Oh, there's one there. No, there's not.
Yeah, I remember watching that particular innings, his second innings. I think he made 30 odd at a run of ball in a couple of classic Lawrenceian shots, but it was a kind of poignant knock as well. I'm a big fan of Dan Lawrence. I've followed his career since that day that we mentioned earlier, here in 2015, I think it was, and it felt like he was on a hiding to nothing, really, and that he pigeonholed himself to have to play a certain way, and it became an extreme version of this front foot attacking English opener style, and it felt like it was only a matter of time before he upended himself, really, and he hasn't played since.
Well, Surrey yesterday were trying to get the ball changed to no avail. Johnny Bairstow has had more luck this time with umpires Newell and Mills. So there's going to be a slight delay while they choose another pill. Rather memory of that Sri Lanka Test match. I've just been reminded by my producer here, or our producer here, who was producing the coverage in that game. It was freezing, blowing a gale, and he made us come on air from the top of the Galadari stand.
Nice.
He's now saying he didn't make us, but when he's the one that actually chooses where we come on air, that in essence means that's where he made us come on air from. So we were frozen before we started. Right, so they're going to go through that boxer. Well, they had a problem a few years ago having enough spares, didn't they? Do you remember? And certainly spares of a certain age. Because by definition, a ball that's what's now 47 overs old, they're probably all going to be slightly out of shape. So they're not having to throw out, don't go back to the Ashes, that ball change, but that's in essence what happened. by definition a harder ball because it's a ball that's in shape. They found one that they're content with. So we'll see if it sounds as well any different, if it sounds a little bit harder. Change of ball, change of luck for Yorkshire, change the bails maybe.
Yeah, it's really ebbing away from them. You have these tiny windows, and they had one just before lunch, and then with that chance created in just 2 overs back, grasped by James Wharton at long leg. I feel like it's now or never for them, really.
Now they're trying to squeeze that ball out of shape. Well, they've got it now. They've got to change, see if it's a bit harder, try and get a good shine on it, and let's see if it will swing. We haven't seen much swing today from the Yorkshire attack. We saw quite a bit of it yesterday from Surrey. You'd say the atmospherics are very similar. Different cricket balls are all handmade, but it looks like it's got a decent shine on it. Oh, don't miss that. We didn't. And it's gone away for 4.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe pitching on leg, possibly half an inch outside, but it was close. But he's very much in control of his game here, the left-hander. And he's winning this battle between the two Aussies just at the moment. One chance created. Buckingham's given his all post-lunch. He's bowled a decent spell, I think. Much more left in the tank. 4 deliveries in this over.
Nice to see a cable knit sweater.
Yeah, he has a very Aussie bearing about him. even the bat is a classic Aussie sponsored bat, and yeah, no fuss. I do like the way he plays through the offside. Echoes Simon Katic, perhaps. Kind of economy through the offside, very crisp.
Oi. Bairstow's done well. Might have done himself a mischief though. Where's that hit him, in the tummy?
Not sure. Maybe landed on the ball, because I thought he got a glove to it initially.
That's what I thought. I think you're right, actually. That might have been what happened. That's pretty painful when that happens. Caddo was a bit more bottom hand, though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Very, very strong bottom hand.
Yeah.
Blimmin' good player.
I was just thinking about that square drive after the chance, 2 balls later, and he just breaks the hands on it nicely. And generally, he's been quite controlled with the top hand.
Yes, he rolled on it. It's on his back. Yeah. He's still down, actually. Johnny, he's gingerly getting back into position.
Nicely done there, Wardy.
Didn't mean it.
Yeah, all right.
You know, sometimes you can't withdraw what you said. Having one of those moments.
He'll be watching the highlights tonight as well.
Oi! Well, this is good. This is encouraging because the ball has moved, and it hasn't moved for a while. That change of ball. And this is sort of old school at left-handers, trying over the wicket, try and swing them back in. Just enough movement, and he hasn't played and missed it many.
Yeah, it's lovely delivery. You can see the fingers almost ripping down the side of the ball to try and get that leg cutter going into the left-hander. One delivery left of what's been a very good over here, probing over. Can he make it count?
.177 for 2.
Well, look, you can't fault the effort. They've been pretty good, I think, today. They had a bad day yesterday overall, and they were innocuous last night with the ball. Weirdly indifferent, I thought. But today they've stuck at it pretty well, and you need to try and find kernels of optimism if you're a Yorkshire fan, and out there as well on the park. Surrey double their score, 350, but if they can chip away and keep them under under 360, 370. A lead of no more than 100 odd, and you're still in the game if you bat well in that third innings on a pitch that you would think is going to maintain its life throughout the 4 days here.
Hey. Well, there's an appeal, but there's no point because Bairstow has not taken that cleanly. But right, this change of ball could be a window for Yorkshire. We saw some movement in the previous over, and that has certainly cut Dan Lawrence in half. Might have been a little flick on the glove. Wouldn't have mattered though. Bairstow couldn't gather it. Sometimes you get these little opportunities, these little moments. The cloud might come in and all of a sudden the pitch starts misbehaving or the ball starts to swing. Drive the horses through it. Equally is a batting partnership. Patterson and Lawrence, maybe they've got to recognise that as well. Just be a bit mindful. And who knows, in a few overs it might go back to what the old ball was doing, which was next to nothing.
Yeah, quite right. And Lawrence up until now has played responsibly, maturely. This is his spot in the side. Obviously England players come back in and out. This needs to be where Lawrence plays long term for Surrey.
Well, that was ugly all round. An ugly shot and an ugly walk away to square leg as he's in obvious discomfort with that back. What was that, responsibility?
Yeah. Look, I've watched him with the heart as much as the head for the last 10 years. He's from my neck of the woods as well. And he's a compelling cricketer and a lovely lad is Daniel Lawrence. But he's also compulsive at times.
Don't mind that, he just bats too low for me. As a general rule, I'd like to see him a bit further up the order. I know things have changed because Jamie Smith's away and Ollie Pope's away and Jason Roy's coming, etc. But I'd like to see him up there. Now, this is an experienced, highly talented player with international class. He hasn't nailed it just yet. I'm sure he will get another opportunity in due course. Get him up there and get him in the thick of it.
Do you think so?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Another chance sometime down the line?
You can't write someone with his talent off. He's 27 years of age. You know. That's all. I'm not saying that path back in is straightforward, but absolutely. Why not? You know, the likes of Stokes, McCullum, Key, Luke Wright, they don't pick people unless they think they can really play, and they picked him. And they picked him out of position as well, so that's what they think of his ability and what he can do. But every time I look at a Surrey scorecard, I think, why are you batting there? Go to Stewie and say, wait, listen, give me a bit more responsibility, in my humble opinion. .177 for 2.
So 33 runs in 9 overs since the resumption for Surrey. 20 of those for Patterson, ticking over nicely. Was dropped on 60. Out in the deep by Wharton from the bowling. This man Buckingham, who's been expensive. Adam Collins
bowled well though, Adam. I think he's bowled well this afternoon.
Yes, he's he bends the back, has a crack, but he has to get himself into the day. Wicket would help with that. That beautiful hum across the ground here as the crowd continues to swell. lovely day here in London. Went out for a stroll at lunch on the field, as you can do here at the Oval at lunch, and there were little picnics spreading out throughout. Games of cricket, lots of kids getting an experience, nice and close to the cut strip as well, which is a real thrill when you're a kid, isn't it? Oh, that's where they do it. Becomes more than just an object on your television.
It's one of the great initiatives that, really, from the club. More and more clubs around the country are doing it as well.
Finds the gap again. It's the long boundary, but he's timed it well enough to reach it. Curtis Patterson advances to 74 with one of his best shots so far today.
Yeah, it certainly was. The most expansive shot of his innings so far through the offside. Up until there, he's been relatively compact and punchy, but he's just let the hands go at that one. Flamboyant lefty inside the compact Aussie is definitely allowed out there. Just a glimpse of his range. It's been a very impressive innings technically, this.
Bang. Too short and away he goes. Through the 70s in a flash. Takes the partnership beyond 100 as well, going at a very nice clip. They've been together for just 125 balls, and Patterson has done the majority of that heavy lifting, turning into a gem of a knock.
Yeah, that was clean, wasn't it? Heard it echo, pistol shot around the ground. Nobody moved.
Now followed by a front foot no ball. So the frustration for Buckingham. He was, after the driven four, you could see that frustration in his face. He kicks the turf when that found the gap, and following up with, well, what looked to be an attempted short ball, just didn't get up at all. At least the length wasn't right to get up around the chest or above, and Patterson puts that away. Now he oversteps. Didn't have a good time of it on Yorkshire debut a couple of weeks ago. Was overlooked for selection last week. Needs to step up.
Maybe one over too many. He's really bent his back post lunch. 5 over spell. This is the 6th, and put everything into that 5th over. Inconvenienced the left-hander, beat him through the gate a couple of times, and I wondered if perhaps he may have just blown his gasket on that in that final over. One too many. He's gone for 10 for in this over with a delivery still to come. Of course, he did create that chance.
Retains the strike as well. A productive over for Surrey. Patterson 81, 190 for 2. And that's a big story of coming here to the Oval. About seizing opportunities, about not letting Surrey wriggle away and drop catch. About 10 minutes into the session, how that might radically affect how this day plays out for the home team.
Yeah, real no-nonsense style. Curtis Patterson, 32 years old, coming off the back of a really good first-class winter for us in Australia, including a brilliant 100 for Australia A against England Lions. And you can see a man who's reached a point of contentment in his technique. There's no extraneous details, no nonsense. Really impressive. But yeah, penny for James Wharton's thoughts, right? In games such as this, when you're hanging in there, you know that you're behind, you know that you've underperformed with the bat. You've got your battery of quicks on a hot day giving their all on a Saturday afternoon, and a chance goes up and it goes begging. That is a killer. You get these tiny windows, and that one was slammed shut in their faces.
And when you consider that when they picked up their second wicket this morning, it was a little over an hour into play. I think it was at about the 70-minute mark. There was ample time there for Yorkshire to get a third or indeed a fourth and win the session comprehensively. Well, as it is so often here at the Oval, you look at the card now, they're only trailing by 65. And before you know it, they'll be into the batting points. How long can they hang in there?
And the sense of sameness becomes more pronounced as the day rolls on. They don't really have any alternatives to right arm medium fast across that range of medium to medium fast. They're all of a similar kind of ilk. And while the pitch is conducive to that kind of style, from a batter's point of view, once you're in, you can set your mind and set your eye to it. You can line it up. The absence of Dominic Bess and or Dan Moriarty, who of course cut his teeth here as a Surrey rookie, becomes more evident and harder to explain the longer this day will roll on.
Yeah, I could understand them not bringing both into the game.
Sure.
Yeah, and Best being the senior of the two, acknowledging that Moriarty played more than Best did for much of last season. But neither of them in favour of what becomes an attack of 6 right-arm seamers. It does stand out now. One hand off the bat, skews away to the short side. Essex bowling coach Mick Lewis, former Australian quick, came over. Anthony McGrath from Essex, having worked together there. I'm sure he'll be watching this closely, thinking about how they can extract anything that's left out of this pitch. Indeed, this ball, 51st over with it.
Yeah, they're going to have to dig deep. The spectre of last week as well, 13 overs at the number 11 against Essex, couldn't quite get that done. These are the hard times.
Through to Corden. Only 2. You can see there with out of shot, Lawrence was signalling to Patterson, there's no 3 there. I'm not capable of turning for a quick third. Still clearly inconvenienced by that back niggle from before lunch.
Yeah, it's really pronounced, which makes the 29 runs he's made here as part of a partnership of 107 all the more valuable, really. These are the tough runs, though, that Lawrence needs to add to the sparkle. He's very much a team man, though, very selfless cricketer. And it's exactly what they needed at this particular point. Steadied the ship after a couple of quick ones.
Back in defence to finish 3 from it, 193 for 2. Still a long way to go on this second day, 58 overs. Yes, always nice sitting next to you when Daniel Lawrence is batting as the Lawrence whisperer of sorts. It's impossible in these jobs not to get more invested in some stories than others. Like, it's just the nature of the jobs that we do, right? And you've been there telling this guy's story since, well, he was a teenager, right? Out here at the Oval, blasting 100 for Essex. You've been tracking and not to suggest you've been an apologist for him. You've been critical as required, as much as anyone's critical of him as required. But yeah, as you say there, tough runs, as they have been this afternoon when injured, certainly helps round him out, doesn't it?
Yeah. When he was at Essex, they would say to him, you don't have to play them all at once, Dan. But he is compulsive, and he's so inventive and so creative, which is what makes him so watchable. And there's a kind of slight human fragility to it because of the way that he plays on the edge. And so it can sometimes blow up in his face, but when it works, it's immensely powerful to watch. And as ever, bang on cue. I was saying how responsibly he was playing when I was on with Wardy just now, and the next ball he ran down the pitch and tried to clobber it into the Tennyson School backyard.
Well, that's the thing with
That's
Lawrence.
my boy.
Yeah,
That's my boy.
His wrists don't lie. Here's Code, new bowler. Gentle loosener as well, and I think the lack of pace just deceived Patterson a bit there. 69 mile an hour. You could see as he was letting the ball go, it just kind of drifted down the pitch. You don't see many sort of old-fashioned looseners in modern cricket. But Cody bowled splendidly this morning. He was a big part of the story. Those 2 wickets were in partnership with Code operating down the other end, moving it both ways off the seam as he'll do.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed a performance from him this morning, and he was good with Jack White. Just going to Curtis Patterson, what a story. So as we were saying earlier, 3 or 4 fallow years in first-class cricket, hanging in there really as a professional cricketer, turns it around, and now he's here playing in front of a few thousand people on a Saturday afternoon at one of the great grounds in the world, and suddenly it opens up for him again. What a moment, really.
His timing is good. I mean, you don't want to sort of get too invested in the downturn of players who've made it to the top for a reason, but that Australian top 6 is far from locked at the moment. There are some moving parts. So the squad they've named for the World Test Championship final includes a couple of spare bats, one of whom is Josh Inglis, who may well end up Australia's next Test captain. And Bo Webster and Cameron Green, possibly playing for one spot, with Green not bowling at the moment. You think Webster probably has the edge there right now. And then what do you do with Sam Constas, if at all, having not played at all in red ball cricket since the end of the Shield season? So that there are some decisions to make about those outside the squad. But yeah, Patterson, a couple of good matches here, having, as you said before, made runs for Australia A, top season for New South Wales, proven performer for Australia when he had his chance. Inside part of the bat, good start this from Code. And having grown up with the generation of cricketers who run the Australian team, that New South Wales dressing room, all of the bowlers are in that crew. Of course, Stephen Smith, earlier in his career, Usman Khawaja as well. So a group of players who know exactly what he's capable of. This is great timing for him to get on a roll with a lot of Test cricket for Australia in the next 12 months. Through the gap again from Patterson. Some pace taken off it from the fielder at cover, so only a couple, but the second time he's tried to play it out there in the space of a couple of overs. More expansive. Of course, that World Test Championship final is on Sky Sports on the 11th of June, starting on the 11th of June. 195 for 2 at the end of the over. Speaking of Sky Sports, Sky Cricket, we were scheduled to head over to the IPL, Phil, at 10 to 3. However, it's raining in India, so it looks as though the game in Bangalore, RCB against KKR, won't stay on time. So we'll stay here. We'll do an update, of course, and we'll go over to India and check out how things are faring. But the coverage of the County Championship will continue while the rain falls in Bangalore.
And for Curtis Patterson, even if it doesn't work out for him as an Australian Test player and an unexpected Indian summer in that guise, then make 100 here. Makes a statement going forward as an option in county cricket for a number of years.
Totally.
Counties are looking for players who are keen, fit, and invariably the other side of 30, because they can count on them being available.
Well, he's not going to be bobbing up in a franchise league anytime soon, Patterson. It's just not the way his game's set up. So very similar to, and Yas made this point earlier, to Marcus Harris, who made a decision 5 years ago that this was going to be where he'd play half his year. You can't imagine a county season playing out without Marcus Harris now. I think you're right with Curtis Patterson. This 2-week block in his career could influence the next 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, it's a canny acquisition. Looking more canny with every ball here. Samo, easy one for you. The last Surrey player to make 100 in his first knock.
Jamie Smith.
James Smith.
In Dubai. Surrey versus MCC back in the old days when they still had the champion county against the MCC.
What about in the championship itself?
So the last one on his championship debut was Mark Stoneman. For Surrey again. Most of these guys have all played for other teams.
I was going to say, let's spool it out. The last time that it was the first game they played in the county championship for Surrey as well. Keep tapping away. You'll get there. It's fine.
We'll get there.
I sort of feel like, with Stoneman, he was so deep into his career by that point. Whereas with Patterson, a bit different.
Yeah.
As I mentioned before, he seldom played in England. 2 games in the 2019 tour for Australia A. A season in the home counties Premier League a couple of years before that. He's not one of these guys who spent half his life living over here, as a lot of them do.
Do you know him?
I've interviewed him once, so I don't really know him beyond that. That was in his brief stint when playing for Australia. But he's very well regarded, which is why he captained New South Wales.
Two down for 196. Adam, it's a long haul at this particular point when you think that you have Ben Folkes in the form of his life, really, with the bat, and then Jason Roy ready to roll. Returned to this red ball setup.
They'll be happy there. The Surrey Brains Trust. Jade Durback in the middle there, the bowling coach. He was chuffed last night with how Surrey bowled. Nearly snuck through past the inside edge. Over complete. Surrey 59 behind. They're 196 for 2. Jade Durback said after the Hampshire game this year, it was the best that he'd seen Surrey bowl on that second day. An argument they bowled even better against Somerset. And yesterday, either side of lunch, they were immaculate. Bowling out Yorkshire for 255. Now just 59 runs behind. Still a long way until tea in this extended middle session. 56 left in the day. They'll take tea with 32 to go. For the next 40 or so minutes, I've got Katya Whitney from Wisden.com and Wisden Cricket Monthly with me. Hello to you.
Hiya. It's a long old session, this.
36 overs in the sun. Although I wouldn't say hot out there, it's gentle, pleasant.
Yeah.
Before you jumped on, I posed a relatively easy question to Samo. The last time that there was a 100-on championship debut for Surrey when they hadn't played for a club first.
Yes, the answer to that question is Adam Holyoake.
Adam
1993, 123. There are 7 players who've made county championship debut hundreds while playing for Surrey.
This will be a good list, I fancy. So what year was Hollyoaks again?
1993.
93,
It's
okay.
Derbyshire at Ilkeston, back in the days when they still played in those good old grounds. The rest of the list, you probably won't have heard of many of them. Well, probably won't have heard of any of them other than Jack Hobbs, who made 155 in his county championship debut back in 1905 against Essex here at the Oval. FC Holland, N. Miller, H.C. Pretty, H.O. Bloomfield, M.R. Barton. Yep.
Corden interested, code not. Patterson not bothered, nor the umpire.
Adam Live was absolutely convinced there, and he still looks convinced.
And then he runs over and out of shot there. He nearly gave... he went up to George Hill as though he was Eric Cantona diving into the crowd with the karate kick.
Absolutely gutted by that.
Did you catch that? The live run and kick to first slip? Quite committed to the bit there. Oh, squares him up, finds the edge. Did a good restart from Code. Wants to. Lawrence says no. The throw will come in from Bairstow. It'll hit the target as well. But you see there belatedly Patterson realising, actually, no, we can't do these things because Dan Lawrence's back won't permit it.
Yeah. Nice from Bairstow throwing off the glove, MS Dhoni style. Just watching here. Not sure Patterson was ever in any serious danger. Yeah, Lawrence signalled straight away. Patterson wasn't that far out of his crease.
That's just instinct from Patterson, isn't
Yeah.
it? Oh, that's right. that's right. Okay.
Yeah, he held his hand up there as if to say, sorry, I forgot about your back.
So Code gets a crack at Lawrence. Can he make the most of it? Straight away, bang! First ball to him in the spell, right on target. Lawrence, who's done so much right, much of it with that injured back, but here against the class of Code, no doubt about it.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one that, straight in front, didn't really move and just looked like he missed it. Just completely misjudged the line, trapped in front of all three, looking here. That's a very odd dismissal.
As the ball came back off the seam, he wasn't able to get the feet where they needed to be. So Lawrence, after a most important partnership worth more than 100, falls for 31. Surrey lose their third wicket with a score on 198. Just felt that with Code. He bowled so nicely to Patterson across a couple of overs. Hadn't quite got the chance to bowl to Lawrence, who has been visibly challenged by that back. And what do you know? First ball. That's the stuff that makes Code the attack leader at Yorkshire.
Yeah, you always saw with Lawrence not moving his feet at all there just how inhibited he is by that back injury. Just not moving fluently at all.
A partnership of 112 is broken by Ben Code. It brings Ben Folkes down the steps, leading Division 1 as far as batting averages are concerned this year. A big 100 unbeaten last week at Edgbaston. So in good nick, the Surrey number 5 and wicketkeeper just 57 behind. If they can put together another partnership, they'll be in the lead. But from Yorkshire's perspective, Katya, they have to make the most of the new man.
Yeah, and Yorkshire have done well to just keep chipping away. Just when Surrey feel like they're about to surge on and put a massive total on the board, they just take another wicket. Patterson there will be the key, along with Folkes. This pair, you'd think, are key. Jason Roy still to come. But Folkes is the in-form man. Patterson comes in off a good run of form.
So averaging 87 in Division 1 this year, folks. That 174 not last week, his most recent performance. Code to him here. Leaving close to the off stump. That's a top over from Ben Code. 198 for 3.
Yeah, he's looked really threatening in the last 10 minutes or so, Ben Code. He's been the one looking most likely to take wickets in this session. Saw George Hill in the morning session bowl really well. But Code's found his rhythm this afternoon.
Seen a dismissal back. Wasn't in the same postcode as that.
No.
Just hampered with his movements at the crease, as he was throughout the session. They were important runs. 31 of them. It won't stand out off the scorecard, but the contribution to a stand of 112 when injured. And now it gives Yorkshire the chance to swing the changes. George Hill, who's been impressive in his 2 spells in his innings so far. Can they get 2 in a hurry? That's the challenge for the visitors. Shout again. Yep. They've gone bang, bang. past the inside edge of Patterson. Hill, first ball back in the attack. Yorkshire dragging themselves back into this contest.
Yeah, this is game-changing stuff, or potentially game-changing stuff. 2 wickets in the space of just a few balls, that partnership broken, and Patterson, importantly, the key man out on 85. Just looking here. That's a good ball, nipping back in. Patterson looks fuming with himself. Didn't pick that at all.
So Patterson receives the warm applause of the Saturday afternoon crowd. A fine performance on debut here at the Kia Oval. 85 to his name, 198 for 4. The exaggerated angle with Hill around the wicket. We saw it late last night when he was bowling to Burns. Still getting that Duke's ball to hoop around in the 55th over. He's got a bit about him, George Hill, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's by far looked the most consistently threatening of Yorkshire's bowlers throughout the last couple of days, or that session last night and now today. This will be a very popular man out to the crease at the Oval. Jason Roy, back in whites at the Oval once again.
Been a very long time since Jason Roy walked down those stairs in a first-class game for Surrey. All the way back to the Bob Willis Trophy of 2020. And here he is again, returning to the first team last week, missing out at Warwickshire. But now, after losing 2 quick wickets, work to do for the former England international.
Yeah.
Just what Yorkshire needed.
Yeah, it's a tough period at the minute that Rory's going to have to work through. Interesting to see yesterday he was in Johnny Bairstow's ears when he was out to bat. I wonder how long it would take for Bairstow to be having a word with his old England white ball opening partner.
So 2 brand new men, 3 in the slips. What a great opportunity for Hill here. Catch it. Young man trying to make his way in the game. Saturday afternoon. Kia Oval, healthy crowd. 2 new batters.
Yep, and 2 England pedigree batters as well to bowl at. To really get the opportunity to test your skills. He's been so good this season, George Hill.
Off the mark. Jason Roy looking to attack right away.
Yeah, that's a shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't quite reach the rope. Diving stop. Put in there by Jack White, but they too return for a third. Will take Surrey beyond 200. 201 for 4. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, Roy hadn't appeared since that Bob Willis Trophy, as you mentioned. But when he did play for them, he played at Arundel. So his last first-class game for Surrey at the Oval was in 2018 against Essex, and he made 128 in his last innings.
And of course, you throw a test match in here in 2019 as well.
Yeah, in the test match. No, the test matches were. Where am I going here? Not at the Oval. He didn't play at the Oval in 2019.
You missed out for that final test, didn't you? They brought
yeah.
Joe Denley up to open, didn't they? That final match.
That's right, yeah.
So 2018, the last time. Was that the final round of the season? The week after Surrey had won it?
Yeah, it would have been. It was 24th of September.
Yeah. That was a wild game here. It's one of those scorecards where the game looks like it was going wildly in one direction, wildly in the other. Ended up being a bit of a thriller to finish the season. The first of 4 championships won under Rory Burns' leadership. So it's been that long since Jason Roy's done this job at this ground.
Yeah, and you sense a lot of the crowd now will be settling in. The rare sight of Jason Roy in a first-class game here.
Another gem. It's gone past the edge, but Hill going both ways here. A successful over, back-to-back successful overs for Yorkshire. 201 for 4 Surrey. If you are tuning in for the IPL, which we were scheduled to move over there now on Sky Sports Cricket, it continues to rain at Bangalore. So play between RCB and KKR will not be taking place on time. We'll keep updates coming through from the Chinnaswamy Stadium, but for the time being, we're going to stay here because this game is just about in balance. Surrey having started today at 46 for none, reaching lunch at 145 for 2. We've lost 2 quick wickets, trailing by 54. Still a long way to go on this second day.
Yeah, George Hill just finding ways to move the ball both ways here. I said he's been very impressive this season so far for Yorkshire. 22 wickets at 15s, I think, before coming into this game. And an attack that has at times struggled to take 20 wickets so far. He's been by far the standout.
Interesting, the presence of Matty Rivas in there at the short catching cover for Roy right away, getting in his eye line. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, that's the last time Jason Roy played at the Oval in a county championship game, as you said, was quite a wild game. Surrey 67 allowed, Essex 477 for 8 declared, Surrey 541.
What did that leave Essex to win?
Which left Essex 132 to win, 134 for 9, they won by 1 wicket.
That's right.
After pulling them out for 67 and replying with 477.
Beautiful.
It's got to be one of the lowest, one of the only games won by 1 wicket when the side's been bowled out for under 80.
Bat and pad glued together there, not far away. Back off the seam from Code. That's a good one from you, Catcher. I can see Andrew's brains whirring away, tapping away at the laptop. How long will it take him to solve that puzzle? Jason Roy, 9 first-class tons. Debut back 15 years ago, August 2010, when he was still a teenager.
Did decently well at the start of his first-class career, didn't he?
Yeah, had a window there around the time he first started playing white ball cricket for England, when he was making a case. He averaged in the 50s in 2014, a couple of hundreds in 15 and 16. Squared up again. Well bowled. Good questions early on to 2 new batters. And then they couldn't resist in 2019, could they, when he was a World Cup winner, at the peak of his white ball powers. He got given the chance to play those test matches, initially against Ireland and then Australia. Spot on from Code, another maiden, 201 for 4. Just a reminder again for those tuning in for the IPL, there is rain at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore, so no start yet for RCB against KKR. We'll keep you updated. If it does look like there'll be play there, we'll shift over to India, but for the time being, an excellent game of Division 1 County Championship action here at the Kia Oval. As you can see, plenty of people here in the stands enjoying a gorgeous Saturday afternoon.
Just reminded from that 2019 Ashes series, said Jason Roy, was he replaced by Joe Denley at the end of the Oval Test match, or Joe Denley moved up to open?
Yeah, they shuffled Denley from 3 to the top, didn't they? Denley got 90 odd here.
Bringing back all the memories.
What a summer.
Yeah, what a summer. But it just shows kind of the disjointed thinking, or the odd thinking between selecting Jason Roy to open and then selecting Joe Denley to open.
Yeah, suppose so. I wonder how the world would be different had Denley made 10 more runs in that innings.
That's one of the great questions, isn't it? One of the great what-ifs for England.
He didn't play much more Test cricket, although he did get one more summer, didn't he? He got the home summer in 2020. Decent slab of it before they went past him, but yeah, and Ash's 100 buys you a certain amount of latitude, doesn't it? Andrew.
It's the only game in first-class cricket where a team has been bowled out for 100 in the first innings. Team batting seconds made 400 or more, and the team batting seconds gone on to win by as few as 1 wicket.
Catcher, that is a massive sample size. You just pick the eyes out of that.
That is, I'm very happy with that.
There's been, what, 45,000 first-class games?
62,000.
62,000, sorry, I don't mind 45. Still a lot of cricket. Yep. And that's the only time it's happened, and you have picked it.
Very pleased with that.
Well done.
Well done. No other team in that situation has won by fewer than 6 wickets. They've tended to go on to win quite easily, even, as you might expect with a 400-run first innings lead.
George Hill up to 24 wickets in Div 1 this year. Top of the country. Doing a lot right today, having picked up Sibley and Patterson.
Really honing in on Ben Folkes' pads there. Going quite straight, getting the other one to move off the pitch a bit.
Next man in will be Ryan Patel. Ends the over, 201 for 4. He would have been padding up in a hurry. 2 wickets in the space of a few balls. That very relatable recreational club cricket experience of, oh, we've lost another, have we? Better hurry up.
That stress stream. There's always a stress stream of not being able to get your pads on in time. That actually happened in the, I don't know if you're following it, the Sussex game in the County Cup, the Women's County Cup a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Where I can't remember the names of the players, but there was a wicket that fell. A wicket that fell off the final ball of Sussex's innings, but it was a no ball, and the next batter had already taken her pads off because it was the final ball of the innings. Not a no ball, sorry, a wide. She was stumped off a wide delivery. And then the next batter in was timed out because she couldn't get her pads on in time.
Timed out?
Yeah.
Love to see it. It's in fashion. Bit wider on the crease there from Code, so there's little subtle variations to the new man Roy. Trying to keep him thinking. We had our first one-day international timed out only a couple of years ago in that World Cup match with Shakib Al Hassan and Big Angelo Matthews. And in the space of 2 weeks of a new tournament starting, we have one right away. Sliding.
Women's County Cup action today, actually.
We do. Can we get an update from Beckenham at some stage, please? Have you got the scores in front of you?
Yep. So Kira Chatley, who's captaining in place of Bryony Smith-Still. Smith-Still with that injury is 70 not out, having opened the batting with Paige Schofield.
Chance to free the arms and sneaks it through. In the end, a pretty good diving stop there from Johnny Tattersall. Keeps it to a couple.
This is the first round that Tier 1 counties are taking part in the County Cup competition. They get byes in the first couple of rounds because obviously this is the Tier 1, 2 and 3 competition. Surrey 94 for 1 off 6.5 overs against Hampshire at Beckenham. Alice Capsey is now batting.
How many does Schofield get?
She was out for 2 of 4 balls, so not many.
Picked for England this week.
Yeah.
For the first time.
couple of players in England squads in Surrey's lineup. We've got Paige Schofield, I mentioned Alice Capps, who's in the T20 squad. Alice Davidson-Richards, who's back in after a couple of years out. Sophia Dunkley and Danny Whitehodge have been rested for that game.
So 3 for 4. So just to explain, that's distinct from the competition that's been playing out. So the count, just explain the architecture there.
Yeah, so the T20 County Cup is the competition across all 3 tiers. So you've actually got the Blaze, who are affiliated with Nottinghamshire, playing Oxfordshire women today. Oxfordshire women are 41 for 2. And then the competition that's been underway over the last month in the women's domestic setup is the One Day Cup that runs alongside to the men's competition.
Shaped away, decked away, really. Good stuff.
And then in a few weeks' time, we'll have the T20 Blast get underway as well. But this is the T20 County Cup. We've also got Cambridgeshire playing Kent today. Cambridgeshire Tier 3, Kent Tier 2.
I'm into that, the idea of sort of, in football terms,
the FA Cup.
FA Cup feels right. Bit fuller again. So folks absorbing 12 dot balls to start. The man who's leading the country for wickets, bowling to the man who's leading the country for averages with the bat. Top flight stuff, this. Nice wheels there as well. Hit the gloves hard. It's the time of day where you want to be lathering on that sunscreen in that sun trap up on the that stand there's now is the SSE Energy Solution stand, so back where the Loch Laker used to be years ago. And for the rest of the afternoon, it is hot over there. Make the most of it. Get down here. Enjoy it. What a day to be at the cricket. Doesn't get off the mark again. That's great fielding. That's working as a team. Jordan Thompson in the gully, keeping folks still.
He's being really tied up here, Ben Folkes. 14 balls still yet to get off the mark.
Heaps of cricket left. 50 overs remaining after this. Last session's free as well. But forget about that. Come down now. Don't wait. International players everywhere. And bowlers like George Hill trying to make their name.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast to that with Jason Roy and Ben Folkes, their positions of seniority, and a young player coming through looking to make his mark.
This time he's off the mark. It's taken him 16 balls to do it. Folkes retains the strike with that single. 204 for 4 the score. As I pass over commentary to Ian Ward for the next half an hour or so. A reminder that if you've tuned in for the IPL, the game between RCB and KKR from the Chinnaswamy in Bangalore, it's raining there. So we're staying on Sky Cricket with coverage from the County Championship. This fixture between Surrey and Yorkshire. Catch you, Whitney. Some further thoughts from you, then Wardy after me.
It's been good stuff for the last half an hour or so from Yorkshire. Went bang bang with those 2 wickets and now just tying down the scoring rate slightly. Ben Folkes now off the mark. Hello, Wardy.
How are we? What do you reckon?
Some more intrigue now in the game, potentially.
Just a bit. That change of ball has worked, no question about it. It sounded a bit harder straight away when it hit the bat. The Yorkshire seamers managed to get a little bit of shine on it. They were desperate for wickets and they got 2 in quick succession with Lawrence and then Curtis Patterson, who had played so well. Still a way to go though for these seamers, battery of seamers. As Colo says, it's raining in Bangalore, so the restart of IPL is delayed because of the weather. No chance of rain here, though. It's an absolutely stunning day. Stunning day in Beckenham too, I understand.
Yeah, another stunning day in Beckenham. We've had some absolute scorchers over there so far this season. Apart from the first game, it was absolutely freezing.
Nice. It's typical Folks that. It's a length ball, really, not dug in short. But he finds a way of transferring his weight back and then back into the ball. Beautifully timed through extra cover for his first four.
Yeah, that's good for Ben Folks to get a release there. Dissected those two fielders perfectly.
You commentate on those women's games out in the elements, though, don't you?
Yeah, we're on the
stuck on a balcony.
It is actually quite nice though. You're among some of the punters as well, and it's quite an informal atmosphere to it. And we've had some really, really good cricket. We had that tie earlier this week, the highest scoring women's list A tie ever, I believe. 347 for 9 plays 347 for 9. We had the last ball thriller against Somerset with the first match of the season. It's an absolute run fest, Beckenham.
I've not played there. I've been there, but I've not played there. It's quite straight, but we've got a thick edge on that. So that's a good venue for women's cricket, is it?
I think so. I think you'd ideally like to see a little bit more of a contest between bat and ball. I think especially for seamers it's become quite problematic. But it has produced some really good cricket, and with the England players there especially, it's really produced some good games. I don't think the weather has helped early season. We've seen a lot of runs. We've generally seen the sides who have the best bowling attacks are the ones who have come to the top. So Hampshire and the Blaze Lindsay Smith has been exceptional in the first part of the season and been rewarded with that England call-up, with Sophie Eccleston not 100% fit.
One of the challenges, isn't it, for the clubs that are taken on Tier 1, just to make sure all the facilities are in place and the extra traffic that may or may not be on squares at venues like, say, the Oval or whatever. I noted with interest that Everton have decided to keep Goodison Park for their women's football team. That's quite a statement, I would say. What a venue that will be. Well, he does go at it hard with his hands, Jason Roy. Hence his ultimate power in white ball cricket. Just on occasions it can get him into a spot of bother in red ball cricket when the ball's doing a little bit. No chance for Finn Bean there in the third slip region to take that, then went down and away to his right. But Roy just goes at it hard.
Yeah, see a few of those thick outside edge from Jason Roy.
I think the polar opposite of Kane Williamson.
That's a good analogy, actually. Comparison.
It's just the way he plays. Muscular guy, likes to muscle the ball. So Surrey trail by 41. It's away off Roy's pad, but a glove from Bairstow will stop it going for 4. Who's closing in on a century for Surrey down at Beckenham?
I mentioned a moment ago that Kira Chatley was on 70 not out. She's absolutely fine. She's on 95 now of 45 balls. Strike rate well above 200. But Alice Capsey with her is 31 off 12.
Right.
So there are a fair few runs at Beckenham.
Okay.
Against Hampshire, so 2 Tier 1 sides playing each other. Got Lauren Bell in that Hampshire attack. Freya Davies, Lindsay Smith.
It's available on Surrey's YouTube channel. Two good sides.
Two very good sides.
Big year for Capsy, I think.
Huge.
New coach, new captain, perhaps new ethos.
She scored that century earlier in the week, her maiden list A century against the Blaze. It was a brilliant one as well. Middle of a bit of a collapse. She was the 9th wicket to fall. Only needed 40 by the time she was out. I think only she was the 9th wicket to fall, so it was still a bit of a difficult one. But I do wonder slightly whether those England squads, if they'd been a week or so later, maybe she might have found a way into the ODI squad as well.
Well, she's got time on her hands. She's young enough. She'll want to get cracking. Folks, tickles that down to the fielder in front of the groundsman. Shed to 16 for 4. Rain in Bangalore if you're tuning in to try and catch the restart of IPL 2025. Unfortunately, the weather has not played ball, so that game between RCB and KKR is delayed. Toss has not taken place. Meanwhile, here at the Oval, the sun continues to beat down, and perhaps Folkes and Roy just starting to get a little bit of rhythm.
It looked like Folkes' eyes lit up a bit when he saw that, but wasn't quite the length.
It's the shot that he played earlier, though, wasn't it? When we praised him for scooting through extra cover for 4. He does like to hit those balls off the back foot on the top of the bounce. The deliveries that are more length than back of a length. I wonder what goes through Jason Roy's mind here. Because it's been so long since he's played red ball cricket, excuse me. The instinctiveness of the feel of the flow of the game, when to defend, when to attack, it takes a while to come back. Whereas it's pretty obvious what you're trying to do in T20. You've got such a bigger blank canvas of the tempo of your innings. Just watching Jason in the 20 balls he's faced, he showed a full face of the bat and he's looking to defend. But it's like a conscious decision, it looks like to me anyway, that he's thinking, right, defend, get into your innings, spend some time in the middle, which is very alien from his free-throwing, natural way we've seen from so many years. But of course, that's just in white ball cricket. It'll come back, he just needs a bit of time out there.
I guess he's also trying to play the situation of the game and making those decisions, though, with 2 wickets having gone down.
Well, that's a bit more like it. Slapped through straight extra cover.
Yeah, you'd think a perfect situation for Jason Roy to come in would be another 100 on the board, maybe nearing 3 figures of lead, come in, bish bash bosh. He's just having to find the balance here between playing his natural game and making sure that Surrey don't squander what is a very strong position.
I think he might be just waiting. There's definitely more movement with the ball that was changed, and hence the wicket of Lawrence and Patterson. I completely take your point about playing the situation. You know, Surrey in a good position. They're only 34 behind, 4 down. But I reckon had Roy been playing regularly, he'd be going, actually, I'm going to go now. I'm going to put them back under pressure. Because this is going to be a long session for Yorkshire and their seamers. Take tea with 32 overs remaining in the day. There are 47 overs and 1 ball remaining at the moment. Completely in control with one hand off the bat, 221 for 4. That's the Jason Roy you remember, chastising himself if he doesn't nail every single one out of the middle of the bat.
It's almost like running downhill, isn't it? Trying to pull yourself back in just when the hands start to get a bit looser.
So water being run out to George Hill, who's been impressive. Been looking forward to seeing him bowl in the flesh as opposed to on a stream, and he has impressed. Yeah, a little bit of shape still there. That ball just sounds a little soft though. Trying to get a good shine on it. 100 up yet? No.
No.
95 still.
No, out for 95.
Oh, out!
47 balls.
Oh no.
Kira Chatley standing in again as Surrey skipper. Promoted up to open. Surrey now 142 for 3 off 11 overs. Alice Capsey still there.
Quickly looking around some of the other scores from the county championship actually. Essex are under the pump. So 108 for 6. Trailing by 250 at New Road. Hampshire in a good position with a healthy first innings lead over Warwickshire at Birmingham. Hampshire making 300 all out. Warwickshire replying with 194. Hampshire second time round 10 without loss. And Sussex are having a bit of a struggle down at Taunton. 128 for 6, still trailing by 210 runs. And Durham 189 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire, who made 407. Hasib Hamid with a quite magnificent unbeaten double. Maybe just starting to look a little weary.
Yeah, as we said, it's been a long session to keep running in.
You've got 14 overs and 1 ball still to go before that tea break. Oh, that's hurt Bairstow. He's gone through for runs, which will add a little bit more pain to a wrist or a thumb or a finger, which has got some heavy strapping on it anyway, as most wicket keepers will have. And immediately just died on him. Top of the finger or something? Nasty. I mean, sometimes, even with the protection on, the strapping, the inner gloves, the wicket-keeping gloves, it just catches you at the wrong point. And he looks in some discomfort on that finger that is already heavily strapped.
Yeah, straight off with the glove there. Several fingers heavily strapped. They're awful, those ones, when it's dying on you, and your natural instinct is to turn your head away from the ball just as it bounces up.
It's one thing that Ben Folkes actually does brilliantly. The ones that die in front of him, he still seems to be able to scoop it up if it's one hand or sometimes 2. Option B is the MS Dhoni, legs together, just let it hit the shins.
Yeah.
But Bairstow's in discomfort there. Sure. He has to go off. Who else can keep? But they'd also be losing their captain, so you'd think that if he does have to go off, worst case scenario, and on the prophet of doom here it sounds at the minute, but he does look in pain, would be Tattersall again. Not there just yet. Talk of Bairstow potentially going to IPL with Mumbai Indians. Straight away, not good. Get that glove off. Get the physio on.
Feels like a slightly weird reaction to shake your hand violently.
Counterintuitive, you mean? So if he's trying to apply, he's just going through the can you move that, can you move that.
It definitely looks like the end of the finger that he's been hit on.
Yeah, that's taken some punishment. He's staggered. Well, he's trying to put his glove back on, so that's encouraging for him and for Yorkshire. I don't know if you've ever met Ian Healy, but if you do, have a look at his fingers. With Australian wicketkeeper. They look like a 2-year-old has drawn them, because they are like remarkable. They are so out of shape. And Heels wouldn't, even if he broke a finger, he'd carry on. He wouldn't miss a game for Australia because he didn't want to give up his place, so he carried on, and it just did more and more damage. In other news, Jimmy Anderson is batting. 4 not out. It probably won't be long then, if Jimmy's in, before he will have the ball in hand. Wells made 141. Lancashire are 458 for 9. And Anderson is at the crease and he's hit a 4. So Jimmy is back. We'll keep an eye on that when he gets the Duke's ball in his hand. Bairstow's fit to go. We're good to go here at the Oval.
Decent response to that Lancashire after that really disappointing loss against Northants. It's ranked bottom of Division 2 going into this round. It's been a really tough start to the season for them, yet to get a win on the board.
Yes, Mark Chilton, the Director of Cricket, was apologising to members. Keaton Jennings apologised and then promptly stood down as captain. So they've had some real difficult times for a while now. Lancashire really hasn't been firing up there for a while.
You see some of the problems in the record at Old Trafford as well. It's a real struggle to get a result on that pitch, and teams really struggle to take 20 wickets on that pitch. So when your home ground, your big marquee venue, struggles to be that fortress that somewhere like the Oval is for Surrey, I find it really hard to build those kinds of campaigns.
Lovely. Over pitch, yes, but had to be put away and has been done in style from Ben Folkes. He moves into double figures and continues to look in prime form, as his numbers would suggest this year.
Yeah, lovely shot from Ben Folkes.
Yeah, the home record here at the Oval for Rory Burns and his team has been so instrumental in those championship wins, particularly when they're with the Duke's ball. It's a slightly different story with the rounds that have been played with the Kookaburra.
Yeah, just on the 20 wickets point, it's so hard for sides to come here and take 20 wickets. I think only 2 sides did it last year, Essex and Worcestershire, I believe. So it's a massive, massive part in why they've been so dominant for the last 3 years now.
Just with that Lancashire side and what they're going through and the challenges they've had, to have someone like Jimmy come back into that dressing room. You know, he's been in and around the side, even though he picked up that injury, so couldn't take the field. But to get him in the dressing room and on the field, some of his pearls of wisdom no doubt can rub off on the others. He spent the last couple of years playing almost no fear cricket with England. Maybe that can rub off on some of the Lancashire players. Just free them up, go out and play. They're all out. Jimmy's not, he's 4 not out, but Lancashire are 4, 5, 8 all out.
Jimmy Anderson not out 4 when Martin Anderson dismissed Anderson Phillips.
Very nice. So 45 overs remaining in the day. Surrey trail by 29. Reminder, we get to 32 overs remaining in the day before we take tea. People still coming in. Really filled up here at the Oval yesterday from about now, actually. It was free entry after the tea time break. Not sure if that's the case today, actually, but probably it is. Andrew's telling me, thank you. So I might see a few more come in. A pint in the sun with a bit of cricket. Why not? Unless they're Palace fans, because they'll be watching the FA Cup final. One thing I will say about watching Jason Roy bat over the years, you can never really tell if he's on 103 or 3, because every now and again he'll just wander around and chastise himself. Very hard on himself is Jason. Took a great catch yesterday, actually, out in the deep, looking directly into the sun. Dominic Sibley had put one down in exactly the same spot, didn't see it. So he got moved, which is the ultimate insult as a fielder. If you've been placed there, you've made a meal of it and then get moved. But he got moved, put Jason Roy there, who's a fantastic catcher and fielder. Looking directly into the sun, he took a corker.
Yeah, he's always a live wire to watch from the field, Jason Roy.
Timed nicely, but can't beat mid-wicket. In fact, we talk about Bairstow and Roy in their opening partnership, and obviously Johnny's keeping now, but when he was in the outfield in England's white ball setup, both of them were two of the most reliable fielders England had. Bairstow in the deep with his catching. And the same with Jason. Bounce, haven't seen so much of that today. Saw quite a lot of that from the Surrey bowlers yesterday. There was a greener colour to the pitch, but we've seen more go a little lower than we have this today. And perhaps there are some dents just on this oval surface, because it would have started with moisture in it, because it was fantastic covering of grass, even covering of live grass to get the ball to carry. But as it dries, pitches can sometimes dent. Another good one. 226 for 4. Six for 4 here at the Oval. Surrey closing in on Yorkshire's first innings total of 255. Trailing by 29. Yes, good afternoon. You have brought your laptop and you have just shown me an article from The Guardian. Who's written that? Ali Martin?
Yeah, an exclusive from Ali Martin in The Guardian. Middlesex confirm interest in iconic player of his generation, Virat Kohli. Ali's spoken to Alan Coleman, the director of cricket at Middlesex, who has confirmed that Middlesex are interested in signing Kohli, obviously no longer playing Test cricket. I suppose it's one of those things, I wonder which counties are not interested in signing Kohli. Seems like the sort of guy who can make a difference.
I think the real point here is, has Virat Kohli got any interest in playing for Middlesex? Because I can't imagine there's, as you say, a side in the world that wouldn't say Fancy again, Virat? I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, you think down the years, I mean, MCC at some times have gone in and helped Middlesex. I think of Adam Gilchrist playing in the Blast, I think, a few years ago now. Kane Williamson's over, obviously, at some point for however long. Kohli, I mean, ain't the bigger name in the game, but I don't know, you retire from Test match cricket? Beautiful. Beautiful from Folkes, another full delivery. Had two of those recently. One he drilled down the ground on the offside. This one he's whipped away through straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, Folkes, like so many in this Surrey team, especially strong off his legs. A little bit too full this time from Jordan Thompson. 4 more for Folkes. It could be quite something having Williamson at 3, Kohli at 4 for Middlesex in division.
What, a Radlett or somewhere?
Yeah.
Not sure Radlett's big enough to those two are batting. Be quite something though if India are battling it out against India in one of the 5 Test matches, and I don't know, Kohli's playing in the Metro Bank One Day Cup or a Blast game or something at the same time.
We have seen Indian players play in the One Day Cup, because Indian players obviously they're not allowed to play in overseas short form competitions, which frees them up to play in the One Day Cup should they wish.
.230 for 4.
Venkatesh Iyer played for Lancashire last year. Rahane's played in the One Day Cup before.
Pujara's played a fair bit, hasn't he, over here?
Karun Nair,
Yeah.
Prithvi Shaw got a double 100 for Northants. I think Yuzvendra Chahal's played for Northants as well.
I mean, Ali Martin's a fantastic journalist, and he ain't going to write anything if there's not much truth in it. But it'd be nice, but I'd find that remarkable. There's a few eyeballs on their streams, I know that.
Yeah, worth stating that he's reporting Middlesex's interest.
Yes. Not that Virat Kohli has approached Middlesex and said, "Can I have a game, please? I'm at a loose end." I mean, I don't want to get. It's a great talking point, and it would be amazing. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But hopefully the money that is promised to various counties and whatnot from the 100 is not necessarily designed to go down that route. You can only sell the family silverware once.
There's also competing interest for counties when looking to recruit overseas players. So if you rewind to 2023, one of the big talking points early in the summer before the Ashes was, should Steve Smith be allowed to get his eye in for Sussex? Now, Sussex's other overseas player at the time was Pujara. So you're using 2 overseas slots on batters. They had a 3rd overseas player at the time, Nathan McAndrew, Aussie seamer, who hasn't played international cricket but very, very good domestic bowler. So for those 2 games that Smith was available for, McAndrew was dropped, and I think if my memory is correct, Sussex couldn't quite get over the line and take 20 wickets in the 2 games that Smith played. So arguably, Steve Smith harmed their promotion aspirations.
Yeah, I think I'd have Steve Smith in my side then. Thanks very much. Well, Labuschagne's playing at Glamorgan, isn't he?
Yeah.
Trying to get his eye in against the Duke's ball in these conditions ahead of the World Test Championship.
Yeah, it was a short stay at the crease.
It wasn't long, was it?
Yeah, 7-ball duck.
Good ball. But I like the fact he's coming back to Glamorgan regularly. You know, he's obviously enjoys it down there. He obviously feels part of the club. And that's how it used to be. I'm not saying we'll ever go back to those days, or necessarily that we should. But county cricket had a real association with brilliant overseas cricketers. I mean, the list is endless. Talk about Lancashire with Jimmy, but I think of Farouk Engineer, who still lives in the area, Clive Lloyd, Murali, and of course Wasim Akram. You know, they felt as though they were, one of their home sides was Lancashire. You know, we had Bakar and Sacklane in my sort of time. Ambrose at Northants. Courtney played for so many years down at Gloucester. 232 for 4. And they added so much. And Viv and Joel at Somerset added so much to the club and the community. They felt, they felt like they were part of the West Country, Viv and Joel, for a while. Until it all ended rather badly. But
no, it's really good to see when overseas players return to the same counties. Lavishane's a good example. Kemar Roach is a really good example. Here in Surrey, he's come back a few times. He talks really well about how much he values his experience here and just playing in such a competitive red ball competition.
But the whole schedule has changed. If you are going to get the top overseas playing for a period of time, like as you mentioned with Steve Smith and Sussex, it's going to be for 2-3 games. So you either say, well, no, it might harm us in certain ways, or you say, well, actually, can you imagine as a young batsman, even if you're like academy player, being able to go and sit next to Steve Smith and have a chat about batting, or a bowler for that matter, bowl at Steve Smith in the nets. What do you think, Steve? Yeah, that's part of the role of an overseas player as well. It's not just runs and wickets.
I interviewed a Sussex player recently who said that an unnamed member of the Sussex squad, whenever Sussex win a game, 2 years on from Smith playing for Sussex, gives Smith a ring after every victory dinner that they have together as a team.
That's nice.
And Smith still picks up.
There's a great saying that they have here at the Oval, actually. I'm sure they still use it. I don't know if they still use it, but they did for a while, because Kumar Sangakkara was obviously an overseas player here for a few seasons. As I mentioned, Sangakkara's runs here were extraordinary. But it was his influence in the dressing room as well that rubbed off on everyone in the club. And the saying is simply, what would Sanga do? A level-headed guy. What would Sanga do? And I think that's a great advertisement for Kumar as an individual, not just as a run scorer, that he's left an indelible mark on the culture of a club that he's come into.
Sangakkara's last season here would have been 2017, so the year before they won their first title under Burns. So yeah, it must be quite nice looking back, even though he wasn't part of a championship winning side. That's quite a young team that ended up winning it in 2018 as well. But just with the schedule these days, not just the domestic schedule, but the number of franchise competitions there are, how packed the international calendar is, it's really hard for a player to be around for a whole season as an overseas.
Firmly whipped. Everyone does well. Folks again looks in good fettle. Surrey trail by 22. So still raining in Bangalore. IPL was supposed to restart today with RCB hosting KKR, but it's pretty torrential rain at the Shinamswamy. The toss has not taken place, and I understand the covers are still on. So if you're tuning in for that, there's no cricket to bring you from the IPL, but that's why we're staying here on Sky Sports Cricket to bring you this county championship action. With Surrey 2-3-3 for 4.
So 2 wickets in the session, but This pair have taken it forward by 35 runs since then, both of them falling on 198. Lawrence and Patterson, leg before to Code and Hill respectively for 31 and 85, and it just gave Yorkshire a little bit of an opening. But it's been a gentle passage of play since, with these two playing themselves in. Adam Collins in with Yas Rana until the tea break, 9 overs away, and not for the first time today, this match, this year, the Duke's ball is going through the hoops.
Yeah, Yorkshire with 2 wickets in 3 balls earlier in the session. Felt at that moment they created an opening, but Folkes and Roy have done really well to blunt this Yorkshire attack. They now trail by just 22 runs, and as mentioned earlier in the day, Surrey bat extremely deep. Jordan Clark at 8, Laws at 9, Nathan Smith at 10, and Matt Fisher all the way down at number 11.
Love that it's Ben Code who's got the responsibility of going through the motions with the ball, as opposed to the captain and wicketkeeper Bairstow, who did cop a whack to his finger earlier in the session, just for a moment there when he was in some discomfort. Thoughts did skip ahead to what he might be missing out on the other side of the world next week.
Yeah, it looked a nasty blow. Seen a few players pick up injuries today. Dan Lawrence in some visible discomfort just before and after lunch, holding his back. Reasonably long pause in play.
So there's been a bathroom break as well. Not for nothing that Yorkshire are now 4 overs behind on their required over rate. That's not just about the time and the overs. The match referee has a say in that. It's a dynamic figure on the scoreboard here.
I've been really impressed by George Hill. 2 for 28 on 15 overs. He's the second leading wicket taker in Division 1 at the moment, 24 wickets at under 15. He bats in the top 6 as well for Yorkshire. Really exciting all-round talent, but he's doing it at the top of Division 1.
He's picked up Sibley and Patterson today in here again. And that familiar press from the crease from Folkes, which he often uses to turn the strike over.
What do you think makes Hill so effective? He's not express pace, operating probably just below 80 miles per hour.
Which will be the next step for him, right? I think if he were bowling, if this radar said 82, 83, we'd be having a more advanced conversation about his ceiling. But at the moment, as Folkes finds a gap here. Racing back for a couple. Jason Roy's always been rapid between the wickets. So yeah, down there, as you can see, 74 mile an hour. He's been near 80, but not quite breaking through that barrier in what we've seen so far. It's the fact that he moves it both ways. I think it's the primary difference. That the ball that he bowled to get rid of Patterson had considerable movement into the left-hander from around the wicket, but earlier today, the one that got Sibley, it was the other one. It was the one that stood up off the seam and jags back to a right-hander.
He doesn't really miss. And the mark of his accuracy at the moment is just look at the field that Yorkshire have got for him. 3 slips in place is not something you often see with a ball that's 68 overs old, and you've got set batters at 5 and 6 at the crease. It's a mark of just how much control he's had all day, really. And you're right to point out that he's not just accurate, he's able to get the ball to talk. Both through the air, but also off the pitch, off the seam.
I suppose at his age and time in his development, there is the ability to add a yard. We spoke a lot about batters having the right to improve as cricketers, obviously. Well, the same applies for bowlers. You don't just rock up on the scene at a certain pace and that's that. Well whipped. Folkes picking it up early, out to the short rope across the square. Boundary to finish. 239 for 4, trailing by now just 16.
Folks have been so strong off his pads today. Looking at the replay, that's not that leg side of delivery. He gets across his stumps, whips it towards that shorter boundary, moves on to 24.
So, said across the square, cliched as it is. How many pitches do you think are across that square? I didn't know until today.
Put me on the spot here.
Just take a guess. Just throw a dart. Don't count them. Dart at the dartboard stuff.
26.
Ridiculously close. 27.
Whoa.
I overheard one of the tour guides going through it earlier today. Oh, Thompson, straight enough, not quite. Possibly an inside edge as well, but it was angled in. And Roy was late on it. So a good restart from the all-rounder.
Good shout. If there's not bat on it, that's a pretty straight bit of inward movement.
Yep.
And Roy standing just outside his crease, the ball had a long way to travel. So you can see why the umpire did not raise his finger on this occasion.
All the way across the pitches. It's perhaps my favourite commentary cliche about the ball gathering pace across the pitches at the Oval when racing to the square boundaries. We're all guilty of saying it, because there is some truth to it.
And I was just about to say it's a cliche because it's true.
Yes.
Almost has the effect, especially when it's particularly dry, as if the ball is accelerating as it goes across the cut strips.
Now that's closer. Finger stays down. I say closer on the basis that it's hit him just about on the full. Second time in the over that Roy's been beaten for pace and movement. We'll see it again. So half volleyed into the lower part of the pad. Again, looks a good decision. Just trending down.
Yeah, the point that's really important on both of those appeals is just how far Roy is standing outside his crease.
Yeah.
So even though that has struck him on middle and it looks full, the ball's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
But Thompson challenging Roy at the moment with that in swing, beaten his inside edge twice already this over.
Inside edge down to fine leg, so good energy here from Thompson. Yeah, 27 strips. There must be some that go unused through a season, or at the very least are only used for net practice or something like that. Of course, towards the edges of the square, that's all they're there for. But it's a lot of pitches. There's no denying it. We're about, I reckon, 3 over from the test pitch to the left of screen from where you're looking here. One of the quirks at the Kia Oval is that the test pitch isn't the one that's directly in line with the members' pavilion. Surrey were on that pitch for the most recent championship game here against Somerset. And it was lovely watching them play right in front of the Mickey Stewart members' pavilion. You can see left of screen up there. The test pitch about halfway between there and where they're playing on this week. Third shout in the over, that's the least convincing of them. But a promising over for Yorkshire. 240 for 4. Surrey still 15 in arrears with 7 overs to come till tea.
At times today we've made the accusation that the Yorkshire attack is a bit samey. On paper it is 6 right arm seamers, no one's express pace. We're wondering what's the point of difference, and we've actually seen a little bit in the last couple of overs. His challenge that he presents to batters, he's really accurate. He creates pressure by not giving anything away. We talked about his movement in both directions causing problems, but Thompson in that over, able with a ball that's 70 overs old now, able to get appreciable inward movement through the air, causing all sorts of bother for both Roy and Folks.
Great atmosphere in there today. Another theory I've got about why more punters come on Friday compared to Saturday. A lot of people playing on Saturdays would otherwise be down here enjoying. Here's Code. Change of ends. others like you, Yas, making yourself unavailable today in order to be here. Love your commitment to the call here at Surrey.
Got to be done.
Maybe they're Sunday cricketers, that lot. Group of 4. On that channel.
It's been an epic middle session in terms of length. We've been going for 2 hours 10, still 6.5 overs to go. And there's been a very different rhythm at different stages of the session. Patterson and Lawrence were scoring really freely at one stage.
And look, this is the challenge when you're a fielding team and you haven't got a spinner. Their over rate is -4 on the board right now. That starts to play a real role. If you can't advance it later, it's only going to get harder deeper into the day when the bowlers have had a number of hours out there, warm-ish day. In the absence of spin, how do you get that back to neutral? And that's when you start losing points. And that's the bigger picture in the championship with over rates. Because we debate this endlessly when covering Test cricket, but there's a hard edge in the county championship, which is why you sometimes see, we saw it here with Hampshire, didn't we, when they were running through overs a couple of months ago, whatever it was, 6 weeks ago, knowing that they didn't want to run the risk of having points docked. Hard fought points here at the Oval, away from home.
Focus has been so good through the leg side in this innings. But I think your point is right. And in the county championship, I think the over rate penalties are proportionate in a way that those in the World Test Championship are simply not. They are overly draconian to the point at which it affects how players and teams perceive the penalty. The penalties are so harsh that I think players don't take them into consideration.
Straight, good, 4. Folks, an on drive, muscled it past the stumps. Takes Surrey to within 10 of what Yorkshire made yesterday, 245 for 4.
It's been a really responsible partnership between these two so far, coming together after Surrey lost 2 wickets in 3 deliveries, but their stand has not been without moments of flair, and that was a gorgeous shot from Ben Folkes down the ground. And as Adam was telegraphing just a couple of minutes ago, the over rate will be on Yorkshire's mind, and we're potentially seeing a bowling change that is as much to do with how Yorkshire are behind the over rate as it is for them in their pursuit of taking this 5th Surrey wicket. Adam Lyth on for the first time in this game. Taken nearly 50 wickets in first-class cricket, so he does bowl more than you might think.
Not a bit this season. Sort of done an over here and over there. Picked up a wicket against Worcestershire in that heavy victory, but as you've identified, sprinting back to his mark. Can they burgle a couple of 60-second maidens out of him? That'd be the ideal outcome for Yorkshire.
Yeah, for viewers who don't watch a lot of county championship cricket, this is a part of the routine of a county championship game when a team is behind the over rate, knowing that they are vulnerable to point deductions for slow over rates.
Oh, great flights past the edge. Interest behind the wicket for the stumping briefly as well, so just giving it some air there. Not a lot of turn, which has been to his advantage with that delivery. Nice. Goes again. Oh, inside edge, all happening suddenly. Who saw this coming? First 2 balls were flat darts. The next 2 have had a little bit of shape about them.
Well, Lyth causing real trouble early on. Very, very close to dismissing Roy with his 3rd and 4th deliveries of the day. And clearly, in his head, he's not bowling just to speed up the over rate.
took a forfeit last year at Northampton. Bowled a little bit more in 2024 than he has so far this year. A perfectly acceptable outcome for the visitors. That's taken no more than 90 seconds to get through a maiden, 245 for 4. It's funny, I come at the over-8 conversation in the World Test Championship from a slightly different perspective, because they were, if I recall correctly, they weren't punitive enough in the first cycle, but Australia fell foul of them.
Yeah.
And that's what kept them out of the final. Thoroughly avoidable. That was the second innings at the MCG when the game was totally over and they were punished for their sloppiness. And then, of course, England were very clear they didn't care about the points deductions in the 23 Ashes, and that was largely their own fault. Ben Coates starting a new over. There's that piece of stump mic audio where Ben Stokes is talking to the umpires about it at Leeds when they were going at 9 overs an hour. He goes, well, what does it matter? Everyone's having fun. Well, it's not quite the measure of how these things are. Anyway, that World Test Championship cycle is over. It sounds like they're not going to change the deductions for the next cycle either. That's one bit of news out of the ICC big meeting they did in Zimbabwe a couple of weeks ago. So what we've had we don't know everything about the next cycle yet, but one thing we do know is that the sanctions will remain as they were for the last 2 years.
I know it's been talked about a fair bit in the last few months. Is there a realistic chance that we see a major change to the format of it? At the moment, it's 9 teams who play series of different lengths.
Well, in this 2-year cycle, that's impossible, because the Future Tours program, which is what the bilateral TV rights deals are signed on, is inked in till the end of this WTC. So all a bit of jargon here, but the Future Tours program are done in blocks of 6 years. Well, this one was anyway. And that effectively expires at the end of the next World Test Championship, the one that'll take us through to 27. Now, what happens after then, that's when you can anticipate some fairly big structural changes. A bit wider on the crease there, Code. And that could be anything. By that I mean there could be fewer teams. Almost certainly there'll be fewer teams, whether it's divisions or tiers. There might be a recalibration of the way points are allocated. I think it feels like the reporting suggests that everything's on the table, but yeah, not in the short term. Because otherwise they'd have to rewrite all the TV deals, and that's just an absolute nightmare at this stage. That's gone the other way from Code. He's done a lot right today. His figures of 1 for 46 don't represent the pressure he's applied at both ends.
Yeah, Yorkshire have actually bowled very well for long periods of today. If you look at the bowling figures, Code, White and Hill all going at 2.5 runs and over. Code's beaten the outside edge on several occasions, but not had a lot of luck today.
Guided down to third man to finish. Folks again retaining the strike. 246 for 4. Which leaves Surrey behind by 9. Still 4 overs until tea. And this pair have now put on 48, which is, with the exception of the 2 wickets that fell in quick succession in the middle of this session, that's been the story of Surrey being able to recover after losing their wickets. And keep the pressure turned up. So live to continue. Sharp turn. And dare I say it, a puff of dust where the ball landed. No specialist spinners picked for this match.
Well, I said it earlier, but I think teams are sort of put off by how Surrey construct their team. So on paper, Surrey don't pick a frontline spinner, but they don't see Dan Lawrence as not a frontline spinner, if that makes sense. He bowls a lot of overs for them.
And even before Dan Lawrence, it was Will Jacks doing exactly the same role, who did take important wickets for them. Lines him up. dead straight and thumps into the side screen. That's the Jason Roy we've seen against the white ball for a long, long time. Into the 20s and takes Surrey to within 2 runs of parity.
Yeah, a real tempter from Jason Roy at 6, bringing up 50-run stand between Roy and Folkes. Tossed up from Blythe, and Roy pumps him down the ground.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment there. Just because Surrey are doing something that they've crafted carefully as their blueprint doesn't mean you need to rock up at the Oval and try and mimic it. We've seen lots of teams do something similar to this in the last 3 seasons by not playing a specialist spinner or not using them until late. Remember last year when Hampshire played here, it took until the 103rd over for Liam Dawson to get on. The bloke took 50 wickets last year. So a bit of a disconnect. Blythe again spinning it to finish. 8 runs from it, 254 for 4, 3 until 2.
And Lawrence did a really important job for Surrey in the first innings. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 22, so going less than 2 runs at over. He got hit for a couple of boundaries early doors from Revis, just as he was trying to find his line. But he bowled with a field where he had 5 men on the offside, on the onside rather, to the right-handers, and he just bowled straight basically. He had protection on that side of the ground, and it enforced an error from Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow struggled to score against Lawrence, and in the end went for a big shot when the ball wasn't moving as much as it had been doing previously, and that was arguably the moment of the day.
It's the stumps Bairstow now for code, with likely to bowl 2 more before the tea interval. Bit of news up in Manchester. James Anderson is bowling. He's had to wait a while because Lanks made 458, but he's into his 3rd over. None for 16 so far, Jimmy. Those daunting numbers. 1,126 first-class wickets.
There's also been an extremely dry start to the summer, so pitches are just a bit drier than you'd normally expect at this time of the year. We've seen spinners bowl a lot of overs across the country in the first few weeks of the season.
We're just easing into a bit of rhythm here as Surrey pull level. Crowd well aware of the circumstances of the game. Yorkshire all out 255 in the 81st over yesterday. Surrey have gotten there a little bit quicker in the 75th here, and so much time remaining on this second afternoon and evening. They could be a long way ahead in this game by the time they go to bed tonight. These two can bat for another hour or so. The option for Surrey to get creative with their batting order as well. Jordan Clark especially acknowledging that there'll be the opportunity to chase batting points. Already picked up 1 when they reached 250, but of course then in 50-run increments until 450. Capped at the 110th over.
Yeah, who knows how important bonus points will be at the end of the season. Surrey, on the bonus point front, not as prolific as they have been in previous years. They've already dropped as many bowling bonus points in 2025, 5 games into the season, as they did in the entirety of their title-winning season in 2024.
Well, it is reading the tea leaves, that'll be a sign of what's to come after tea. Now they're in the black when they're enough to it, scores level. Just kept it a little bit low perhaps to finish, but folks equal to it. 255 for 4, scores level, 2 overs until tea. But yeah, the way in which if Surrey win it, to be generous, say 4.5 and over from here. That's another 150 odd runs, and that gets them up to that 400 horizon. And that would still be within the 110 over envelope. I wonder whether they might be incentivising that scenario just to keep going until 110 and hunt 450. I mean, these are all scenarios well ahead of us. But oftentimes we've seen Surrey bowled out on day 2 and taking the lead here with that easy single down the ground. A bit different this time around. It's as you say, acquiring every point that's available to them given their only with 1 win so far this season. News from the back of the box, by the way. Can't wait to watch this at tea. Jimmy Anderson back doing what he does best, and apparently it's a beauty. Let's see if we can describe it to you. Andrew Sampson's got it on his screen. Samo, if you just go back a frame or two, we'll try and do this. So it's so Anderson operating round the wicket, bowling to Caleb Julie overseas, and it is, as described, a beauty. Through the gate, splaying the stumps. Jimmy Anderson, first class wicket, 1127. Have that. Find the clip. It'll be online somewhere pretty soon.
Silly mid-on in place now for Adam Lyth.
This hasn't quite worked, by the way. They're still behind by 4 overs, so they've not been helped out by Lyth's quick spell. Not yet, at least. You see that Roy's building into this, can't you? The confidence to flat bat that against the spin. Completes Lyth's over. There'll be 1 more until tea. 257 for 4. The lead's 2 for Surrey.
Yeah, just on bonus points, it's 8 points for a draw. So you can have games where you don't come particularly close to winning a game, and if you score 450 runs inside the first 110 overs of your innings and take 9 or 10 wickets in 110 overs, you can end up with 16 points for a draw in a game that you come nowhere near to winning. But you can also win by an innings, and if you don't get any batting bonus points, end up with 19 points. So bonus points can be really, really important.
Thompson returns for 1 last blast. He came close to getting through to defences of Jason Rowe in his previous over about half an hour ago. Yeah, and I know you're down on that, aren't you? You don't like the draw being as combined with bonus points, but incentivising teams to occasionally not chase wins.
Well, there was a point after 2 rounds this season when in Division 2, Leicestershire had won 1 game and drawn another. Kent had won both their games, yet Leicestershire were above Kent in the table.
Yeah.
And surely we should be encouraging teams to live a little and pursue the win. And in Division 2 in particular, actually, in the last few years, there's been a dearth of results. I think in 2024, only 3 teams won 3 or more games. Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, I think there's a stat where over combined 54 games, they'd won something like 3 or 4 games between them.
Leicestershire up the top of Division 2 at the moment. The only county to never be promoted, as it turns out. Just one of those wrinkles of the system where they've gone down in the 2-tier, or the 2-division span of the county championship, but never back up again.
I think it's their 22nd year in Division 2.
So, well, they're going okay. It's a pretty nice game across the river at Lords shaping up with Middlesex. Inside edge, somehow that's missed the stumps. How's that missed the woodwork? 4 runs for folks. Exasperated Thompson's done a lot right today.
Seen
energy to the crease. You see it here, Yas, talk us through it.
We've seen some delightful shots from Ben Folk today, but more than just a little bit of luck in that boundary. Jordan Thompson a few times has really challenged the inside edge of the Surrey right-handers, getting the ball to swing in through the air, even with this ball that's 76.4 overs old.
Just to back over that Division 2 score at Lords for those who are interested, Middlesex all out 232. Ian Holland, who moved from Hampshire to Leicestershire, the kind of Australian, kind of American overseas there at Leicestershire. Pfeiffer, and today they're 185 for 6, so they're behind by 47. Peter Hanscom, the captain, on 66, so Leicester in a decent position at Lords there, top of the table in the second tier. Last ball. Upish and through. Didn't quite middle that, but muscles it to the rope to complete the session for Surrey. $265 for 4 with that boundary, with folks advancing to 39. So a partnership is now worth 67. The excitement in this session, which was worth 120 runs for the home side, moving them into the lead, came right in the middle where Dan Lawrence and Curtis Patterson fell in the space of 3 deliveries with the score on 198. But since then, Yas Rana, it's been more or less smooth sailing, with folks and Rory, experienced hands, doing as they needed to, getting Surrey into this strong position.
It's been really responsible batting from this pair, understanding the game situation and understanding that those 2 wickets in 3 balls had given Yorkshire an opening, one that they hadn't really looked like creating for a lot of the first part of the afternoon session. But these two, both guys who play Test cricket for England, have really knuckled down, blunted the Yorkshire attack, and as the session approached its end, picked up the rate of run scoring. And at a point when they took those 2 wickets in quick succession, you would have thought that Yorkshire had a real shot of at least minimising the Surrey first innings lead. But now with Surrey ahead by 10, with 6 first innings wickets in hand, they will have their eyes on creating a commanding first innings lead.
So useful contributions down the card for Surrey. First wicket stand of 56, the experienced pair of Burns and Sibley. They were both out before lunch to White and Hill respectively. After lunch, Patterson, his first innings for Surrey, was 15 away from 100 on debut here at this club. He was out leg before wicket to Hill as well, and then in the next over, with the score still on 198, Dan Lawrence, who was battling with a back injury, was trapped leg before wicket by Code. And after that, the stand of 67 has been dominated mostly by Ben Folkes with 39, and Roy there with him, comfortably moving through the gears.
George Hill's been the pick of the bowlers for Yorkshire, 16 overs, 2 for 34, bowling with great control, getting the old ball to nibble about through the air and off the pitch. But also work for Jordan Thompson. He's wicketless, he's gone at 4 runs and over, but he's created several chances, a couple of really close LBW appeals turned down by the umpire, and in that final over before the tea break, getting folks to inside edge of ball that only just snuck past the top of his stumps.
All right, so it's still raining in Bangalore, so if you've tuned in recent times and wondering why we're not at the IPL for that RCB KKR game, it's because it's raining at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which means that through the tea break you'll be able to pick up a feature, My Icon Moeen Ali, and we'll get to that after our break with a tea here Oval on day 2 in this county championship clash between Surrey and Yorkshire. The home side 10 runs in the lead at 265 for 4.
Johnny Bairstow leading out Yorkshire in the field. Johnny Patterson now keeping wickets. And resuming the Surrey innings, Jason Roy and Ben Phillips. Continuing spell after tea from the pavilion at Adam Live.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, the final session of this second day. Surrey hosting Yorkshire in the County Championship. Adam Live to continue from the pavilion end. It was a busy middle stanza for the home team. Adding 120 runs. They did lose a couple of wickets. Dan Lawrence was leg before wicket to Ben Code for 31. And Curtis Patterson leg before as well to George Hill for 85. Both of those wickets falling with the score on 198, but this pair, Ben Folkes and Jason Roy, have steadied the ship, adding 67 so far. And Adam Lyth racing through his overs because he nearly takes a tumble there. Yorkshire are in a little bit of trouble when it comes to their over rate. Adam Collins and Ian Ward with you to begin this final session. Wardy.
Good afternoon. How are you? Lots to look forward to here because... Oh, out! Got him.
Gets there on the deflection. And Adam Lyth loves it. Against the flow of play, the 20-minute break, the undoing of Jason Roy. George Hill there at slip. Took a good catch earlier today. And it looks like it was going to bounce out, but the reflexes were sufficient. Just what Yorkshire needed to hold on here. 265 for 5.
I think you've underplayed sufficient there, Colo. That was a fantastic reaction catch. The parry and then the right hand went down straight into that right hand. That is a fantastic catch and a fantastic wicket for Adam Lyth. Where's he been all day? Only bowled before tea. I was fascinated to see how Jason Roy would go about taking on Lyth in this session. Well, he's frustrated because he didn't get much of a go at it. I thought he'd be ultra aggressive once he'd had a little look, but he's got to depart after a brilliant catch. The part-time off-spin of Lyth has worked for Yorkshire. Roy drags himself from the crease. He made 26. Surrey 265 for 5, lead by 10.
So Rai Patel walking out at number 7. Such an important stand there for Surrey to take them up to tee, but the expectation was that with Roy getting his eye in, he popped Lyth over his head for 6 just before the short break, and Folkes doing as Folkes does. They were in a strong position to do things on their terms, but things might change.
Well, they needed a good session and ideally a good start, and they've got the best possible start. Now what does Bairstow do and how long does he keep Lyth going for? He's got to balance his over rate that everyone keeps going on about, but also what's best to get wickets. Well, he's got a left-hander in, so perhaps this is the best idea. The field, all of a sudden, looks like Yorkshire are bang on top. Slip, leg slip, short extra cover. Only one man out, that's on the sweep. No ball. Come on, Adam Lyth. You could hear the anguish. This is Yorkshire's moment. Next half an hour is Yorkshire's time. They've got to make it their time.
Patel a bit light on runs this year as well. He was superb last year, averaging 29 in this campaign. 42 last week at Edgbaston. A successful over for Yorkshire straight after tea via the arm of Adam Lyth and the mitts of George Hill. 267 for 5. We'll try and get another look at that wicket in a moment. No, we're not going to get another look at that wicket, but you were spot on, Morty. The reflect for him to... the presence of mind. I mean, we talk about George Hill's all-round ability. Had to open the batting quite a lot for Yorkshire a couple of years ago. He's leading the country for wickets, couple today, and now doing a job at first slip as well. It's what captains love, players that can do a bit of everything.
He's a terrific young all-round cricketer. Terrific all-round cricketer. Very versatile. And with a sharp mind, because that was a sharp chance. Yeah. Off his left hand, ball dropping down. So easy to snatch at those and grass it, but he didn't. It went straight into his right mitt. So an unusual field on the leg side with that very straight catcher right next to the strip. I was fascinated watching Jason Roy face Adam Lyth just before the tea break, because the field was set back. Bairstow had a long on and gaps on the offside. In a one-day international, Jason Roy was just gone bomb one. If he wasn't taking him downtown, bomb one. The mindset change, the value of your wicket in red ball as opposed to white ball, particularly T20, is so vast. You could see the tentative nature. Now he's getting used to the ebbs and flows of the red ball game. But he would have just, at ease, just gone bang. Bang down the ground, get off strike, get Bairstow on strike if he was playing for England. Or do exactly what he did once, which is to bop him down the ground. The mindset of cricket is fascinating.
57 balls is the most he's faced in a professional innings since March 2023. That's the kind of games he plays.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well spotted, Samo. Jordan Thompson, he's been lively. Hit the pads a number of times in that short spell before tea. None of those decisions went his way, but he beat Roy for pace a couple of times.
I just like the tactical change, which was to go a little bit closer to the pads. You know, by and large, Yorkshire have been pretty disciplined with their lines and lengths. They were disciplined to Curtis Patterson, who just was more disciplined than them, basically, and unfurled some wonderful shots. But I've been begging Yorkshire to do just something slightly different, just change things. And that could be something very small, say change round the wicket, over the wicket, whatever. Or maybe just a period of split field and going at the pads. And that's what Thompson did, as you rightly say, just before tea. Then something a little bit different with Lyth. So at least you could see there was a bit more proactivity. I was slightly surprised that Bairstow started with Lyth after the break, but my goodness, it's paid dividends.
Yeah, well worked. That's where folks are so strong, into the 40s with a boundary. Short side of the ground out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Yeah, if he's targeting the pads, he's got to maybe think about the field. If you're going to go that tight, maybe you don't need third man. But it's so short over there. I mean, he's got his line wrong. Don't get me wrong. He's got it too far down the leg side. But perhaps he just needs a little bit more protection.
So he's bowling with a 5-4, but one of those, the straight catching mid-wicket you can see there alongside the pitch. Back on it here to finish. 4 from the over, 271 for 5.
I get why that's man's there with folks, because he plays some lovely on drives, but it's almost like the bat comes across the ball a bit and it goes straighter than you'd think. So it can be a little bit leady edgy. So I don't mind that, but if you're making a plan to go straight, commit to that plan. And that means you need to commit with your field. Lyth's going to continue, why not?
Absolutely. A reminder, of course, here at the Oval, free after tea, get down. Helps swell that crowd. Over 6,000 in yesterday. Great numbers again today. Enjoy yourself in the sun. What an afternoon for it. As Yorkshire try and hold on. Off the mark. Worth a couple.
There's a couple of slightly stiff-legged Yorkshire bowlers out in the field at the minute.
And the thing with spin here, and we remarked upon it before tea as well, Surrey have had this game plan for, their 4th season of it, right? Don't play a specialist spinner. Seldom play a specialist spinner. The most of that we've seen is Cam Steele, who, of course, offers plenty with the bat as well. But Will Jacks, and Dan Lawrence have strangely been their principal spinners. But visiting teams rock up here far too often and try and copy them. We saw Lyth get the puff of dust a couple of times before tea, turn a couple through the gate. I mean, Surrey have got a plan that works for them, but yes, Yorkshire leaving out both spinners.
I suppose the odd one might be Best, because Best does offer you quite a lot with a bat. You got a first-class 100 the other week. I think you've got to look at what you do best and what you need as a captain, rather than what the opposition is doing.
Shout! Beaten on the inside edge, but on the knee roll, perhaps going over, maybe sliding on with the arm. Either way, hasn't gone with Lyth. There's been a lot of shouts today. There've been 3 leg before dismissals, and plenty that Yorkshire have asked desperately for like that, but
that's
not quite.
That's not miles away.
No.
That's not miles away.
Just on height, I reckon. Well bowled again. Top over from Lyth, doing plenty right. 273 for 5, 80 overs gone, second newey due.
Well, the other thing you've got to take into account when you're selecting things is you're selecting for 4 days. You're not selecting for that first morning. And the first morning, it was very green, a wonderful covering of green live grass.
Ooh. Looks better slowed down.
It does, yeah. It always does. But did it turn enough just to straighten? Was there a bit of extra bounce? He's not a tall man, Lyth. But yeah, with the forecast, which has been proven correct, set fair for 4 days, warm sunshine, ice cream weather, the pitch was going to change.
Second new ball's going to be taken right away. So unfortunately for us, we've been quite enjoyed the Adam Lyth cameo. He'll be out of the attack, you'd imagine. Jack White is going to get first use of the second dukes from our Vauxhall end.
Interesting one. Is it obvious to just say, right, new ball available, take it? Because Lyth has caused problems there. He's got rid of Jason Roy. He's challenged Patel, the left-hander. That's a good little match-up, if you want to say. May have been tempted just to hold fire with that second new pill, but it's White who charges in with it. Big half an hour for both sides.
Have we mentioned that Tattersall's keeping wicket?
No.
Okay.
Good spot.
Yeah, he's been keeping wickets in his team. Obviously Bairstow, that finger injury.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow caught one on the end of his finger in his left hand before tea. He was in great discomfort, treated by the physio. It was a finger he'd obviously damaged before, because they were taking the tape that was already on there off to have a look at the digit.
So Bairstow is on the field. He's at mid-on, captaining from there, which is of note. Could be a... well, let's not speculate too much, but Bairstow might have an entirely different job, quite a lucrative job to do next week. He wouldn't want to miss out on the basis of a ball that didn't quite get up.
Well, he's probably not going to keep if he does go to Mumbai, so he's just practicing his outfielding as well.
He was always a dependable boundary rider for England in white ball cricket when Joss had the gloves, Johnny Bairstow.
Saying earlier, him and Jason Roy were phenomenal for England at the top of the order. They were also two of the best outfielders. Bairstow out in the deep. Safe pair of hands, same with Jason Roy. Always the way with keepers, sometimes the best outfielders, don't know why.
It's that quirky one with Tattersall. He's got the gloves, but started his professional career as a batter who bowled leg breaks.
Talented boy.
Yeah.
Where was his leg breaks earlier?
I'd have loved that. Throwback. Stiffed it too short, but folks can't quite capitalise on it. It's a very rare subset, that, the keeper leg spinner crossover. The only one I can think of is Tim Zura.
Yeah.
Who led the county averages in 1993 when he was here on tour with the Australians. Samo?
Darren Smith, one season, was the designated wicketkeeper for the KwaZulu-Natal Dolphins.
Right.
And bowled more overs than anyone else in the team. With his leggies. He had a few pretty decent part-time keepers while he was bowling.
Tim Zura, there's a name I've not heard for a while. WA boy.
Yeah, one of the more infamous cricket autobiographies as well. The gloves are off when he just lined up everyone, one after another, after another.
Abrasive character?
Very.
Yeah. Good cricketer.
He ran through Essex in that 93 tour. Picked up a colleague at Sky, Nick Knight, in that game, I'm pretty sure.
Get 5. Listen, that's nothing. I've got Nick Knight's first class wicket in my pocket. I've only got 3.
Got a feeling he got Big Dell as well, Derek Pringle, in that stint 0. White's ambling approach gives it everything when he gets there. Just one from it, so the second new ball is in operation. 274 for 5, Surrey leading by 19. They've lost a wicket so far in the session, Roy. Third ball from it, caught it slip from the bowling of Lard for 26. What did you bowl?
Rubbish. I bowled right arm, 5'6", medium filth. So that's why I've only got 3 first-class wickets. But Nicholas Verity Knight is my prized possession. We're at Edgbaston. He was having a fantastic season. And I bowled round the wicket to him. And he dragged it on from about 2 metres outside of off stump and nearly missed the cut strip onto leg stump. Had he hit that for 4, he would have averaged 100 in the county championship that year and got a massive financial bonus from his bat sponsor.
Ben Code.
And let me tell you, that hurt Nighty more than anything else.
I'm sure he's watching. Hi, Nighty.
I was on a hat-trick in I think it was a quarter-final. I was captaining Surrey. Quarter-final against Sussex down at Hove. I was on a hat-trick. Guess what happened to the hat-trick ball?
All the way?
Went for 6.
Yep.
Out the ground.
That's another rare subset. Hat-trick balls that have gone for 6. Yep. Look it up, Samo.
I have to.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
looking at Tim Zura's ball at the moment.
Here's Ben Code. He's the man doing the job out here. So he's got the second new ball from the pavilion, and he's bowled from both ends today. He's built up considerable dot ball pressure. Moved it both ways, bowled in partnerships, just the 1 wicket, but gotten a lot right. What they would give for a Ben Code blast here, a couple of quickies, restrict the lead to, 60, 70?
Oh, 100%.
Yep.
5 down, lead by 20. It's absolutely knife-edge stuff, really. But it has to happen in the next sort of 45 minutes, half an hour, I think, to get a breakthrough. Just got to keep taking those wickets.
And the challenge that Surrey bats so deep.
They do, and that's why Ben Folkes doesn't actually have to do anything different. If there were some indifferent players coming in all the way down, he might have to change up a gear or 2, which isn't necessarily Ben Folkes' forte. For all of his wonderful cricketing ability with bat and wicket-keeping gloves, that's probably not his forte. But if he can feel free just to play his way, with support at the other end, as we saw in the last game against Warwickshire. Perfect.
Missing there. Well, they've got Nathan Smith. Now, I don't actually think he'll bat 10, by the way, but Carter at 10. He's got 14 scores above 50 in first class.
Where's
cricket.
he going to bat then?
I think he'll bat ahead of Laws.
Right.
I think Laws will bat 10, but Laws rattled off 4 consecutive half centuries a couple of years ago in the 50 over competition.
Look, they've got options.
They bat so, and obviously Clark, who has done remarkable things in a hurry here for Surrey, batting anywhere between 6 and 8. He's next in. Inside part of the bat doesn't quite get the angle that Code wants. He's faced 100 balls now, folks.
Just interesting to keep an eye on what this second new ball does, whether or not this pitch over the next 2 days and best part of a session, whether it dries out and becomes a bit of a new ball pitch, i.e. the seam just grips into the surface, which must be drying out quickly. You can see the colour change as the sun beats down.
Caught up with that one. Easy single. Folks will keep the strike. 277 for 5.
27 important overs remaining in the day. Sometimes you can get pitches that are particularly receptive as they get older to a newer, harder ball. Most pitches are, but some more than others. It'll be fascinating to see how this pitch progresses over the next couple of days. look, it's not going to break up, but the characteristic of it might change.
Yeah, it's far more Kiwi in its as it matures here in the last couple of years, and by that I mean it's deceptive on day one. Well, I'm sure, as it is when we've been to New Zealand in the past year as well, you get there and you rock up and you're like, what doing? But you get to about now and you realise that days 2 and 3 are a dream to bat on it.
Last time I turned up at Christchurch, I was like, what? But you know what? It played fine.
Yeah.
They had to keep the grass on it to make it carry. I mean, it did a bit, don't get me wrong. In the first 2 sessions, it really did a bit. What made Jacob Bethel's first innings in Test match cricket all the more remarkable, not the runs he scored, but the way he went about it and the technique and the mental aptitude that he showed with the ball zipping around. You do turn up to Hagley sometimes and think, oh, just stick some stumps into the outfield then.
We had both last year. We had a Hagley special and a Basin bowling green.
Yeah, the Basin, they like a bit of grass now, don't they?
And they were 2 Australians, and both times you rock up and you're just like, well, this is so foreign seeing it up close. But yeah, in both instances, yeah, totally sporting on day one, but turned into delightful batting tracks. And that's been more or less the lived experience here, with the small exception yesterday's pitch being quite lively and quite quick, which was fun to see. Yeah.
I'm going to broaden it out and ask you a question after this ball, sticking with cricket. Down under.
Yep.
What's the story with this Kookaburra ball?
Yeah.
Has it been changed?
Yep.
Go on then.
So there's a couple of different parts to it. The first bit is now don't ask me how they've done this, but they've reinforced the seam. So, I mean, you'd know what those Kookaburras used to be like. Definitely.
Right.
So it sits up more like a traditional Dukes or Readers would, with the higher seam. Sorry, we're at Tiflex, not Readers.
The
Tiflex or the Dukes, which stand up more. And there's an extra type of lacquer that sits on the outside of it now compared to what's gone before it. Bit of width, but can't make the most of it there, folks. So that came in before the 21-22 Ashes series. And you might recall that was a series where it did feel different to 17-18. 17-18, those Kookaburras and those pitches, it was a turgid series. But 21-22, it was far more lively, and the Dukes played a big role in that. And look at Shield numbers since, off a cliff.
Yeah.
Batting numbers. Usman Khawaja has spoken in some depth about this, around how much more difficult Shield batting is now compared to the vast majority of his career. And I'm sure the numbers bear that out, and Samo might have one that goes directly to the point. Just square enough to have work for the deep backward square. They'll add 2. So, yeah, when thinking about the Ashes series ahead this year, yep, of course, whenever you go to Australia, you want genuinely fast bowlers. I wouldn't ever dispute that. But having skilled practitioners, they'll be rewarded in ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect typically in Australia.
Why have they changed that?
I think reputational damage the Kookaburra acquired over time, along with the pitches that were being, it was the early drop-in technology. Mm-hmm. So as test venues were putting in those drop-in slabs. Ooh, how's the movement to finish? Tattersall just lost that entirely. Lucky not to get sconned in the face. Ends a lively over. 279 for 5. The lead's 24. So there were a couple of consecutive summers where the Melbourne tests and the Sydney tests were just horrible, grim affairs. England were around for one, India the next. So they were really worried about the drop-in stuff at Melbourne especially, but they've improved that at the same time that they've got the ball, and the curators are all playing ball a bit as well. There's far more grass left on the pitch. So those things working in concert together leads towards, well, I think what you can expect will be a different kind of Ashes series this year.
Okay. But the Kookaburras that you used in the 100 were definitely different last year as well. They definitely felt different, had a higher seam. I mean, Dan Worrell opened the bowling for London Spirit, bowled the first term balls, and they're all dots. Laid back on it.
Yeah, I interviewed Dan for the Wisden Cricketers Almanac this year when he was made one of the 5, and he explained to me that he played a club season here about 10, 12 years ago. He bowled one ball with it, and he goes, "That's good enough. I'll have that, please. Let's just do that forever." Sadly missing this week, Dan Worrell. Foot injury.
They messed about with it years ago when I was in the Surrey second team, and we had these Kookaburra balls. I've got no idea why they decided to experiment with them, but we did. And by and large, it's certainly that summer, second team cricket was predominantly played at club grounds like Banstead. And it got to the point where we were seriously considering reversing the batting order. So 10 and 11 with open and just try and survive the first 4 overs or something, because it darted around everywhere on club pitches. Because every side was like 20 for 6. It was ridiculous. Just 1 year in second team cricket.
And that was a cooker?
It was a Kookaburra.
Right.
I think they used it for, I'm going to say 4 or 5 rounds. Might only have been 4, but yeah, outgrounds, trees round it, different atmospherics. The ball just went everywhere. But genuinely, I can't remember. It was probably smoky actually. So why don't we just reverse the pattern? We never did.
Doesn't go to hand. Might have just taken some weight out of the bottom hand there, Ryan Patel, who played some stunning innings in tough conditions last year at the Oval. Yet to really get on top of things in 2025, but he was the secret sauce to that three-peat. Often doing a job at 6 or 7.
Pick your brains actually at the pitches. You say the curators out there might be leaving a bit more grass.
Definitely.
What's happening at Optus? What's the characteristic of that pitch compared with, say, the Wacker? Because when you say, oh, you're playing in Perth, you think of Ambrose and big cracks and the ball sipping through and Brett Lee bowling the speed of light with a Fremantle Doctor or something.
Yeah, it's happening.
Is it?
And I don't really know. Again, that's a drop in, and it's on top of a car park because it's a modern multi.
Good stadium. I've been there. Good stadium.
Nothing wrong with the ground at all.
No.
And the players like playing there, but the Test matches we've had, a couple of them, the pitches have gotten to the point where it's like it's as a stiffer challenge as you get in Australia with the heightened, with the bounce really, more than anywhere else. It stands out. All the data from CricViz that you get through, it always points to it bouncing considerably more than any other pitch in Australia. So, the old-fashioned idea, end of the over, 281 for 5, of going to Perth, which they will start in Perth this time as well. They're not starting in Brisbane, they're starting on the West Coast. You will get, old-school Wacker-style bounce, which will be fun.
And the Wacker is still being used?
Yep, for domestic cricket.
Yeah.
And women's international.
And first-class men's?
Yeah. They're playing Shield cricket there.
Great ground. I played the grand final with grade cricket there.
Oh, did you? Who'd you play for?
North Perth. We got through the final. We lost to South Perth because it was a first innings job.
Yep.
They had Damien Martin played for them. But yeah, played a 4-day game. It was a 4-day game with the Wacker. It was fantastic. I remember seeing the Wacker the first time ever on television. It was a night game and the floodlights looked like something from outer space.
Oh yeah, again, the edge not going to hand. Wasn't really in play anyway. No fielder at gully. They get back for a couple, which will take Ben Foakes to yet another half century. That's the 5th time this season he's passed 50. A big unbeaten century at Edgbaston last week. When he walked out there today with Jason Roy, they were still a fair way behind, but now Surrey advancing their lead to 28. He's been the best of the Surrey bats through this season. Ben Foakes 50 not out.
Well, he can do no more if he's looking to help his side and perhaps get back in the England side. His keeping, as always, has been exceptional. His run scoring has been phenomenal so far.
Yeah, those floodlights at Perth have remained, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm in Perth each year for that Test match, I go over and have a look. It's kind of, they're like Soviet, aren't they? They're from the 1950s, brutalist architecture.
They are brilliant. They're massive.
Yeah.
Things. You have to stand underneath them to believe it. It made me laugh because, as ever, we're a little bit late catching on to things over here. You were well ahead with World Series cricket and night cricket and floodlights and permanent floodlights. We had our first ever day-night game here at the Oval. And it wasn't permanent lights. There were 4 trucks that were driven onto the outfield with a high lift hoist at the back, which had about 6 bulbs that you'd probably have in someone's bathroom on. And that was the flight. And it absolutely hosed down for about 2 days before the game. And there was one of the trucks which was parked in front of Lee Fortis's shed, And you know how big these high-lift lorry truck tyres are? They sort of come up to a 6-foot man's head.
Right.
They were halfway into the outfield. It sunk that much.
That would have gone over well.
Oh, and we didn't play the game because it absolutely hosed down during the game. You could almost see this truck just sink by the hour, just went further and further down, and somehow they managed to get it out. And I remember Bill Gordon, who was one of the head groundsmen, was his head there or still assistant? He was almost in tears. They had to drag this thing out. Honestly, these tyres were half buried in the outfield. That was our first ever attempt at day-night cricket in the UK. You couldn't see a thing. Might as well have used candles.
How the world has changed.
My goodness. Hear that story about the first time they used the new floodlights at Seddon Park?
No.
So they flipped them over to LEDs, which turn on instantly. The older ones, the original lights, as it was even at the Wacker, just took a little bit of time to fire up.
Warm up, yeah.
So the umpire radioed through and said, right, it's getting a bit dark, we need the floodlights on, thinking it will take just a little time to... So they flicked the switch just as old mate was in his delivery stride. And they went bang like this, and the batsman couldn't see a thing. Blinded him because they were instantly on. Oh, next time we might need to do it at the end of the over. Talking of which, 283 for 5.
What a terrific sport. Wardy, I'm going to leave it with you.
Audio.
That was fun. Yas Rana following me.
Still raining in Bangalore if you are tuning in to try and catch the restart of the IPL. It was supposed to be RCB against KKR, but pretty heavy rain, torrential rain over the last couple of days and now has meant that fixture looks unlikely to start. Might do. If it does start, we will show the cricket to you on the Sky Cricket channel, but a toss hasn't taken place, that's my understanding at the moment, so there's probably still a bit of clearing up to do once it's stopped. So we'll stay here in the sunshine of South London. Good afternoon. Yes, how are you?
I'm good. Ben Code into Ryan Patel, who defends. I interviewed Alex Stewart last season talking about his favourite memories of his time here at the Oval, and he's obviously spent a lot of time here at the Oval over the years, and he made a comment about the type of players who might not necessarily be that close to international honours, who don't necessarily play every week but are utterly vital to a side maintaining a championship challenge over the course of the season. And he pinpointed Ryan Patel as one of those players. Someone who a couple of years ago, before Sibley moved back to Surrey, played the full season at the top of the order and did really well, but often is coming in and out of the side, batting in different positions. When he does get a run in the team, he's not often batting at 3 for a while, or he could be 4 one week, 6 the next. And Stewart referenced a few players in the team that you were part of who performed similar roles.
Shot.
Brilliant shot from Patel. Punches that to the left of cover and race away towards the long boundary. And he picks up for his first boundary of the innings.
Blooming good one too. That's about as good as it gets. Minimal movement, nothing wrong with that. Perfect balance. In the middle of the bat, high elbow. That's fantastic. Yeah, we had a few players kicking around like that. Surrey have had to have that for a while because of England calls, and it takes a very specific character to fulfil that role when you're frustrated that you want to play regularly and then the internationals come back and you get left out. We had players like Jason Ratcliffe and Nadeem Shahid. I'm trying to think who else might have fulfilled that role, but something similar, say, to what you're saying about Ryan Patel. Is that what Stewie was alluding to?
Yeah, no, exactly that. I think especially difficult for Patel, having done so well when he was establishing the team in 2022 in that title-winning year. And last season, I think if you ask a lot of Surrey players, they'll say that Patel's 100 from number 7 against Essex was one of the most important knocks from any Surrey player over the course of the season.
That's what I mean about the character of the man that you're asking to fulfil that type of role, because he could quite rightly turn around and say, well, hang up. What do I need to do? keep pestering. And so he should. He'd be absolutely within his mind. That needs good man management from Alec or from Gareth Batty or whatever. But you've got to be a real team man to sort of accept that, oh, all right, I might play this game and then Ollie Pope will be back or Jamie Smith will be back or whatever.
Patel will pick up a single, move to double figures. Sorry, 288 for 5.
What other memories did the gaffer have?
He had a memory of one of the first times he came to the ground as a kid. The first test match he played. There were generally milestone moments. First test match he played for England here. The first title win for Surrey as well, which was a huge moment for the club because it had been quite a long time since the last one.
Ages, yeah. Here against Nottinghamshire. But Rory Burns and his merry men have surpassed anything we did back in the dim and distant past. Remarkable achievement. The challenge is initially to win one, but then to maintain that hunger, that desire to go and do it again, then go and do it again, and then try and do it again. Remarkable.
And one of the similarities between the Surrey team that you're in and the Surrey team at the moment is just how big the squads are and how affected both teams were and are by international call-ups. And it's not the same for every county. Hampshire a couple of years ago when they pushed Surrey really close to the title, I think they used 14 players across the whole season. Surrey often used 23, 24.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot from Ryan Patel. Slightly over pitch from White, and that's driven firmly back down the ground for 4. His second boundary in as many overs.
We saw some fantastic shots from Johnny Bairstow yesterday, from Curtis Patterson today, and from Ben Foakes. But the 2 boundaries that Ryan Patel has just hit, one off the back, one off the front foot, they're as good as anything we've seen, probably the 2 best shots we've seen. They're high quality cricket shots. Go tap on the gaffer's door. Get me in regularly.
I suppose there was a big show of faith in Patel last week, picked ahead of the overseas player Curtis Patterson, is only here for a 3-game stint, not selected for the first round of which he was available. And I suppose the broader point about managing a squad of that size across the season, to maintain a consistency in spirit and energy when the actual personnel is so different, must be a real challenge. It's a good challenge to have to confront, but a challenge nonetheless.
Well, they're doing a lot right off the field to get it right on the field, because it can become quite fractious when that amount of players are used, and there'll be some disgruntled players who feel they should be in the side and aren't, and they've got to make way for international players who return. So to keep that cohesiveness together is a real challenge of man management, which they seem to be meeting. Whenever I watch Ryan Patel, I always admire how he lines up. As a former left-hander, love how simple it is. It was a bit like watching Curtis Patterson today, actually. I called it efficient earlier, and I mean that's a high compliment, not as a dull criticism. But he always just looks so technically composed. Cue horrible hack dismissal.
Defended to mid-on. Sorry, 292 for 5. glorious late afternoon here at the Kia Oval. Sun out, barely a cloud in the sky. Surrey very well placed at the moment, 292 for 5. Katia with me alongside me now. Ben Folkes, 50 not out. He's had a brilliant season so far.
Yeah, it's turning into a bit of a ridiculous one, isn't it? Had that century last week on a bit of a road, but you'd sense this is the better one actually, or the better half century at the minute. We'll see if he converts.
Yeah, last week on a flat pitch at Edgbaston, both sides fielding quite batting heavy teams. Warwickshire fielding specialist batter at number 8. It was a really important knock from Folkes to ensure that Surrey batted long enough for that game to be a draw, because from fairly early on in the contest the win was looking extremely unlikely for Surrey, but there was still work to do. Warwickshire scored so many runs, in excess of 600.
Yeah, and you'd also fancy the context around this one as well is in equal measure as important. He came in after that tricky point.
It's another glorious shot from Ben Folkes. He's driven really well today. This one struck firmly, and it had to be to beat the man diving at mid-off. 4 more to Folkes.
Yeah, a lot of when we talk about Folkes' aesthetic is related to his keeping, but that was a very aesthetically pleasing shot. Straight back down.
That boundary takes Surrey to 296, just 4 runs away from the second batting bonus point. Lead now worth 41. Still a lot of cricket to come today, 21.3 overs. And that'll be 4 more this time, leaning onto his back foot. Again, really efficient movement from Folkes, and it brings up the 300 and that second batting bonus point.
Yeah, easy pickings for Folkes there. Width, bit short of legs, straight through. You can see him really settling in now and picking off those boundaries. It's a long old day for those Yorkshire seamers.
Yeah, a reminder that if you're just joining us, Yorkshire picked an 11 that contained 6 frontline seam bowling options, all of them right armers. Last week they picked 2 spinners, Don Besson, Dan Moriarty at Chelmsford. We don't see spin play a particularly prominent role at the Kia Oval in the County Championship these days, so they've opted to go seam heavy.
No, but given just how many runs can be scored on this pitch and that we've seen can be scored on this pitch, even if it's just to rotate and give your seamers a bit of a break, especially with the sameness of this Yorkshire attack, same angles, not a ridiculous variation in pace, some quicker than others, but you just need that break in your attack.
Yeah, from Hill down to White at number 11, all of them right arm seam bowling options. The only spin we've seen in the Yorkshire innings came from Adam Lyth, who actually struck immediately after the tea break, dismissing Jason Roy. Well caught slip by George Hill, who's been really impressive in this game with the ball. And speaking of George Hill, he returns to the attack. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 34 so far in the Surrey first innings. The pick of the Yorkshire seam attack, and enjoying a wonderful season with the ball. The second leading wicket taker in Division 1, 24 wickets at 15, just Carl Abbott ahead of him.
Yeah, and he's picked up the mantle. Yorkshire obviously struggled with a lot of their seam attack going elsewhere. You've got Matt Fisher now down here at Surrey, and you can see in there some of the struggles they've had early season that they've been suffering with. Less experience in the attack, less variation. But George Hill's been brilliant today. Really worked hard, created those opportunities.
he just hasn't really missed. He's barely bowled a bad ball. Probably 4 or 5 miles per hour slower than his Surrey counterpart, Jordan Clark, who performed a similar role on day one. But for both of them, the most striking aspect of their performances with the ball has just been their accuracy. Jordan Clark bowled an extraordinary 9-over spell on the first morning, where he took 1 for 8.
Yeah, we shouldn't be saying that it's been an easy Saturday day out for Surrey. They've had to work really hard and weather those tough periods, especially the one in the middle of the afternoon session where Yorkshire did go bang bang. But the thing is, with the Surrey attack, they do just keep coming at you, and it's really hard to maintain that level of pressure for the period you need to get through them. You go bang bang, and then Jason Roy and Ben Folkes still at the crease.
Yeah, though I would say that Surrey probably have had the best of the conditions so far. They always bowl first when they win the toss. 16 times in a row that we've seen the team winning the toss at the Oval, deciding to have a bowl first up, and that's often because with the live grass on day one, there's a bit more nip, bit more movement off the pitch, good pace in the wicket before it flattens out on days 2 and 3, and that's what we've seen here today. Probably not quite as much zip off the pitch as we've seen on the first day.
Yeah, we've seen Hill get 1 or 2 to move off the surface. Seen a little bit of ones that have got up there, bounced a bit higher than expected, but not a ridiculous amount.
Patel defends the final ball of the over. It's a maiden. Hill straight back into his work, his 6th maiden of the innings. Sorry, 302 for 5. Good day for the Surrey men here at the Kia Oval, and it looks like it'd be a good day too for the Surrey women's side down at Beckenham. Surrey amassed 237 for 7 in the County Cup game against Hampshire. Hampshire currently 151 for 8 in the run chase there.
Yeah, there was some danger in that game early on though. Maya Bouchier get 59 off 23 in the chase, and for a minute it looked like Hampshire had a genuine chance of chasing that, but the run out of Georgia Adams kind of put paid to that.
Jordan Thompson comes into the attack for Yorkshire, bowling from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. Wicketless so far today, but bowled a really probing spell earlier in the piece, really challenging the inside edge of Ben Folkes on a number of occasions. A couple of really decent LBW appeals turned down by the umpire. Short, and that's dispatched from Ben Folkes, this time in front of square. Bit of a loosener first up from Thompson, and Folkes wasn't going to miss out on that.
Yeah, just watch the replay here. That's the length he likes. Saw one similar, not quite getting up as high in the over before Hills, but he likes that area, Ben Folkes.
Yorkshire women also in action today, and a potentially seismic result in the County Cup. A reminder that the County Cup essentially operates like an FA Cup style competition where teams from all 3 tiers of the women's county game compete against each other. In Yorkshire, a tier 2 county are up against Essex, a tier 1 county, and Essex require 44 from the final 15 deliveries up at Headingley.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a torrid time for Essex early season in the One Day Cup. Currently sit last in the table, and especially with Grace Scrivens, their captain, getting out for a duck today, it's going to be a difficult chase. And Yorkshire obviously are looking to be a tier 1 side next year, so they're slightly different from the other tier 2 sides in the competition. Steer Callis scored 83, not out in their innings off 45 balls.
Yeah, Callis, who's been on loan at Warwickshire for the 50 over competition. Lauren Winfield-Hill, who opened the batting against captaining Yorkshire today. She actually is joining Essex next week on a loan spell. Not just in the T20 stuff, but also a brief stint in the 50 over team as well. That boundary early in the over, by the way, extending Surrey's first innings lead past 50. Still a lot of cricket to come today, though. 19.1 overs remaining. A lot of time for Yorkshire to either get right back into this match or for Surrey to put up a really commanding first innings lead.
Realistically, what would Yorkshire be looking to do here? What total would they be looking to limit Surrey to stay in the game, do you think?
I think there's going to be a real urgency to take wickets as soon as possible at the moment.
Beyond the obvious.
If you look at the Surrey card, starts for everyone really. Burns and Sibley putting 56 for the first wicket. Patterson on Surrey debut, the Australian overseas batter, batted really well for his 85, supported well by Dan Lawrence, who was suffering from what looked like a back injury for a lot of his innings. And Folks has done a really good job here, came to the crease when Surrey lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries. It's now on 63 not out. To answer your question, I think any time that lead extends past 120, 140, it's really difficult to force your way back into a contest. Whereas Surrey, they've got another 20 overs of batting to go in terms of picking up batting bonus points. So I think from a Surrey point of view, they'll keep doing what they're currently doing. Bat and this Yorkshire seam heavy attack. Been forced to do a lot of work today. Hill into his 18th over. Ben Code, he's bowled 23 overs in this Surrey first innings. Another really healthy crowd in at the Oval today, and more than 6,000 in on day one, coming close to breaking Surrey's 21st century attendance record in the Championship.
Yeah, for a Friday that's more than decent as well for a working day.
Edged and taken at second slip. Adam Lyth clings on to an edge from Ryan Patel, and George Hill, who's been the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers today, picks up his 3rd wicket. Ryan Patel departs for 15. Surrey 306 for 6.
Yeah, from nowhere really that one. Looked like Patel just had a little bit of a fish. Oh no, pushed across him. Decent catch from Adam Lyth, but he's good in the slips.
Yeah, Hill's been so probing today, barely given run scoring opportunities away. George Hill with his 3rd wicket of the day. Surrey 306 for 6.
It's a good grab that from Adam Lyth. Came at him fairly quickly.
Surrey back deep. We mentioned it earlier in the piece, but Jordan Clark in at 8. Often bats at 7. Matt Fisher as low as number 11 on the card. Enough time left in the day for Yorkshire to really fight back into this contest. Jordan Clark, the new man in for Surrey, coming in at number 8. Very, very capable middle order batter. Often bats in the top 7 for Surrey. They bat deep today. Matt Fisher carded to come in at number 11, part of a record-breaking 10th wicket stand for Surrey last week alongside Ben Folkes at Edgbaston. But just another little opening created for Yorkshire here. That Surrey lead 51. Can they keep that to a double-figure lead at the end of the Surrey first innings? Hill really has been the standout bowler today. 3 for 34. Second leading wicket taker in Division 1 so far this season. Appeal from behind the stumps, but not much from the bowler. It's a little bit leg side. Yeah, not only accurate is Hill, but he's just been able to get the ball to nibble in and away off the seam all day.
That ball looked to be going down past leg stump. There's really good stuff from Hill, as you were saying, and at points where things have started to look easy for Surrey throughout the day, Yorkshire have found a way just to reel them back in again. Never been fully on top of the game, but just keeping Surrey honest, keeping them working hard.
Cheeky quick single there from Jordan Clark, defended so just wide of mid-on, and both Clark and Folkes had to really scamper through to make sure they got home safely. So Clark off the mark. Surrey 307 for 6. (2024) Clark averaged 33 with the bat for Surrey, 102 50s. And that'll be 4. Not convincing, but Clark will take it. Very nearly a chop on. It's not the first time today that Jordan Thompson has induced a chop on from the batter that's just snuck past leg stump.
Yeah, Clark took his time in looking around the field before that delivery. Plenty of space with the leg side if he wants it.
That's how Thompson has looked threatening today. Generally threatens the inside edge rather than the outside edge. Gets the ball to shape into the right-hander. I think both unlucky to be wicketless so far today, but also unlucky to be going at as many as 4 runs and over. He's bowled well today, Jordan Thompson. Yorkshire still attacking with this second new ball. 3 slips in place. George Hill, Finlay Bean and Adam Lythe in the cordon, alongside Johnny Tattersall, who has the gloves at the moment. Johnny Bairstow is the designated keeper for this game, but picked up a nasty blow earlier on today, collecting a ball on the bounce. Looked to strike him on the end of one of his fingers. But he's fit enough to be on the field, currently stationed at mid-on. I always think with a keeper captain, It's quite an inconvenient place to be standing as a captain behind the stumps. You're a long way from your bowler.
Yeah.
I noticed there are a few times today where George Hill at first slip was the messenger, running from first slip to the bowler to convey whatever message Bairstow wanted to get across.
I think if Bairstow really wanted to get a message across, he's not going to have a problem projecting 22 yards down to the bowler. Keeper captain's obviously always a bit of a controversial pick. Never really had a problem with it.
Driven down the ground, but really well fielded, made off by Dom Bess. That completes the over. Surrey 3-11 for 6.
I also think if Johnny Bairstow tells you to do something, you're more than likely to get it done. Best seat in the house behind stumps, real engine room. I sometimes think having something that takes the focus slightly off your keeping as well can often have a positive effect on glove work. Slightly less emphasis put on it. Having another look at that ball.
Just 12 overs into the use of the second new ball, but already questions being asked. I've seen that happen a lot today. It feels like it's becoming increasingly a fixture in English cricket at the moment in the red ball game. Captains and bowlers not happy with the state of the ball. But those inquiries quickly dismissed by umpire Milnes on this occasion.
It's been quite effective though. We saw the ball changed earlier on and then those 2 wickets went down fairly quickly afterwards.
Good cricket from folks, just nudging that into the vacant space, square on the offside, picks up a single and moves to 64. Hill, very impressive today, exerted great control throughout the day. And if you look at his overall season figures, that story and that narrative is shown in the numbers. 25 wickets at 14.56, but also an economy rate of just 2.44 runs per over. Very, very few bowlers in Division 1 going at under 2.5 runs an over. Big appeal. Not given on this occasion.
Sounded something maybe slightly woody. Bit of an inside edge maybe.
Yeah, very straight, so looks like a little bit of bat saved Jordan Clark on this occasion.
Yeah, big inside edge there. Still really targeting those pads though, George Hill. Really honing in on that line of stumps. Been particularly effective in that area today. Trapped both Sibley and Patterson, LBW.
Straight again from Hill, who's been in the action all day. 3 of the 6 wickets to fall have been off his bowling, but he's also taken 2 excellent catches in the cordon.
Sometimes gets a bit much in the evening session, doesn't it?
Defended by Clark. That ends the 93rd over of the Surrey innings. They are 312 for 6.
A familiar theme throughout the course of this match so far, partnerships that have been important but without really going on to dominate. One of those, 41, was broken after tea. The most recent of the wickets to fall, which was Patel. Caught a second slip from the bowling of Hill for 15. So Surrey, since tea, have advanced by 47 runs to have that lead up at 57. But Yorkshire still just about hanging in there. They need to get rid of folks soon and at least have a look at the lower order before the close of play, which is still some 15.5 overs away. Right at the middle of the bat to backward point. Work to do down and on the rope. Good stop by Wharton. Adam Collins joining Catcher Whitney. Hello.
Hi, Adam. Yeah, and you look at that run rate, that 3.5, it's so easy sometimes for teams to run away at the Oval, especially late in the day, but every time there's been those pressure points, I think of the Lawrence and Patterson partnership, and then breaking that Folkes and Rory partnership, Adam Lythe, and then the wicket of Ryan Patel, really hanging on in there, even if it is by the fingertips sometimes.
Clark hits exactly the same field as Wharton, out in the shade. Yeah, it feels like Surrey now have got themselves to a position where they're leading by 59, that 400 is the obvious target as far as batting points are concerned, so they'll acquire another one at 350 and a further one at 400, so long as they reach that by the end of the 110th over. And if Clark's there, the wild card in all of this, given how quickly he can bat, maybe even 450 when they come back tomorrow morning, they have a real dart at it. Oh, and that's somehow missed the stumps again. It ballooned up. Felt like off stump was going to get clipped on the way through. Not quite. Thompson. Benny's back today without any real luck to show for it.
Yeah, just watching the replay here. So close to the stumps. Immediately folks looking around to check where it's going. Just bounced past them. No luck there.
It's been that kind of day.
Yeah, coming here to the Oval, you often need a bit of luck on your hands, and Yorkshire haven't really had any of it. Surrey have played exceptionally, played very well. We had a couple of tight LBW shouts earlier on in the day.
Yeah, they might have had a sort of a 50-50 go their way with Sibley. But other than that, it's gone mostly the way of Surrey, and yeah, those little inside edges haven't ricocheted back onto the stumps. Squared up to finish. Well bowled. Continuing to have a crack, Thompson. 3:15 for 6, still 15 overs left on the day. So let's flip that around. So there's the Surrey dream scenario where they get on a roll and they can go to run a ball and hoover up batting points and really put the scoreboard pressure on. The other side of it is that if Yorkshire can get rid of one of these two and open up an end, get a look at Tom Laws and Nathan Smith and Matt Fisher, well, there is a scenario where they could be batting tonight.
Yeah, they could be, and also shouldn't discount someone like Tom Laws with the bat. He's got 2 first-class 50s to his name.
Oh, look, they bat to 11. It'll be no easy task. Fisher in form last week with a 40. Nathan Smith, absurd that he's at 10 in many respects.
Yeah.
And Laws, as you say, a couple of 50s. Here's Hill, the man most likely. 25 wickets in the season. 3 of them today. Crowd trying to get Johnny Bairstow's attention. He was trying to spot where he's moved off to, Johnny. Out in the covers. So he's on the side of the sun trap where those lads are. Looks like they're in the front row of the Peter May Terrace.
It's Johnny Burstow not behind the stumps. The challenge of distracting him.
Shot. Straight again. Folks has done that a couple of times since tee. Into the 70s he moves again. Surrey's in-form player. Lead 64. Andrew Sampson.
Takes him past 500 for the season at an average, 503 now at an average of 100.6.
Oh, beautiful. Lovely set of numbers. Just when Ben Folkes was pretty clear in the pre-season, wasn't he, that he felt like the England story had been finished for him. Well, the best possible response, racking up bulk runs.
We often hear players talk about focusing on what they can control. There's clearly a few players in front of him for that England selection. You've got Jamie Smith, who's not here today, and then others capable of taking the gloves too. So Ollie Pope keeping New Zealand. But Folkes is just keeping the question going. So that if there is an opening, whether that be through injury or loss of form, he's right there ready to go. Closing in on Haseeb Hameed's average now. Haseeb Hameed scoring that double yesterday, averaging 113.66, I believe, this season now.
It was a compilation put together. Yeah, well worked again. Clark this time. The wide expanses. It's that side of the ground, adds a couple. There was a brilliant compilation on the county championship social media streams of every Haseeb Hameed boundary yesterday. That is just delicious stuff. Some of those on drives, gorgeous.
Including the 6 he whacked down the ground to get to his double with Noah Bass at the other end.
Yeah. Even better doing it with the number 11, right?
Yeah.
But the way he was able to, it reminded me of watching VVS Lakshman at his best, actually. Last ball here. 7 runs from the over, 322 for 6. That leads 67. The way he was able to control the ball past the stumps over and over again through mid-on for 4. Such a high degree of difficulty on that shot, just gives some sense of the type of form he's in.
Yeah. He's what, 27, 29?
27.
27 now.
Oh, he might have turned 28 in the winter, actually. But still, you know, in that window.
That should be the prime years of his career. It's interesting to see that kind of development when a player gets picked at such a young age internationally and goes through that tricky time. I think we see it time and time again. Given the captaincy at Nottinghamshire, given that bit extra responsibility, move away from Lancashire a few years ago.
And not an easy thing for him to do either, leaving his home county. He had such an up and down time of it there. I was covering the century he made in early 2019. He'd been in the doldrums and had a terrible time of it for a couple of years, having played for England in the winter of 16-17, and it just felt like, there it is, he's back, only to go off the cliff again and ultimately change counties and get back into the England team playing a certain way in 2021, and now 4 whole years on from that, trying to get back there, playing far more aggressively. Another one of those edges that's missed the stumps. There's been so many of those today.
Yeah, you can just sense the frustration building for Jordan Thompson. There's been 3 of those in the last 15 minutes or so that just haven't quite hit the stumps.
Great spot up there. Bathed in sun at this time of day as well. First we've really seen of Clark trying to put the foot down and thump one.
Yeah, he's not massively connected yet, and he's definitely not connected with this one. That was a hard flash, just went over the edge.
Can afford to smile. Even if he edged it, in all probability, it would have flown.
Good job in tying Clark down here, Thompson.
It's a little sign, though, that I'm thinking about those precious batting points. I was too neat to go at a reasonable rate to get to 400. Roughly 4 and over. Knowing that Clark is capable of going a lot quicker than that. He made a century in a session here last year against Hampshire. Quick one against Worcestershire as well.
Yorkshire have done pretty well at keeping that run rate around about 3.5 and over, just below all day. It should be a pretty tough ask from here.
Yeah, it started at 3.5 and morning session 3.5, middle session 3.33. So you're right, it's been consistent all the way through the innings.
Especially with Ben Folkes playing such a important part in this innings as well.
Nice stop there to finish again. Their standards have been high for the most part today, Yorkshire. They've been out there for an entire day there. 96 overs, Surrey. 326 for 6, lead of 71.
Yeah, you sense if Jason Roy had managed to tee off earlier on, Dan Lawrence had really got going, that run rate might have climbed slightly. But Yorkshire didn't allow that.
So Jack White, one of 6 seamers used, took the second new ball straight after tee.
Yeah, took the wicket of Rory Burns as well. Important one to get out. Did pretty well today.
So the ball's 16 overs old now. This tends to be, as you noted earlier, Katja, it's the second hour with the Dukes balls that through the game so far been when the most movement's been generated. Of course, the other challenge is that they bowled 133 overs in their most recently completed game.
Yeah,
that ran up until Monday, so there's a lot of miles in the legs of White and Code.
Yeah, there'll be some tired bodies on that coach tonight. Heavy workload, couple of weeks. Part of the day you really push through as a seamer.
You can see Ben Code warming up there as well, knowing that he'll have one more spell in him before the close.
Yeah, one last push. Try and nip 1 or 2 out again.
Speaking of one last push, about 4,800 people in here at the Oval. Let's get to a nice even number, 5,000, 200 more. Over 6,100 in yesterday, so there's a very healthy numbers for the county championship. Makes for a beautiful hum round the ground as well. I'm sure we can get 200 more in, can't we? We can coerce 200 more people to walk down to the ground, free after tea.
If you were roving around, where would you park yourself?
In the sun.
Half an hour.
I would be going straight out towards. Maybe not quite where that crew are there. They're more in the JM Fin stand, and looks like up there on top of the sight screen there in the pavilion. Got to be a member to sit up there. I'm not one of them. But over at Deep Point, to where we're watching at this end, it's a great part of the ground this time of day. It's had a few different names, that stand, but yes, the SSE Energy Solutions Grandstand and the Peter May Terrace over to its left. It was not that long ago, the Loch Laker stand, which was there for a long time. Lots of shirts off, ready to roll. Help yourself for Clark on that line. No protection on the short rope. Square for 4, 16 for him, lead 77.
Yeah, it's a bit of a release for Clark there on the pads. Easy pickings, as you say. Plenty of space out there. Just kind of lazily pushed it off his pads.
Little under edge, doesn't carry. Ends the over, 6 from it. 332 for 6. As we say goodbye to Catcher, who I'm sure's off to prepare for a Eurovision party tonight or something like that. Who wouldn't be? 77 in the black Surrey now. ...67 runs added since the tea interval. Surrey losing 2 wickets. Rory caught it slip. 4th ball of the session from the bowling of Lyth for 26, and then Ryan Patel also caught that slip from the bowling of Hill for 15. Ben Coate, as expected, limbering up at mid-on in the previous over, is going to replace Thompson from the pavilion end, and Phil Walker's jumped in to replace catcher Whitney. Hello, Phil.
Yeah, good evening, Adam.
Has to dig deep here, Code. Uppish.
It's been an undulating day here, and every time you've got the sense that Surrey are pulling away from Yorkshire, they've just picked up wickets at opportune moments just to keep themselves faintly in the fight. A lead of 77 is almost there, you feel, for the home side, but it's not quite yet. So one feels that as we approach the last dozen overs of the day, no problems with bad light, so we'll get them all in. You feel like if Yorkshire can just win this mini session now, if they can get down to 9-10 Jack, keep that lead around 100 to 120 by the time they blow this final 4 down, then they are still in this cricket match. But if they cark it, if they fall over at this point, and Surrey make hay in the sunshine, then the game is done.
No real venom in that from Code. His 24th over, multiple spells. See there, the captain just trying to keep the energy up. Not easy to do. 98 overs out there, all of it in the sun. But you're right, Phil. In order to keep that lead, it will be a deficit for them. A manageable one. They can't allow this partnership to get much further than this. They've put on 27 so far.
These two began the day well, Jack White and Ben Coate working well in tandem, and they need to do the same here. The new ball is still relatively fresh. It's just 17 overs old, and we have seen throughout this game, and indeed this whole season actually, that something tends to happen to the ball after around 10 to 15 overs. It just starts to talk a little bit more loudly, and it needs to now.
It's better, Fuller.
They've stuck at it well today. It's not been easy. They've been down on their luck this morning, let's be honest. Yesterday 255 all out was well below par. And they've hung in there and recognised that this is the hinge point of their season. If they can get out of this game with something, then they're still in the scrap.
bit wider on the crease to finish. 333 for 6. What a great place to set up for a fun Saturday night as well. A few hours in the terraces. Up there in the sun.
It's been perfect, Adam. It's been perfect cricket watching weather because it's not been too hot, not been too balmy. There's been barely a breeze, barely a breath of wind.
It's almost the perfect spring day, isn't it? If you're in the shade, it's still a bit chilly. Still got to have a jacket with you, but once you're out in the sun, shirts off and all the rest. Sunscreen applied. Be a lot of people going out tonight, I'm sure. Perfect conditions for it. As I joked before, might be a Eurovision party or two doing the rounds. I know that when we have Daniel Norcross back tomorrow morning on our commentary, that's what he will have been doing. And let's not pretend. Otherwise, I will have as well.
It's one of your many obsessions.
Why not?
Absolutely.
I'm Australian. It's in the Constitution, I think. Which I know is a bit incongruous to Brits, but for whatever reason, when there was 4 TV channels when I was growing up, they used to play the Eurovision Song Contest on tape delay at 7:30 on a Sunday night, and people would avoid the result all day. They'd say, if you on the television news, they'd say, if you don't want to spoil the result, turn off now.
So that's where it starts. I didn't know that.
Yeah. All due to the time of night, 7:30 on a Sunday, on as I say, on tape delay, which was part of the.
Who's favourite tonight?
Sweden are unbackable, but I think they might have a little problem with their Scandinavian friends. I think Finland and Denmark are going to do well in pinch votes off Sweden. That's my only bit of insight for tonight, for when you're watching, if you're watching. And always the fun of seeing where the UK finish.
Generally in the bottom half.
Yeah, typically. But
there's a political element to this.
Yeah, they've had a crack this year. They've actually, tried. The Australian didn't make it out of the semi.
Just for you, I might watch it tonight. Couldn't have been more impressed with George Hill today. He's bowled 20 overs, 3 for 43. I can't remember him bowling a long hop or a long half volley.
Yeah, Yas asked me earlier, what's his point of difference? It has to be that, doesn't it? He landed in the shoebox.
Yeah, and if you can live on off stump, then you've got a chance. And okay, the hoary old question regarding that lack of, or rather that elusive extra yard that bedevils every English seamer out there, it would seem. Well, if your super strength is accuracy, then you've got a chance. And just as we've seen Sam Cook finally get elevated into the test squad, at least, then George Hill, with the work that he is putting together, the body of work, and the fact, of course, that he can bat, and not insignificant, he stands at first slip.
Yeah, absolutely.
24 years young, stands at first slip, bats 6.
And 2 good catches today at slip.
3 wickets, 2 good catches. He looks like a sportsman as well. The way he moves, the way he approaches the crease, there's a fluency and a fluidity and a liveness to the way that he goes about his work. And that extra yard could yet be found as well. We see it with many cricketers as they grow into their bodies as much as their work.
Miscue to finish 335 for 6. Phil, pick that up in a moment. Just some news from India. The IPL has been rained off at the Chinnaswamy, which is why you're still with us on Sky Sports Cricket. That's the RCB KKR game. So what happens tomorrow is Sky Cricket has the double header from India. The IPL coverage beginning at 10:50. That's the Rajasthan Royals up against the Punjab Kings, and the Delhi Capitals against the Gujarat Titans later in the day. You'll be able to watch us on Sky Sports YouTube, or of course on Surrey's YouTube and other platforms in the usual way. And then we'll be back here at the Kia Oval on Monday for day 4 on Sky Cricket. But the main news in relation to today is that it has been a washout at the mighty Chinnaswamy Stadium. No result between RCB and KKR.
If I was Johnny Bairstow here, Adam, I would go over to Jordan Buckingham, who bowled with a bit of pace earlier and a lot of heart, but he also came up against his fellow countryman in Curtis Patterson, who was enjoying himself. That said, he still inconvenienced him a couple of times and managed to have induced the chance that was grasped by James Wharton down at long leg. And I would go to him and I'd say, give me 3 overs tonight. He's only bowled 11 today.
And this is no reflection on the way Ben Coates bowled today, but right now, 71 mile an hour from a tired boy with 25 overs in the legs. I'm with you, it feels less likely to be successful now than it would have been 4 or 5 hours ago, despite all the pressure he's been successful in building up. So yeah, let's go to the overseas and say, right, you've not enjoyed success yet in your brief stint at the club. Only here for a couple of games. Give us something. Bowl us back into the game before the close.
Yeah, all over that. He came out either side of lunch, had 3 men out on the hook and went after them really, and it didn't quite pay off for him at the time, but you could see the thinking. And he bowled a couple of very, very sharpish deliveries, bowled 2 or 3 really good overs off the reel to Patterson, and he had to wear a few and ride it out. And although the figures would suggest that he's been milked quite comfortably, it wasn't really, didn't feel like that at the time.
Throw. Been home regardless, I suspect. Did prompt the bat to fall out of Clark's hands where it made contact, but all good. All's well that ends well there. I think it hit him on the bat, or did it hit him on the arms? I apologise. We'll hopefully get a second look at that based on the body language. It was the upper arm. Ouch.
He's boxing clever today, though.
Yeah, that's on brand for Clark.
Again, he's had a very impressive game yet again. It's the same old story, really. Anyone who follows Surrey never misses a game, plays every week. He's a machine. And also, when they need a few down the pipe, he tends to deliver as well. He's not the kind of batter at number 8 who gets easy runs. But he came in today at a point at which they needed to consolidate. Just chipping away at that lead. 83 now. And this is why I think from Yorkshire's position, it's now or never, right? Isn't it? It's now or never. Another 10 overs, well, 9 and a bit still to go tonight. Just feels like they're going through the motions.
Yeah, that over was played with some comfort. 338 for 6, 100 overs bowled. 83 the lead. And look, if they do get to a point, remembering there's 10 overs until the end of the batting points, and to be fair, they'll need to go at a decent clip to get to 400 now. They need to go better than a run a ball. Acknowledging that Clark's got form against Yorkshire. It's a long time ago, but in a twos game, playing for Lancs back in 2013, he hit 6 sixes in an over. So that put him on the map, didn't it? Way back when he was a youngster. So he's the kind of guy who can turn up the volume. Doesn't really feel like he's trying anything quite like that at the moment. He did have a crack at one ball from, it was Thompson, about 4 overs ago, which he swung and missed at. But other than that, it's been relatively careful accumulation. Back on strike here to White.
From their point of view, these two, they will happily sit on their bat now until the close. They're in a lovely position here. Folkes is in great rhythm. Has been all year. He's as fluent as I've seen him. Coming off the back of a big 100 on a flat one last week. He's batted with real elegance and fluency today. But these two will more than happily come back tomorrow, having just chipped away a few more tonight. They don't need to do anything extravagant.
Shout. Has he pinned him? Not quite. It was sliding. One of many shouts today where the decision's been made that it's going down the leg side ever so slightly. We'll see it again. Yeah, quite ambitious on reflection. They see Adam Lyth there on his knees, pleading.
Bit of movement in the air.
David Milnes has had a lot of decisions to make today, Phil, from our Vauxhall end.
Yeah. He was a good bowler back in his day, you know.
Good.
Yeah, never got the gig for England, never received a test cap, but either side of the turn of the 80s into the 90s, early 90s, he was as quick as anyone around the English game. He's a really, really good bowler, aggressive, muscular kind of bowler. Popular umps as well.
Been on the circuit as an umpire for over 15 seasons now. David Milnes. So a couple of wickets per session, but unable to bust it open. With the exception.
Sorry, Adam. Games around the country are starting to reveal themselves as well. Some real crackers, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Durham and Notts as well. Notts, of course, runaway leaders. They put up 407, 303 for 4. Durham in reply. And a notable first performance as an opening bat by James Minto, 17 years young. Made a very enterprising 67. Alex Lees chipped in with 82 as well and runs down the pipe, and Emilio Gay and Ollie Robinson both not out. And so Notts edging into a ascendant position in that one. That's one to keep an eye on over the next 2 days.
As is Minto. We saw him bowl that fearsome bouncer to Rory Burns on his professional debut last year here as a 16-year-old lad. Now opening the batting. So the guy's got skill. One to watch. Clark will get a single to complete the over. Retains the strike. He's 19. 84's the lead at 339 for 6. Phil, you take us through some more scores, and Yas Rana will be in for me, and he'll take you through to the closer play.
Somerset are up against Sussex. Sussex 3 down in their second innings, but still 75 in arrears. They've been bundled out this afternoon for 152. Somerset doing well in that one, sharing the wickets around. Josh Davey opening the batting and the bowling in that one. Essex are struggling at New Road. Worcester desperate for a first win of the season, of course. They recovered well from being 7 down for 180 earlier in the piece to get up to 358, and then marmalised Essex really for 157 this afternoon. 3 down in their second innings, but 249 up they are, and so moving into a very strong position to register that first win. They could really do with it, and if they were to pull that off, Worcestershire, as Yas Rana slips in next to me, then it really does shake things up in the Championship.
It really would, in a very compact Division 1 table anyway. Matt Revis on for the first time in a while. Digs one in short straight away. Revis, one of 6 Yorkshire right arm seamers on display today. Only had a short spell earlier on. Was expensive up top. His 2 overs cost 18 runs, but the plan is clear. Late in the day, we're 7.5 overs away from the close. There's a man under the lid at leg slip, and there are 2 catches out just off the leg side boundary. Clark gives himself a bit of room, and Revis follows him. I like this from Yorkshire. I think that time today they've probably not veered from the norm in search of wickets.
Adam and I were just saying exactly this, and we actually nominated Jordan Buckingham, who bowled sharpish at times earlier this morning, but they've gone with Revis, who is quick enough through the air and yet all over it. Man at Boot Hill, free on the hook.
Fumbled by Statistical behind the stumps. Yeah, not 2 but 3 men deep on the leg side, 2 behind square, 1 just in front of square. You're only allowed 2 men behind square on the leg side. And there are 2 other men just by a few centimetres in front of square. Early indications are though that Clark's going to look to take it on.
I was saying to you earlier, Yas, walking around this morning and watching the teams warm up, and they warm up very far to the edge of the playing area, and so you can really get quite close as a punter watching it. And I saw Matt Revis warming up, bowling to the baseball mitt from short mid-wicket in effect.
Pulled firmly to deep fine leg.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have fancied it, let's put it that way.
It's been a good return to the attack from Revis. It's clear what he's trying to do, and he's executed it well.
Only 2 overs today, underused.
He's going to come around the wicket for the final ball of the over. Deep backward square leg comes in 20 or so yards. Short again. Folks turns it round the corner to pick up a single. End of the over, Surrey 3-4-1 for 6. George Hill back into the Yorkshire attack from the Vauxhall end, replacing Jack White. Hill, the standout bowler on show today. 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 43. He's been one of the standout bowlers, not just today, Phil, but over the course of the season so far.
9 for last week at Chelmsford. Statement performance. Just doesn't bowl bad balls, Yas. I was just saying to Adam as well, I like his style, athletic and smooth through the crease, high action, repeatable action, nothing quirky about it. Very, very impressive cricketer. It's been quite a noise from the north heading down to these London-based podcasts and so on to say, look, we need to start talking about Georgie Hill. I can see why.
Assertive early call from Jordan Clark. Yeah, I was saying to you next door, I can't quite put my finger on exactly why I like it, but I really like that he's a youngster who fields it slip.
Yeah, well, he's already a senior man in this side.
Took a really good catch off the bowling of Adam Lythe earlier in the piece. That beats the man in mid-off. He gets a hand on it, but not enough to prevent it from racing away to the boundary. It's another 4 for Ben Folkes. He moves into the 80s.
And we haven't remarked too much really on Folkes because it's felt quite inevitable. There's just a kind of unflustered authority about it. And it comes on the back of being in the runs this year. but I've rarely seen him play as fluently or as entertainingly as we've seen this evening. He's going at a good lick as well. Strike rate of around 60 odd.
Flick behind square on the leg side, and that'll be 4 more. Brilliant batting from Ben Folkes, getting across his stumps and whipping the ball behind square for 4 more, on to 86.
And so we start to look at equations. 6 and a bit to go tonight, 14 needed. What was he on, Samo, at tea time, Ben Folkes?
Edged and taken. Hill strikes again. He picks up his 4th wicket of the day. This time it's Ben Folkes who's batted so well for his 86, but on this occasion he's got to go. Feathering one behind, Tattersall behind the stumps. Surrey 7 down.
Beautiful piece of bowling. See on the replay, really working his fingers down the left-hand side of that ball and getting appreciable cut off the pitch and away from the right-hander. Easy catch behind, and again 3-5-1 for 7, lead of 96. Every time, Yas. Every time you get the sense that Yorkshire are down and out, they just pick another one up, keep themselves just about in the scrap here. 4 for 53 now, George Hill. Another statement performance. 6 maidens in there as well.
Such a pivotal little period. There's just 6.1 overs to go, but that lead of 96 can't get much bigger from a Yorkshire perspective. Nathan Smith, the new man in for Surrey, the New Zealander, one of 2 overseas players in the Surrey lineup this week, alongside the Aussie Curtis Patterson. Hill to continue searching for a fifer. And Smith off the mark straight away. Surrey 3-5-2 for 7.
Every single ball he makes you play. It's really impressive, this. And he bowled a lot of overs last week as well, bear that in mind, and it would have been a really gut punch final day against Essex at Chelmsford, and for them to get Essex 9 down and not quite get over the line there, and George Hill to have bowled so manfully across that game, to come back here on day 2, less than a week later, get through 20 plus overs again, and to be so good. He's keeping them in this game almost single-handedly. 2 catches, 4 wickets, 7 down.
Revis continuing to the new man Smith, but the plan will be the same. Still 3 men out deep on the leg side. Another in under the lid at short leg. Such an important period of play here. Yorkshire cannot allow this lead to get too much higher. Smith takes on the pull shot, doesn't connect well with it, but fortunately for him it lands safely.
Just briefly, Yas, just to update as well on the games in Division 1. Warwickshire and Hampshire are building a good game between those two. Hants 2-4-9 ahead with 5 wickets in hand as that one reaches a conclusion tonight.
Short, and this one goes past the keeper. Oh, and Dom Best does really, really well, running around from deep fine leg to prevent the ball from reaching the boundary.
Hampshire in the box seat in that one, 249 ahead, with Fletcher Middleton 75 not out, Toby Albert the other not out batter, so that one will build nicely tomorrow. Some very good games kicking around in the top division. I mentioned when Adam and I were on, Durham moving into position from where they can really attack Notts, 87 behind but with 6 first innings wickets still in hand. Been an impressive response, that.
Taken on again and into the gap this time. They think about 2. And Clark again, another loud, assertive call. Calls his teammate through for the second.
And a young kid chasing his dream. Jimmy Anderson's picked up a couple in his first outing for Lancashire today. Got rid of the top 2 against Derbyshire, who are 112 for 4 in response to Lancashire's 4-5-8.
Uses his feet and dismissively hits that one down the ground. Huge vacant space in front of square on the offside. Element of premeditation in that shot, you'd say, from Clark. He gives himself room, and actually Revis does well to take evasive action there.
Yeah, it's an alpha-like shot, isn't it, by Jordan Clark? Enough of this nonsense.
Dug in really short on that occasion. It's the end of that Revis over. Sorry, 3-6-1 for 7. I remember when England toured New Zealand a couple of years ago, Neil Wagner bowled a spell of short stuff to Ollie Pope and Harry Brook, bowled into a very, very similar field to what we saw there in that over from Revis. And Brook and Pope took Wagner on in the same way that Clark did there to Revis, giving himself room and just swatting, almost tennis shot style, swatting Wagner in front of square on the offside.
Well, it's a relatively safe shot, I remember that as well. Became a signature of Harry Brook, didn't it? Right. Can Hill find 1 or 2 more before the close? 5 to go.
And Hill continuing to do what he has done all day. So accurate, brilliant control of his length in particular, giving the Surrey batters very little to work with. Good carry too. He's done a lot of bowling today, and feel right to point out that Hill's done a lot of bowling this season. One of the group of seamers who've played every round so far in this stretch of game from the start of April to the end of May. Oh, that's beaten Smith on his outside edge.
Yeah. And it's a sign of the nip that he continues to find from this pitch, that the keeper is taking the ball on the rise time after time, and they're standing a fair distance back as well.
So what would you say that Hill has done today differently to the other Yorkshire seamers who operate at a similar speed to him? Hill seems to have had more threat.
Well, he bowls a delightful length, the kind of length from where it tends to kick. You see it with Gus Atkinson on this pitch. You see Atkinson bowl that nice, slightly heavy length, slightly back of a length, very rarely over pitches. Not looking for conventional swing, more seam from that position where a batter is caught betwixt in between, not quite sure whether to come back or forward.
Fuller, and this time flick past mid-on. That'll be Nathan Smith's first boundary.
Jack White, I think it is, at mid-on, and fell uncomfortably. I think he got his knee caught in the turf. And it was an ugly old flop onto the floor. I think you would have fancied to have cut that off otherwise.
Yeah, it's not what you want as an opening bowler at 6:24 when you bowled 22 overs in the innings so far. Hill to continue. Left alone by Smith. Sorry, 365 for 7.
Just the other thing briefly, Yas, on George Hill, he has a very high action. You know, he's relatively tall, but not overly so, 6'2", 6'3" perhaps, but high action, and so he comes off the pitch with a really nice trajectory.
Keir Oval looking delightful in the late afternoon, early evening sun. Surrey in a very strong position at the moment. Short and taken on again, and this time between the fielders, deep on the leg side boundary. George Hill with the dive at deep backward square leg, but can't get his hands onto the ball. Clark picks up another boundary, his 4th of his innings so far, and Surrey onto 369 for 7. This partnership very quickly already worth 19, Phil. This short ball ploy from Revis has created moments where a wicket looks like it's just round the corner, a few near misses, but it's also, this spell has allowed Surrey to maintain that quite fast scoring rate as Tattersall unable to stop that ball reaching Dom Sibley deep fine leg.
Yeah, we can't have it both ways. We can't encourage them to try something knowing that they need to play desperate cricket and then malign them when they do. But it's fair to say that it hasn't worked. It was worth a go, but it's just doesn't seem to have the rhythm or quite the pace to inconvenience, especially Jordan Clark. We shall see.
Banged in again, and this time given wide by the umpire. Now we talked about Neil Wagner in Revis's previous over. One striking thing about Wagner's ability bowling short is he wasn't particularly quick, nor was he particularly tall. His strength as a short ball bowler was the accuracy. He was almost the Glenn McGrath of bounces. Gives himself room again. It's gone high up into the air, but falls just short of Dom Bess at fine leg. Clark looking to go down the ground like he did in the previous over against Revis, but this time fortunate to remain at the crease.
Well, it almost did pay off. It's not been their day though. It's a wild wahoo by Jordan Clark. I think he considered hitting that 360 at various points across that shot. In the end, it dropped in front of Dom Bess for a single.
Change of field for Nathan Smith. Hills in to a leg slip. It's a very handy runs from Jordan Clark. Surrey's number 8, often bats higher up in the order. Coming in at 306 for 6, he's added very useful runs to make sure that lead is a meaningful one.
And in mitigation as well for Yorkshire, Revis is doing the enforcer role here.
Pulled into the leg side and safely by Nathan Smith. They'll come back for 2. Sorry, 375 for 7. 3 overs remaining in the day, and just one other thing to keep an eye on. There are 4 overs remaining for Surrey and Yorkshire to pick up more bonus points. The bonus point cut-off point is after 110 overs. Surrey are 25 runs away from picking up a 4th batting bonus point. Yorkshire 2 wickets away from picking up a 3rd bowling bonus point. Yeah. Given how tight that Division 1 table is at the moment, who knows how pivotal picking up a extra bonus point here or there on a day like today, how important that could be come the end of the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jordan Clark is nobody's fool. He'll keep an eye on that as well. Just going back to the point regarding Revis and the leg theory, Jordan Buckingham is probably the quickest pound for pound across Yorkshire's 6-strong right-arm seam attack, but he's not on the field. And he would have been the man probably that Bairstow would have gone to, but he's not on the field at the moment, and so they are forced to turn to probably the 6th choice of the seamers.
Late change in the bowling attack. Jordan Thompson on from the Vauxhall end.
Little flurry out in the bleachers, Yas, unrelated to the cricket, as South London's finest and my home borough won the FA Cup for the first time.
Yeah, lots of people in the crowd, I'm sure, have had at least one eye on the action at Wembley today. We saw a lot of fans in earlier today in Crystal Palace shirts. Maybe they went on to travel up to Wembley after lunch, but a lot of people in South London will be happy this evening. Thompson's been really unlucky today. Wicketless from his 15.2 overs, but caused a lot of problems earlier in the piece. Had a couple of really close LBW shouts turned down. Of the Yorkshire seamers, he's probably got the most movement in the air. Tends to get the ball to swing into the right-hander. You mentioned it when we were off air, Phil. It's amazing that we haven't had a chop on today, given the number of times an inside edge has whistled past the stumps.
Well, Jason Roy almost had 3 against Adam Lyth. I didn't have that on my bingo card at the start of the summer. Yeah, and Jordan Clark has a tendency to play on top of the ball, doesn't he? Because he plays that kind of back cut shot off the front foot.
Quite hard-handed as well.
Very useful 35, by the way, for Clark. He's on his way to picking up another Player of the Match award at this rate. Jordan Thompson has had to try and keep a lid on it all day. You have felt for him because, as you say, he's been luckless and then some. Got to keep believing here. Still pick up 1 or 2. Batted well, actually, did Thompson yesterday. He was caught on the boundary on the hook. Everything about Jordan Clark, he's a get-it-done cricketer. You know, the posers and the stylists and the aesthetes, well, they can go and play somewhere else. Jordan Clark is all about the result.
And he is producing results, arguably the most effective county cricketer over the last 3 years.
Yep.
And they scamper back for 2. Leg bye is given. 2 runs from the over. Surrey 3, 7-7 for 7. There's a lot of talk around the importance of fitness in cricket at the moment. And Clark is someone who's visibly so fit and so strong, and it's borne out in the role that he plays for Surrey over the course of the season. Surrey genuinely rotate a lot of their seamers. When Atkinson was predominantly a Surrey player rather than predominantly an England player, he'd be rested for the odd round, Jamie Overton too. But Clark, generally speaking, plays every game and bowls loads in every game.
Yeah, I think he's 34, is he? 34, and there is definitely a school of thought that in fast bowling, you know your body better as you move north of 30, and your body is more resilient to the rigours of fast bowling. And you're actually in a better place physiologically to withstand the rigours than you are in your early 20s.
Revis continuing with that short ball ploy. Very unusual field at the moment. 3 men out, catching on the leg side boundary. There's a deep backward point, a very fine third man, a man under the lid at short leg.
Worcestershire 5 down for 58 against Essex.
What's their lead?
259. So Essex haven't given up the first innings of 201, and Worcestershire not choosing to enforce the follow-on. Maybe regretting that now as Essex pick up 5 in the evening session. Still obviously Worcestershire's game to lose. But Harmer with 2, Snater with 2 and Porter with 1 kept Essex in that one.
Slightly fuller on this occasion, and Smith turns that around the corner for a single. Just 9 deliveries remaining on day 2. So far, another really good day for Surrey. Started the day in a strong position, 46 without loss, responding to Yorkshire's 255. And they've gone well past that Yorkshire first innings score. It's a really important week for Surrey. Back-to-back champions. It's been a quiet start to their 2025 title assault. Just 1 win from their first 5 games. Struggled to force things through, particularly away from home. Short and pulled in the gap behind square on the leg side. Brilliant shot from Clark. He picks up 4 more to move to 39.
Yeah, 1 false shot against Revis in this particular passage, but aside from that, Clark's been utterly dominant. He's won this duel hands down, and as he moves on to 39, he is pulling Surrey away from Yorkshire here. That lead is now all but insurmountable, 127. Visitors staring down the barrel here. And everybody's contributed as well. There's a sign of the dominance of a cricket team.
Clark gets off strike. End of the over. Well, not the end of the over, sorry. Yes, the end of the over, sorry. We're a little bit behind on screen at the moment. Sorry, 383 for 7. Clark now on to 40.
Yeah, just running through the card, 31, 29, 85, everyone double figures, 31, 86, 26, 15. Jordan Clark 40 not out. Nathan Smith a single away from becoming the 9th player to get into double figures, and that is a sign of dominance, really.
It's been the story of the day, really, other than that spell where they took 2 wickets in 3 balls.
And for a moment there, 50 odd behind, 4 down. For a moment there was the little window. It slammed shut so quick against Surrey.
Jordan Thompson to bowl the final over of the day from the Vauxhall end. But not
does
quite
he?
Yet. Yeah, the momentum has never really been Yorkshires today. So they've done really well to make sure that wickets haven't fallen in clusters.
Again though, Yas, it's the story of the championship this year. It's the story of modern red ball cricket, lower order runs. Again, if you run through this scorecard, 6 for 306, and in the old days, 6 for 306, you're thinking, okay, bundle them out for 350, you're in the game. Lead of 100, job done. But you know that 6 for 306 today means 400 and a bit more. And this is the way of it. And you see it up and down the country, in Division 2 as well, as pitches harden and get a little bit better across 4-day cricket, and teams develop their lower order hitting abilities as much as anything else as a consequence in some degree of white ball cricket. And so you see players coming in now at 8, 9, 10, and they could all bat.
Well, Leicestershire fielded a side early in the season, practically with an all-rounder in Ben Mike batting at number 11.
Tom Laws here has made first-class 50s. Useful player.
Yeah, he's going to come in at number 10. And he's someone, when he was first coming through into the senior setup, was described as a proper all-rounder. And very much has aspirations to be that for Surrey going forward. But Surrey have remarkable batting depth at the moment. And actually, comparing the two sides, that is a difference. Yorkshire, as we talked about yesterday, a slightly more 20th century feel to their lower order. Jordan Buckingham, that first-class batting average of 3.
So no indication that these two for Surrey are particularly concerned about the 110 over cut-off point for that final bonus point they would have picked up for getting past 400, and I guess they don't need to worry about such trifles when you consider the position they're in this game, and they know that the weather is set fair for the next 2 days. It's a familiar position halfway through.
Clark gets off strike with a ball to go in the day. He'll finish day 2 unbeaten on 41. Yorkshire skipper Johnny Bairstow directing his troops for the final delivery of the day. The man in at leg gully. Deep third comes into a second slip. 2 men out on the hook as well. So telegraphing a shorter delivery here from Jordan Thompson. Fine leg's been moved 10 yards finer. Double bluff. Finishes with a slower ball that's defended by Nathan Smith. And Surrey, who were very good on day 1, were very good again on day 2. They finish 3-8-4 for 7. They lead by 129. And Phil, Surrey's day once more.
The juggernaut keeps on rolling. Unbeatable here at the Kia Oval. 1 defeat in 5 years. And in a ramrod strong position to get another one under the belt here. 3-8-4 for 7, and as we were saying, runs from top to bottom, a sign of a dominant side. Rory Burns 31 from 70 was the first man to go. Dominic Sibley as well followed soon after LBW to George Hill, who was the bowler of the day for 29, and then runs 80 odds down the pipe for Folkes and for Curtis Patterson.
Well, thanks for joining us today, folks. We'll be back tomorrow on the Sky and Surrey YouTube channels. Shortly on Sky Sports Cricket, we're going to be heading straight to the PSL, where Peshawar Zalmi need 238 to beat Karachi Kings there. 98 for 1 with 10 overs remaining. We'll be out to Rawalpindi after this short break. Thanks for joining us today.